Law and Disorder. Riptivik Magic Academy, Paranormal and Supernatural Prison Series. Book 1. By E. Hall. Copyright 2020 E. Hall. All rights reserved. Prologue. Can you keep a secret? I hope so. Otherwise, I suggest you stop reading right now. There are all kinds of secrets. Some only I know. Ones I'll share with you. Others that I wish I knew. But if we're going to be friends, you should know that secrets are like wishes and shouldn't be traded, sold, or shared. All I ask is that you promise to keep my secrets. Keep them close like your deepest, most treasured wish on a star. But we'll get to the importance of wishes later. For now, are you ready? Okay. Here goes. Yesterday was my birthday and something weird happened. Not weird like the dogbrella my neighbor has for her Shih Tzu, it attaches to Stella's harness to protect her from the rain. Not weird like the winter hat with llama's face filter my bestie Chelsea thinks is hilarious and keeps sending on social. And not weird like how my cousin's mom cuts up his food with scissors instead of a fork and knife. No, weird like yesterday when I said my birthday wish and blew out the 18 candles on top of my ice cream cake. I kind of knew that my wish was going to come true. Like knew. Knew it would happen like I know my name is Maya or that the sky is blue. Well, deep blue-black since it's dark out right now, but you know what I mean. I know you're not supposed to tell people these things, but you said you could keep a secret. You promised, right? Here it is. I wished that I'd fall in love this year. Cliché? Don't judge, I had to be quick because the ice cream was melting. Plus, I've never been in love. I've had a few crushes. For instance, movie stars and Carter Miller forever. Forever being since the 4 middle schools in my area combined at Hamilton High. If you ask anyone who knows anything about forever, 4 years is a long time. My older sister, Lila, who left for college and is best friends with Carter's best friend's girlfriend, informed me he hooked up with Naomi Cassini over the summer. Sigh. The wish thing was weird because I felt the trueness of it in my whole body. It smelled like fresh air, tasted like mint, and made my insides fizzy. No, I hadn't eaten any of the cake yet. I felt like love was coming for me. But I also felt something else, like my heart would shatter and that love would come at a great cost. Like I said, weird and a bit dramatic. But true for sure. September. Chapter 1. I am going to fall in love, and I'm not going to like it. Mostly. The thought is on repeat in my head, and the dread is in my body. Not the falling in love part. No, that'll be good, but the heartbreak part. You have a look, Maya, Chelsea says as she trots across the sand and wraps me in a hug. My shoulder lifts and lowers nonchalantly as if to say, nope. No look. Cool as a cucumber over here. Little known fact, even in hot weather, the insides of a cucumber remain unaffected. Yes, I'm a dork. Even my parents are cooler than me. Story of my life. Chelsea wags her finger at me. I know you, and you have a secret. I gaze into the near darkness, looking for someone to bail me out because she isn't wrong. Her mouth drops open. You've fallen, she grabs my jacket and pulls me close. You've fallen in love. Who is it? Summer fling, she practically shouts. I widen my eyes and shake my head. SHH. No one. I'm not in love, I trail off. No, it's more like I'm currently obsessed with the possibility of falling in love, and terrified of the promise of heartbreak. I experience the fullness of those facts the same way as right now I hear cars honking, doors slamming, and the rushing waves in the background as everyone gathers for the last beach bonfire of the summer before school starts tomorrow. They're irrefutable. Certain. I felt it like I can feel the breeze on my skin, the warmth of the bonfire on my face, and the sand under my feet. It was as real as the nervous fluttering in my stomach about going back to school. Senior year. Chelsea gets wrapped up in the recent arrivals saying farewell to summer. Speaking of love, Keiko's high laughter harmonizes with Reggie's lower tones, their high school sweethearts. I hear chatter and hooting and happiness. Also, the melty chocolate scent of s'mores. I hightail it over to the fire and my friends. As I roast a marshmallow, I gaze into the darkness on the edge of the bonfire, hoping Carter will appear, telling me the girlfriend thing was only a rumor. How amazing would it be to cap off my high school career by finally dating him and having a high school sweetheart story of my own? Instead, Chelsea trots across the sand and wraps me in another hug. She's very touchy-feely. In one breathless flurry, she says, "Oh my gosh, what did I miss?" She spots the marshmallows, chocolate, and graham crackers, then makes grabby hands and says, "Ooh, gimme." I'm the designated s'more supplier. I was assigned this job because last year, Keiko ate all the chocolate before anyone else got to it. I pass a roasting stick. A marshmallow magic wand, Chelsea says with a flourish and steps closer to the fire, promptly incinerating her marshmallow. My mouth drops open. Wait, what did you do to your hair? It's pink. She passes me the stick with the scorched ball of goo on the end and strikes a pose. Do you love it? I couldn't see it before, but in the light of the fire, it glows bright pink. I was so tired of having mouse brown, boring hair. It's a new year, I wanted to go bold. In that case, mission accomplished. I was saving it as a surprise. Consider it a belated birthday present. Chelsea laughs. My birthday was yesterday and you got me a spa set and helped my parents with the confetti balloons, the pool party, and the whole shebang. The theme was confetti because I'm an enthusiast of all things happy, celebratory, and confetti-infused. Every time I find a little colorful piece of paper tucked in the hem of my skirt, in my hair, or underfoot, I smile. It's hard to clean up, but it's totally worth it. Chelsea interrupts my recent reminiscing. Remember we were talking about how senior year is the time to step it up? Maya, now that you're 18, you have a license to be fatal, fierce. What do they say at pep rallies? Go Hamilton Hippos. Reggie says. No, the other one. Chelsea thinks for a moment. I don't know about being fatal or fierce. But she's right that change is in the air. While lounging in the pool yesterday, we did have a long talk about life. I guess I'm the same as I've always been with medium brown curly hair, tan skin, and almond-shaped green eyes with golden flecks. I'm medium height, fit, Finnish on my dad's side, and my mom's from Jamaica. They met in college during a symposium for Olympic athletes. They're both sprinters and amazing. I live in the shadow of their golden achievements. I'm okay at playing piano, and my grades are up there. However, I don't have Olympic aspirations, a boyfriend, or anything exceptional to include on my college apps. I do not have pink hair. And I've never been in love, at least not yet. I'm actually pretty ordinary. Chelsea breaks into my lament. I remember now. At pep rallies, they say, go big or go home. She cheers, shaking imaginary pom-poms. I guess I'll be going home, I mumble, half joking about how average I am. Ha ha, no way, this party is just getting started and this is going to be our best year yet. Chelsea suggests I get a nose piercing or tattoo. Whoever's playing DJ has a strong reggae game and Chelsea pulls me from my spot in the sand to dance. While we groove, her eyes fall on a figure in the distance, but because of the bright contrast of the fire, I can't see if she spotted Logan Gwyn, the guy she's been texting all summer, or someone else. Did you hear about the two brothers? Chelsea asks, slightly breathless and windswept from the breeze coming off the ocean. Is this the beginning of a joke or are you asking me a question? I ask as I dance. She looks at me sideways. The Thorne brothers? I thought I spotted one. She gestures vaguely. They live in that old house on Scary Street. The haunted one? Chelsea laughs. Yup. Remember when we went trick-or-treating with Keiko, Reggie, Ange, and Aaron? It was our last time getting dressed up and going door-to-door begging for candy. It was a dumb idea, because, duh, no one lived there, I say. Emphasis on lived, she says in a spooky voice. We both erupt in nervous laughter as the song ends, and we return to my post at the s'mores station. She says, "Maya, I've been hearing rumors about these brothers." She leans toward the fire so her face takes on an eerie glow. "That they're descendants of the witches from Salem and that they're zombies? Because if you say zombies, I'm cutting you off from that show you've been binge watching on Netflix." "No, I didn't hear that they're zombies, but that wouldn't be plausible, anyway." Okay. Why not?" I'm confused, but this is typical Chelsea, so I go with it. "Because I heard the brothers are super hot and zombies are not." She giggles. "Hot like your marshmallow that was on fire, or?" "Hot like," she jets her chin over my shoulder. A guy our age, wearing unusually formal dress and holding a top hat, appears beside the bonfire. "Dude, Halloween is almost 2 months away." However, I can't help but stare at him. When he glances over, I startle and look away. His gray eyes. Certainly not zombie eyes and not vampire eyes either. Chelsea and I had a major thing for vampires a while back. But whoa, eyes that I could get lost in. I blink and he's gone. While I was distracted, Keiko commandeered the marshmallow roasting sticks and along with Chelsea and Reggie, prepare s'mores. Or tries to. "So why are we at the beach again?" Reggie asks. "So we can make s'mores, obviously." "How do you keep the marshmallow from burning?" Reggie fumbles with the chocolate. "Or the graham cracker from breaking?" Keiko adds. Reggie drops a square of chocolate in the sand. "No," he says, falling to his knees. "Why do I dislike the beach? Let me count the ways. Sand in the food, or in this case, food in the sand. Seagulls pooping on stuff and taking your food, and sand." He repeats, "Did I mention sand? Sand and food do not mix." The 5-second rule does not apply in this situation. He holds his hands up in dramatic agony. His partially melted chocolate isn't salvageable. "Let the s'mores master demonstrate," I say, sliding the perfectly toasted marshmallow off the stick onto the graham cracker, preloaded with chocolate, and taking one delicious, gooey bite. While I make another, Reggie goes on. "Sunburns, bathing suits. Sand in the food. Yeah, you said as much." Keiki steals the chocolate. "Getting lobbed in the head with a volleyball or frisbee. Getting sunburned," he adds. I laugh. "Yes, but the sun isn't out." I glance up at the starry night sky. I love the beach and everything about it. Sparks from the fire flutter toward the sky. I gaze up, up, up. A bittersweet feeling of endings and beginnings fills me half and half. The stars flicker and then one disappears. But I don't see a shooting star, otherwise I'd make a wish. I blink my eyes a few times because what I do see, or at least I think so, are the stars rearranging themselves. My mouth drops open. Maybe I had too much sugar. Like the airplanes that write love letters in the sky as part of a marriage proposal or congratulations on graduation day, letters form and twinkle. After they take shape, I see my name written like a wish among the stars in the sky. Chapter 2. The star letters flare and disappear. My eyes burn. I'm quite sure I saw my name up there. I turn my gaze toward the sea and blink a few times. As though branded in my mind like the hot coals of the bonfire, the shining, sparkling letters of my name written against the backdrop of night remain. Maija. When I glance back toward the group, the guy with the top hat and gray eyes stands off to the side. The firelight illuminates the sharp edges of his features. His eyes are as deep as the sea on a cloudy day, clear and cold, intriguing and sad. They invite me to wonder, but I look away. I tell myself to shake it off, the stars, the guy, the bittersweet feeling. Chelsea, Keiko, and Reggie have moved on to talking about which teachers they're hoping not to get. They gossip about scandals and schedules, assignments and advice on who and what to avoid. "If we stay up until midnight, we can get our schedules on the portal," Reggie says. "I heard they're not releasing them until the moment school starts," Chelsea counters. Then how will we know? Who is that staring at you, Maya? Keiko asks. Chelsea flips her hair and says, oh, that's the new guy. One half of the brothers Thorne that moved into the old house at the end of Scary Street. The haunted one? Keiko scoots closer to Reggie. Chelsea dismisses this. I hear they're twins. Do they both wear jaunty top hats? Chelsea asks. Personally, I think it's super cool, says the girl with bright pink hair. Reggie says, sorry, Keiko, I will not put one of those on for you. We all laugh because we know he'd do anything for her, including wearing a top hat, a beret, or fedora. However, I will dance with you, he says, busting his best moves, while Keiko starts shimmying beside him. Whoa. He is staring at you, Maya, Chelsea adds as she starts to dance. He's like a cross between a hot, young Mr. Darcy and Edward from Twilight. Also very Edwardian in that historical romance kind of way. She laughs as she twirls and kicks up the sand. I start to dance as she continues to talk about how our love story could be legendary, given his choice of clothing and my penchant for historical romance novels. I try to hush her as he strides over. Subtlety is certainly not her thing. Even though we're standing on the uneven sand, he's easily a head taller than I am. All pale angles like one of my dad's architecture models. He says, I'm JJ Thorne. It's nice to meet you, Maya. Do I know you? I ask. His eyes don't waver from me. It's as though his gaze stretches through time, seeking me, reaching me, seeing my past, and scanning my future. I feel vulnerable and yet I can't look away. I'm Chelsea, she says, breaking the spell that weaves itself between us. You pronounced her name correctly, JJ Thorne. Not Maya or Mayaja. Maya. Rhymes with playa like the beach in Spanish or falla, like fire, she says, gesturing. Like you'd say if you're from Boston. Are you from Boston? I elbow her to stop rambling. Plus, I hadn't even said my name. I am not from Boston. Lovely city if you like that sort of thing. His voice is proper, slightly condescending, and British. Chelsea practically swoons. Me too. He stares at me with his startling, magnetic gray eyes. Come on, dance with us, she says, pulling his hand and mine together. When they touch, he yanks his away. In that brief moment, I registered that his fingers were cold, but I get a zing in my stomach, like that first plunge into the ocean at the beginning of the summer. Shocking and exhilarating at the same time. All of a sudden, Chelsea flies backward into the sand. I whirl around as Logan playfully tackles her. They're both laughing as he tickles her on the ground. I turn back to the guy in the top hat. How'd you know my name? I ask. It was in the stars, he answers. Despite the strangeness of his response, something floats between us. It's an unseen and unknown swoosh and swoop. It makes my insides rise and fall like being in a dark room and fumbling for the light switch. Then JJ juts his chin toward my mouth. He doesn't smile, but something like amusement plays on his lips. He points and says, "You have something there." I put my finger to my lip and sticky marshmallow comes away. My cheeks burn. I crash back to reality. He holds my gaze a moment longer before he nods, tips his hat, and then walks away. I vaguely hear Chelsea urging Logan to dance, but my attention is stuck on JJ. Dumbstruck isn't my natural state or any state I've ever found myself in, but by the time I reconfigure my senses, feeling confused and annoyed, he's vanished into the darkness. Confused because of the way he was looking at me. Annoyed because he seemed repelled by me, not wanting to dance and at the marshmallow on my lip. Sheesh, give a girl a break. Not all of us can be dark, mysterious Mr. McHotstuffs. Keiko and Reggie call me over for some more seconds and Chelsea and Logan join us. I notice they hold hands. I give her the "you better explain" look. As far as I knew, they'd been texting and hadn't graduated to the tackle hug, hand-holding phase. She responds with a later tilt of the head. Then, making our silent conversation audible, she says. How'd he know your name? How'd who know what? Keiko asks. Chelsea looks over my shoulder. Him, the one in the... He said his name is JJ, I say. Jean-Jacques? Reggie asks. Doubtful, he had a British accent. Chelsea teases, I think you have a secret admirer. Well, not so secret. I wonder what his brother is like. Hopefully, he likes to dance. We talk about the brothers a moment longer, leaving me curious. How did he know my name? Was my name really written in the sky, in the stars? Why did he introduce himself? Just then, I hear my name over the rushing waves and crackling fire. This time it's Riley Macmillan. Ooh, Maya, how will you decide? JJ Thorne or Riley Macmillan? Chelsea teases with a giggle. He's had a crush on her for ages, she explains to Logan. I roll my eyes. It's getting late. He's probably going to offer to walk me home. I gaze into the distance where JJ had stood, stuck on that strange interaction. I've known him since we were in diapers. I've told you, this is not the boy next door scenario. Although, he does live next door, in the light yellow house. Riley calls my name again as though I might disappear. But if you lived on Scary Street, that might be a different story. I saw the way JJ looked at you. Chelsea raises both of her eyebrows suggestively. Chelsea, he was wearing an old-fashioned suit and a top hat. Sometimes she exasperates me. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Maybe he was at an old-timey convention earlier. Chelsea shimmies her shoulders. Logan's brow furrows. I'm kidding. Sort of. She giggles. Hey, Riley, I say in greeting. He and his mop of hair flops down into the sand with us. Any s'mores left? He asks. Sorry, Logan got the last one, Chelsea answers. I've always liked Riley as a friend, period. In the summer when we were kids, he was the boy I climbed trees with. In the winter, we'd make snow forts. Heck, we've even farted in front of each other, #real life, but I think of him more like a cousin than dating material. Unfortunately, he doesn't feel the same way as evidenced by his insistent requests last year that I go to school dances with him. He'd walk me to school and carry my books. He gave me chocolates on Valentine's Day. He's very sweet. I trust he'll find someone who adores him and doesn't know that he ate a worm once. But when Chelsea brought the purpose of his affections to my attention, I tried to cut it off, but didn't want to rip out his heart. Anyway, there's the Carter crush. Maya, want to walk home together? I shrug and glance at the dying fire with no Carter in sight. Sure. After seeing my name in the sky and JJ Thorne knowing it without me introducing myself, I'd rather not walk alone. After I say goodnight to everyone, we walk along the dunes toward the road. I glance over my shoulder one last time, saying goodbye to my friends and Summer. Beyond them, the silhouette of a guy in a top hat stands off to the side, his gray eyes like chipped diamonds in the dim light, and they're fixed on me. Chapter 3. When I get home, my mom hurries me to bed because I have to get up early tomorrow. She knows I'm generally not a morning person. I want to text Chelsea about her pink hair, Logan's appearance, meeting the mysterious JJ, and the subtle nervousness that always accompanies me before the first day of school, but my phone is dead. I lay down, hoping I'll pass out, but sleep doesn't come. I feel a gentle dip on my mattress and the swish of Filbert's tail, soft and ticklish on my leg. I pet our very large and very furry Maine Coon cat. His sparkling eyes remind me of the stars and JJ. I decide maybe it's best I go to sleep after all. The next morning, expecting to roll over with a ball of fluff in my face, the spot beside me where Filbert fell asleep is cold. The sun shines through the openings in my shades, the birds chirp cheerfully, and I remember it's the first day of school. My bedroom door creaks open. I expect my mom to tell me to get up, but it's Filbert. In his mouth, he carries what looks like a rolled-up piece of paper. What do you have there, mister? I ask. Don't worry, even though I talk to my cat, I know he won't answer. If you have a family pet, don't even try to tell me you've never talked to it. He jumps onto my bed and I sit up, making room. He drops the scroll and starts to purr. I scratch behind his ears and then pick up the paper. A red ribbon holds it closed. Where'd you get this? I know, he's not going to answer. It's rhetorical. When I was little, my mom would leave notes in my lunchbox, but maybe she's getting creative, modifying old traditions as I get closer to graduation. I untie the ribbon and pull open the scroll. You are in grave danger. They're coming for you. Do not tell them anything. Do not give up your wish. What should you do? Run. Now. I flop back onto my bed and close my eyes. Behind my lids, my name burns brightly in the night sky. This must be one long, strange dream. A furry tail tickles my nose. I sneeze. A pair of paws knead my stomach. I feel the pierce of a poorly sheathed claw. Ouch. No, I'm awake. I open my eyes. The note is still there. Grave danger? Who's coming for me? Run? This must be some kind of joke. I scoop Filbert up and follow the sound of my mother's melodious singing into the kitchen. The only time she's not singing or humming is if she's sitting still, which is seldom. I've even heard her singing in her sleep. She says her lungs were made for two things, running and singing. She's preparing coffee on a tray. From the other room, my father's voice rumbles in low conversation. Maybe he had to take an early call for work. Good morning, my mom says brightly. I was going to check if you were upright, dressed, and ready for a big day. I clutch the rolled up paper in my hand and am about to ask about the note when I hear a second voice answering my father. I take a few steps forward and peer into the room. My dad sits tall with one ankle crossed over his knee. On the couch opposite sits a woman wearing a light yellow kaftan. Beside her, an older woman in a darker yellow kaftan sits. Her lips are pursed like she sucked on a lemon. I slip back into the kitchen, but my mom steers me into the living room. I stutter, starting to protest, but her tight smile reminds me to use my manners. Never mind that, I haven't even brushed my teeth. Good morning, I say, trying not to breathe on anyone. We're from the OMM, says the younger woman in the yellow kaftan. My dad clears his throat. The Office of Magical Management. My father is many things, sensible, timely, organized, but having a sense of humor isn't at the top of the list. My mother is the comedian in the family. Is this a joke or? The woman in the light yellow kaftan unfolds her hands and gestures to my parents. I'm Dina, and this is Margaret. We're in charge of your case. My father rubs his hands on the legs of his pants, glances at my mom who nods and says, when you were born, we were visited by the OMM. They said you might have special abilities. Specifically, that you might be a wish witch, a rare type of witchcraft. My mother smiles proudly. Dina says, only time would tell if you developed any magical abilities. However, it's our responsibility to inform all parents that their child might have skills beyond the ordinary. So there are witches? I ask, hardly believing the words are coming out of my mouth. Of course. Typically, they perform household witchcraft, general spellmaking, the usual. Dina shrugs as if it's no big deal. Both of my parents nod solemnly. I feel slightly queasy. Not excited like I might have if I were reading about this in a book, eager to know what was going to happen to the main character. Rather, I'm uncertain, afraid, and very much like I learned something extraordinary about myself that goes way, way beyond pink hair. Well, if it's true, because as far as I know, I cannot cast spells or whatever it is people with magic can do. I lean back in the overstuffed sofa chair and rest my forehead in my hand. In the other, I still hold the piece of paper telling me to run. I glance from my mom to my dad, but neither indicates any of this is a joke nor dangerous. So what you're saying is I'm a witch. I squeeze my eyes closed and then open them, but the scene doesn't change. I am not imagining this. Chapter 4. My mom and dad, with their mugs of coffee in hand, are the picture of an average morning in our household. The two women seated on the couch, wearing yellow kaftans with what I now notice are little badges on their chests in what appears to be an X, or if I'm thinking about it in a witchy way, two wands crossed, are surreal. When I catch my reflection in the mirror over the fireplace, with my springy hair sticking out at wild angles and a stricken, but tired expression on my face makes I look crazy. Like the internet memes, I woke up like this crazy, or I got life-changing news crazy, or I've gone crazy. From the silence, I repeat my question. So you're telling me, Maya Marie Wessels, an 18-year-old senior at Hamilton High School, soccer team captain, straight-A student, collector of sea glass and knitter of scarves, best friend of Chelsea Higgins, secret crusher on Carter Miller, stargazer, speedy swimmer, book lover, ice cream and confetti enthusiast. You're saying I'm a witch? Dina nods vigorously. Indeed. I don't believe you. The words drop like a heavy stone in a lake. But you must, Dina says, turning an anxious eye toward Margaret, who remains quiet. Can I have more information? I ask. Which doesn't make sense. Witches aren't real. Right? Dina's brow wrinkles. Witches are real. It's no big secret. Well, except to the non-magically talented. I glance at my parents, my eyes widening. Dina must pick up my meaning because she says, parents and authorized guardians have to take an oath that's bound by their silence on the matter. Her tone is grave. If they should speak of it, she trails off tremulously. My mother nods, confirming this. Everything will be explained at Riptivik Magic Academy. The thing to know is that you need to believe in your abilities before you can access them. Many people don't know they have these skills, so it's expected that they wouldn't believe they're talented in this way, Dina explains. I'm pretty sure you've made a mistake. My mother shakes her head. No, dear. These things often run in families. There's probably something you should know about Aunt Ida and Grandma. I assure you, there is no mistake. Why didn't you tell me? I ask, not masking the irritation in my voice. My father answers, we felt it best we leave the explanation to the professionals when the time came. Neither your mother nor I are magically talented. He takes my hand. However, we did teach you to run and sprint. And to sing, Mom says. To study and excel in school. To mind your manners. She arches her eyebrow as though she senses my patience is thin. But witchcraft isn't our area of expertise, and because sometimes these skills don't manifest until you come of age, it didn't make sense to tell you of the possibility sooner, my dad finishes. Didn't make sense? Annoyance toys with the otherwise enormous knot of confusion clouding my thoughts. Dad, this doesn't make sense. I woke up this morning and the cat, never mind. Seriously? You want to talk about making sense? Maya, manners, my mother interjects, nodding at the visitors. She turns back to me and says, I know this is a lot to take in, but you are very special. So you've told me, like, a million times, I fight the urge to roll my eyes. Because it's true and because I believe in you. My mom smiles. I huff a sigh. She means that you're really, really special, my dad adds. If a non-magical person spoke of it, what would happen? I ask defiantly. I could really stand to talk to Chelsea right now. Strict punishment by the Coven Constabulary, Dina says urgently. Is that like the magical police? I ask. My parents nod. Is Lila magical? Does she know? I say, carelessly. I feel fists and fire rising inside as my irritation grows. No. Then how'd you know about your sister? I ask, referring to my mom's comment about Aunt Ida and Grandma. My family was different, my mother says in a clipped tone, signaling this line of questioning is over. As though trying to douse the flames of a potential argument, Dina says, after you pack, we'll escort you to the academy. Am I going to travel to another realm? Surely not, Dina says with a laugh. Conveniently, Riptivik Magic Academy is only 6 hours away by plane and half that by broom. She winks. We moved to Boston because it's about midway between our families in Jamaica and Finland, however, this works out nicely. You'll be able to visit your cousins in Helsinki. My mother makes this sound so normal, like how our favorite bagel place is right down the street. I could go for a toasted cinnamon raisin right now. Convenient? Helsinki? Where am I going? I'm moments away from shouting and stomping my feet on the floor in a tantrum. Concordia, of course, Dina says, matter of fact. And where is that? North of England. It's a small, wealthy country, Dad says. Never heard of it. I'll help you pack. My mom gets to her feet. Your father will sort out any other details. As we walk upstairs, I say to my mom, does this make me like a genie? Dina calls after us, no, a genie, or jinn, is another class of magical being. I'm sure you'll have the pleasure of meeting one soon. Perhaps it's the early hour, the sight of these gently commanding women in their caftans, or my parents telling me I'm a witch, but a dormant part of me bypasses tantrum mode and streaks toward rebellion. I'm 18. An adult, for goodness sakes. As the reality of going to a different school, away from my friends and the life I've always known, smashes down on me, I yell, do I twitch my nose, and voila. Wish granted. I try, exaggeratedly wiggling my nose like in that old show that was made into a movie. No. Nope. I throw my hands in the air. Guess you made a mistake. No witch here. I whirl on my mother, ready to launch into an angry rant. But the tears in her eyes stop me. I always knew you were special. This is not a fairy tale, my dear girl. This is a true gift. You are here to do something big with your life. Something that will change the world. I've always known this deep down. Mom, I say, ready with a rebuttal. She cups my cheeks in her hands. Maya, you are magic. Chapter 5. Instead of packing, I slump down onto my bed. My mother busies herself, throwing open the curtains and picking up my dirty laundry. I nibble a granola bar. 100 questions bounce like ping-pong balls back and forth between my regular life and the one coming for me. What will I bring? What about Chelsea? Do I get a wand? Are there many people like me? What about college? What will I tell my friends? What does a magically talented person's life look like? I can't ask Filbert. I can't ask my mother. I can't ask Chelsea. JJ's image blazes like the bonfire into my mind. Last night, I thought I saw my name in the stars, I blurt. My mother smiles as though not surprised. In the coming years, you'll see many things that might amaze you given your ordinary upbringing. My mother sits down next to me, wraps an arm around my shoulders, and gives me a side hug. My sister was born with magical abilities. In other words, they knew for sure right away. With some magicals, it's like that. With others, like you, we find out later, when they come of age. I suppose it has something to do with maturing and the type of magical gift involved. My mother looks the same as she always has, high forehead edged by a scarf that holds back her long braids. Same proud cheekbones, kind eyes, and a grand smile. Her loose, purple cotton tank dress reveals her strong shoulders and athlete's body from years of running competitively. However, something is different, as though she's introducing me to a part of herself she's kept hidden all these years. My sister was a wonderful little girl. We were best friends. She'd make the ordinary enchanted. Then when she got older, things changed. She realized she was different. Rather, that I was different from her and our mother. That's when I started running. I was hoping I could run away from the changes. I feel like doing just that. Instead, I ask, would you run away from me? My mother's dark brown eyes meet mine. Never. She holds me tight, and I inhale her sandalwood scent. When we were told that you might have these abilities, we decided it would be best for you to know both sides, the non-magical and magical. That way, if and when the time came, you'd be able to have a greater understanding of the world. Understanding? Let's not keep them waiting downstairs. You'll need clothes. They provide a uniform, of course. But casual attire, pajamas. Let's see, she opens drawers and pulls out socks, shorts, and other items. I glance at the clock. My mom smooths my hair. Even if I didn't want to go, I'd have to? Yes, those with magical talent need to know how to keep themselves and others safe. It's the law. Why so far away? I've never heard of Concordia. There used to be a magical academy in New York. That's where my sister went. It was called Amsterdam Island Magical Academy. But it was closed. Turned into a jail. She gazes away. What if I get homesick? I imagine you will be. When I left Jamaica for Olympic training, I cried myself to sleep for a full week. I missed my family, of course, but also the sounds of the sea, the smells of curry and plantains, fried patties, and even the fish market. When I look back, I was thankful to have a home I loved so much to return to. If you don't miss us, then we did something wrong. She laughs as she exits to the bathroom to get my toiletries. I text Chelsea, telling her I don't feel well and won't be able to make it to school. Then I delete it because I've never lied to her. I tell her my parents surprised me and are sending me to boarding school, which is closer to the truth. I add that I won't be able to talk until the weekend. Over the years, my parents have traveled a lot, so she might assume that it's for their convenience. I hope that she won't wonder why they didn't tell me sooner, because if I think about that too long, I find myself wondering the same thing, even if they said it was what made the most sense. After I get dressed and shower, taking my time because I can't muster up the enthusiasm to leave home and attend a school to cultivate my so-called magical abilities, I plod downstairs to my waiting parents and the two women from the Office of Magical Management. Ready to go? Dina asks. I don't answer and instead stare at my purple Converse sneakers. We'll miss you, my dad says, pulling me in for a hug. But remember, we're only a flight away. We'll send care packages and see you when you visit. And Family Fest, Dina chimes in. It's an afternoon when parents and caregivers visit the campus, get a tour, and learn about what our students do each day. I think you're going to like Riptivik if you give it a chance, Dina says knowingly. I harumph. How'd I go from Hamilton High School senior to a Riptivik Magic Academy which in fewer than 24 hours? My mother takes my hands and squeezes. Make sure you keep asking questions. Curiosity is everything. Then she gives me quite possibly the longest hug ever. They wish me luck, and I lug my stuff out to a car that doesn't seem magical. I almost laugh, because part of me was expecting a few brooms parked in the driveway. I get into the nondescript sedan. As Dina pulls away, I wave goodbye as tears gather at the corners of my eyes. We drive exactly 39 minutes to the airport in relative silence. Dina concentrates as though operating an ordinary car requires the full employment of her non-magical abilities. In other words, she goes as slow as I did when I first got my driver's permit. Margaret glares as though the non-magical world is subject to suspicion. My mind races between sulking at this turn of events and being ever so slightly intrigued. At the last moment, I was half expecting everyone to say just kidding, this was a joke. I already miss Filbert. I recall the strange note he carried and my insides ice over slightly. That must have been a joke. From Riley maybe? We don't pass the usual loop that surrounds the airport for departures and drive to a private hangar nearby. I get out after Dina and Margaret. Two brooms appear. The trunk of the car pops open. Wands are lifted. I can hardly believe my eyes as my belongings shrink and fill a pair of saddlebags on the end of a broom outfitted for two passengers. Dina gets on the front and signals I get on the back. I shake my head slowly and feel a thrust of wind like I was shoved forward. Shimmer fills the air. I grip the broom handle to steady myself. Margaret lowers her wand as threads of light dissolve. "We can't be late," Margaret says. Dina smiles apologetically. They're not police officers, but I get the dynamic. Dina plays good cop and Margaret plays bad cop. I mount the broom, hang on, and in one swift motion, we take to the air. I want to ask about what I saw last night and my name in the stars, but the forward motion and rush of the wind are too great. My stomach lurches. As everything on the ground gets smaller and I'm forced to assess whether I have a fear of heights, it's suddenly like we're in a bubble. The rushing wind disappears even as we streak out over the ocean, going impossibly fast. However, now I don't want to break Dina's concentration by asking questions. About 1,000,000 of them flood my mind. Margaret flies nearby, then she's gone. Disappeared. There is just the sky and darkness. Dina, we seem to have lost Margaret. She grunts. I'm guessing that although they're co-workers, they're not exactly friends. In Dina's silence, my mind continues to spin as we travel and doesn't calm until an island twinkling with lights appears in the distance. That must be Concordia, I say. While I expect a bit of information about the country or introduction to the school, Dina keeps quiet. Must be focusing. From above, regal homes come into view that reminds me of the manners in some of my favorite historical romance novels. But we fly on until we reach a barren plain that gives way to bogs. In the center is a black, stone tower like a blade slicing the gray sky. A broad wall with piercing iron stakes encloses it. We land in front of a stone guard shack and blue-black light shimmers in a sort of magical wall, barring us from going any farther. Bumps work their way across my skin and the hair on the back of my neck lifts. Dina dismounts from the broom, reaches into her caftan and extracts a wooden wand. She taps the air while whispering something, and the mild-looking woman turns into a pale, bald creature with thin, bony limbs. I gasp. She grabs me roughly by the arm and thrusts me toward the gate next to the stone structure. A guard meets us. Jin, did you bring us a new prisoner? Jin? I mutter, recalling the comment in my living room. Then follow up with, prisoner? No, I'm a student. I'm supposed to go to Riptivik Magic Academy. I eye the guard and then the figure who is Dina. She hisses, revealing pointed teeth. The guard assesses me by hovering a wand over my face, chest, and arms. Maya Wessels. Which? Given that use of magic, I'm surprised when he consults a list on a clipboard. Says here that she's to go to RIP. Riptivik? My voice trembles. The glare I get from all the guards and the Jinn silences me. Consider yourself lucky that you're not going through this gate, the guard says. No one who enters ever leaves. His grin is grim. Lucky for now anyway. The others laugh. Sorry, Jin. You don't get the bounty this time. The guard goes back to the building. Prisoner? Bounty? The Jin hisses again and angles the wand at me, indicating I get on the broom. In minutes, we alight outside another iron gate. This one is laced with ivy. It's flanked by 2 brick pillars. Stone walls, also covered in ivy, extend in both directions. It's a bit more of what I had in mind. Given the fact that there's an Office of Magical Management, it should be no surprise there are officers and a jail. There must have been a mistake. Another guard meets us, assesses me, consults a list, and this time we're allowed entrance to Riptivik Magic Academy. At least that's what it says on the sign. The Jinn shoves me roughly forward. This morning I was planning on starting my senior year of high school. Instead, I learned that I'm a witch, left my family, flew overseas on a broom, arrived at a jail, and now a magic academy. I can't claim that I'm all too pleased. Irritation builds inside and I feel like I'm going to snap. The Jinn keeps the wand fixed on me and I'd like to snap it and snap myself back to reality. As though sensing my intention, an eerie chill works its way over my skin as jagged threads of magic emerge from the wand. What are you doing? I ask, suddenly feeling helpless. The djinn merely hisses, urging me forward to the gate. I'd be crazy to appreciate this turn of events even though this place looks slightly more welcoming than that tower prison. But why am I being treated like a felon? I dig in my heels and turn. Tell me what is going on. The djinn remains impassive. Standing at attention, the guards wearing gold and deep red uniforms intimidate as they march toward me. One removes a wand from his belt and uses it to scan me. He grunts as though I'm no threat. Exactly, I say. He ignores me. My hands turn into fists and anger at being dismissed rises inside. My parents always said I was a spirited, willful child, always curious and asking questions. They said it would serve me well when I was older. I figured they meant leading teams in my professional career, but a surge fills me, and I feel like I could explode. But the djinn's magic works over me, suppressing my rising power. Student, delinquent, whatever, move along now, calls the guard at my back. The command is clear. The djinn's magic strengthens. Without an understanding of how or what would happen if I resisted, I obey. When the gate clangs shut, the first guard's words echo in my mind. Maybe this is what the note meant by danger, run. Too late now. I stand alone with my luggage on either side of me at one end of a long, stone path lined with willow trees. I glance back to see guards lining the gate, and on this side, instead of ivy, barbed wire glows and pulses menacingly like it's been magicked. How is that even a thing? It wasn't visible from the other side. What is going on? A formidable brick building comes into view, draped in ivy. Maybe this is a big misunderstanding. The guard said prisoner, and I saw the barbed wire, but this looks like a normal campus, though quiet. No one hurries here, and they're like when we visited Princeton with Lila. If this is a school and not a magical jail like that other place, I wonder how many students there are here. What they're like, classes, the cafeteria, everything my parents and Lila evaluated when deciding which school she was going to attend. As the trees thin, several more brick and stone buildings come into view. It's beautiful, rivaling Princeton's campus. It's like an Ivy League or private prep school times two. Unlike the student tour guide from Princeton, the djinn doesn't sweep her arm grandly and say, "Welcome to Riptivik Magic Academy." She's gone. Apple blossoms perfume the air, and it's charged with something. Potential? Possibility? Pie? I'm not sure, but a strange sensation comes over me. The resentment at being sent here vanishes. There's a part of me that feels a little bit excited, and another part, though I know it's not sensible, at least not yet, feels like I belong. Like I've come home. However, as I glance back at the magic barbed wire, there's a third part that's terrified. Chapter 6. I turn in a circle, take a deep breath, and walk in the direction of the nearest building, Lindholm Auditorium. I follow a path lined with pruned hedges and past a squat fieldstone structure. In the distance is another building with columns and several houses so overgrown with ivy they practically blend in with the forest bordering the campus. I'm starting to wonder if there are any other students here when a dull clamor issues from somewhere near a sidewalk covered by a stone archway, leading toward the auditorium. I pull open a heavy door as another closes on the opposite side of the atrium. It suddenly goes quiet. A woman dressed in crimson sits behind a table and shuffles a few papers. When she looks up at me, her glasses slide down her nose. "You must be Maya Wessels." I nod. "This is Riptivik Reform School, home of supernatural misfits of all sorts, fae, vampires, shifters, and you must be a witch." She looks at me sternly, as if this is a federal offense. Thinking back to the conversation about the Coven Constabulary earlier, my attendance is required at this school. In the magical world, not showing up is a violation. Did you say reform? I'm supposed to go to the Magical Academy. I'm Miss Storch, recently appointed head of administration. You answer to me. If you want to stay out of jail, don't ask questions. That's my job. Yours is to behave. I see your sentence to serve at the Iron Tower was suspended, so you're with us as long as you follow the rules. She passes me a red card but doesn't let it go. Here, you'll find your dormitory assignment, Fiona Penny Legion House. Classes, including the seminal seminar. She glances at me above her glasses and releases her grip on the schedule. The Chancellor was able to sneak through the commencement ceremony, but don't expect it to be indicative of how things work around here moving forward. Miss Dorch's low tone makes everything sound foreboding. I go through a wide set of double doors. The floor of the old building creaks. The room is relatively dark except for bands of tiny lights running in arcs along the domed ceiling. I can make out a lot of polished wood. The silhouettes of the tops of students' heads fill rows and rows of seats. I glance to my left, but don't see one available. To my right, there's a single open spot, but it's halfway in, meaning I have to squeeze past everyone. What sounds like the low pealing of a bell comes from somewhere high above in the building. Without another thought, I hurry past the row of students and scramble to the open seat. I whisper apologies as the bell's ringing continues. I plop down, slightly out of breath and with my cheeks flushed even though no one can see them in the relative darkness. The bell stops and it's even quieter than before. A single light comes up on the stage, illuminating a podium. A woman with features as sharp as a blade appears from the shadows. Her tight bun accentuates her height. Without any preamble, she says, "For those of you who are new, I'm Professor Darrington, co-head teacher at Riptivik Reform School." Her eyes narrow at the word co-head before she continues. "A few items for you to know before we get on with the program. Students must abide by the 3 Cs, cooperation, communication, and commitment. First, to cooperate means you'll review the rules of conduct and will not disrespect members of our community or school property. You will not bully or otherwise misuse your magic. We are strict about that at Riptivik. Infractions are met with severe recourse. Second, communicate. Should you have a problem, communicate with your fellow students, your teachers, or any of the pertinent faculty or staff about your issue. Finally, commit. We're here to instruct you in restraining and retraining your magic. You will restrict your magical skills. Each of your teachers and heads of dorm will discuss the 3 Cs at greater length. But given the enormity of our endeavor this year..." She clears her throat as though making an invisible point. "I imagine it will require repeated review." With that, I turn the podium over to co-head teacher, Professor Popperwell. The entire auditorium is as silent as the grave until the roundest man I've ever seen takes Professor Darrington's place. He wears a tweed suit and the buttons on the jacket threaten to burst. A polite round of applause rises when he waves at the student body. His face is ruddy and his smile bounces between cheerful good nature and amusement. What a warm welcome from Professor Darrington about our new changes. "Thank you." Or perhaps the expression he wears indicates sarcasm and amusement. "Welcome, students, faculty, and staff. As noted, I'm the co-head teacher here at Riptivik Magic Academy. New students will take primary classes with us. Return students, secondary classes. Depending on your schedule, you'll also have arithmetic, language arts, alchemy, futurism, the arts, and for some of you lucky individuals, a bonus class." He clears his throat. "No, I suppose none of you are lucky this year. I deeply regret that things have changed, but we will do our best." Miss Dorch appears on the stage and glares at him. "That's enough. We are here to reform these students, not offer them condolences. They've misused their magic and that is final." Professor Popperwell presses his lips together and his nostrils flare. "After the commencement ceremony, we'll meet in the dining hall for dinner and then off to your dorms to settle in. I'm looking forward to a wonderful year ahead." "You mean you're looking forward to reforming our magical community," Storch corrects. He exits the stage, to a round of applause louder than the one that welcomed him. Strange that we received 2 nearly opposite messages from 2 opposite-looking people. Instead of quieting, the applause amplifies when what I can only describe as the wizard of all wizards takes the stage. He has long white hair and silver, shimmery robes. His hair and robes almost match. I glance to the girl sitting next to me as if to ask, is this for real? But his voice booms through the auditorium. He lifts his arms as though receiving the full blast of excitement from the student body. Professor Darrington mentioned the 3Cs. These are guidelines you'll follow when you're here and long after convocation and you leave this campus. He stops mid-stride. My pulse thunders fast and hard along with at least 100 more. You're charged with the gift of magic, but it's also a great responsibility. Each time you use your powers, first say thank you, because when we operate from a place of gratitude, we're less likely to do harm and more likely to do good, which is precisely why we've been given our gifts, to do good. I believe that of everyone in this room. However, the man returns to the podium, clasps his hands and adds, however, there are those who disagree with magic. Are threatened by it. They want to put an end to it. What was once our illustrious school is now a place to retrain and restrain. He leans in. It's the last stop before the Iron Tower. A murmur ripples through the crowd. I hear the words jail, prison, and penitentiary whispered. Was that where the jinn first tried to bring me? If so, I'm thankful not to have been sent there. The wizard goes on. This year, as we navigate these changes, we can say thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to learn and someone shouts, and stay out of magical jail. The wizard wiggles his fingers in a sort of wave and says, I'm going to go get a slice of pie while there's still some left. Peach tonight, I believe. But I sure am looking forward to the apple. Then he disappears. Poof. The dude left the building. A low murmur rises among the students. I turn to the girl next to me. I have questions. Even in the near dark, her skin is luminous, her hair smoothed away from her face, and her eyes bright. Who was that? I whisper, but before she can answer, the spotlights come on and a pair of unicorns prance onto the stage. I am not even kidding. Chapter 7. 3, 4, 5, 6 unicorns appear. They shower us with a shimmering light show. Then tiny lights take the stage. The girl next to me whispers, pixies. The fire, sparkle, and shimmer are spellbinding. Next, a troupe of elves does a lyrical dance. They glide gracefully, smoothly, otherworldly. Singing begins by several other figures that look somewhat human but have a certain quality that I've never seen, or rather felt, when the Hamilton High Choir took to the stage. By the finale, my mouth hangs open at a display of fireworks shaped like hearts, stars, and miniature hopping toads. The elves do acrobatic feats that no gymnasts, not even Olympians, and I've seen many, could possibly do. They levitate in the air. At last, the stage lights up with glitter that rains across the audience. I'm astounded. I'm awestruck. Gobsmacked. I'm clapping along with what sounds like the entire assembly when the lights go down and the stage clears. Maybe it won't be so bad here after all. When the doors open, flooding the auditorium with sunshine, what must be nearly 200 students surround me. Like on the stage, not all of them are human. The girl next to me says, to answer your question, that was Chancellor West. Head of school. Most powerful wizard in history. Educator. Legend. All-around hero in the magical world. I could tell by your expression that you've never heard of him. Surprising. I'm Yassi, by the way, and no, I am not a unicorn. They come every year for the ceremony, but this is the first time other magical beings have taken part or even attended Riptivik. Also the first time we're a reform school. Her laughter reminds me of the wind in the woods. Who are you? I'm Maya Wessels. No way, I'm your socium. My eyebrow lifts. Social partner if you don't know. It's gibberish, an old school thing. I have a list of translations and definitions if you'd like to borrow it. I definitely needed to refer to it at first. Now I'm fluent. I must look confused because she goes on. Every secondary student pairs up with a primary student to help them get used to life at Riptivik Magic Academy, reform school. I thought maybe you weren't coming. She looks sad, as though she somehow knows my tardiness had as much to do with my reluctance as it did a delay. Better late than never? I try to keep my voice light because Yassi seems really nice, but I'm not sure what to think or who to trust. She goes on. Never, ever be late to Darrington's class. Her detentions are the worst. Popperwell is good as long as you don't have him right after lunch. He tends to get sleepy and loses track of what he's saying and blathers on and on. In fact, he tends to be long-winded no matter when you catch him. We get to our feet as our row empties. Let me see your schedule, she says. I pass it to her. Ah, so you have Darrington for conservation. Conservation? What exactly is that? Like, saving the forest and stuff? No. You'll learn about it in detail, but conservation and creation classes are more like good and evil. Well, evil and good respectively. Conservation is how we protect ourselves against the bad stuff, conserving the good, so to speak, to fend off the evil. Creation is straightforward, creating good using our magic skills. They could have simplified it and called the classes fighting evil or creating good. Would have made more sense, I suppose. Then again, with everything changing, who knows? Yassi's smile falters. All I can say is one round, oh. I was not expecting that. Wandwork, spell casting, bubbling brews, maybe a hex or two, but not good and evil. Yeah, it's serious stuff. Long ago, the academies were for our kind to train to become warriors or guardians, depending on your talents and skills. Not anymore. About restraining and retraining our magic, that's not a problem for me since I have no idea how to use it. It's our last chance before jail. Isn't this illegal? Depending on whose laws you follow. Yassi leans in. There are rumors that the Office of Magical Management is corrupt, non-magicals pushing their interests converted Riptivik to a reform school. There's no way our parents or the outside world knows. Don't we have rights? I ask. Not anymore. What else? She reads my schedule. You have language arts, you'll learn lots of spells, alchemy, which is like potions, arithmetic, all this magic stuff really comes down to energy equations. If you want to get geeky about it, it's like a math and science fusion class. And futurism, which I love. It's a class to explore how the past informs the future of magic. Cool. I love math. But you don't seem freaked out about the changes. She shrugs. Goodness will always prevail. That's what I believe anyway. Plus, we have West. Also, worry isn't in my nature. She glances at the schedule card. Oh, and you have a bonus class. Seminal seminar. She stops mid-stride and looks me up and down. Her eyes soften and then brighten as she swiftly understands something. Oh, they didn't tell you. Who? Your parents. She shakes her head. Some parents choose not to tell their kids their magic. It's a shame. Sometimes it can get nasty. I've seen some angry disputes. I'm not mad. Not really. I was for like a minute. Now I'm just confused. Makes perfect sense. You woke up today and thought you were going to regular high school and instead were shipped off here with the PS, by the way, you have magic abilities. Sort of. Wait, how'd you know? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. She smooths her hair into one long column. Pry? I ask, not following what she's saying. It's a habit, and sometimes habits are hard to break. That's part of the reason why we're here, to learn how and when it's appropriate to use our abilities, or not use them. Hold on, did you read my mind? I ask, aghast. She holds up a finger. That's a gross oversimplification. I don't understand. I'm still working on shutting it off. Or in the words of Professor Popperwell, knowing when to keep a lid on it. I drive my sisters nuts. Have you always had your magic? I ask. for as long as I can remember. Are your sisters like you? They have their own talents. But that's also why we're here. To learn more about each other. This is the first year Riptivik opened its doors to all magical beings. Then again, that's probably because we're now a reform school. Well, almost all magical. There are still a few restrictions. Thank goodness they don't let demons in. That spells disaster. Technically, this is the first integrated class, or I should say group of dangerous criminals. That's what they call us now. She grimaces. So you were here last year? Yup, and I loved it. You would have too. At least one thing hasn't changed though. Chancellor West said there's still pie. Come on, I'm starved. We exit the auditorium and follow the path past the houses covered in ivy to a circular building. From the outside, it looks like an enormous merry-go-round with walls. The delicious smell of pie greets my nose and my stomach rumbles. I didn't eat lunch and breakfast was merely a bar I gobbled while packing. Round windows of various sizes dot the walls like portholes. Around the rim of the room are serving stations. Round tables already occupied with students fill the center. It's buffet style so you can take what you'd like, Yassi says as we get in a long line that's nearly to the door. Over there you'll find standard comfort type food, pot pies, potatoes, peas. Then pizza, burgers, macaroni and cheese. Sounds good for any school, reform or not. Much better than the Hamilton cafeteria. Yassi sniffs the air. Peach pie tonight, cherry last night. Late summer pies. But if you like pie, the apple is going to blow your mind. You're in for a treat. It's the school specialty since we have apple orchards. But first, how about tacos? Sounds perfect. Yassi is a few inches taller than I am and what some would describe as magazine perfect, long limbs, smooth dark hair, olive skin without a single blemish, and proportionate features. She moves with the grace of a ballerina and her voice is as pleasant as a lullaby. While we wait in line, she says, since you knew nothing about the magical world, I'll tell you everything I can about Riptivik. Then again, things might be different now. She stops in front of the food line. Where are the tacos? The woman behind the glass shakes her head and dumps a pile of slop onto a plate and thrusts it in Yassi's hand. Next. Thank you. I say to both Yassi for offering to fill me in on the details and the cafeteria worker for the plate when she passes mine. At least there's still pie, Yassi mutters. If I were at Hamilton as a senior, I'd be at the top of my game, no questions about what to do or not do. The numerous round tables, most of them filled, pose a problem. As if Yassi read my mind, because she probably did, she says, don't worry. Come with me. There is always space at my table. I glance around, thankful, and then spot a shadowy figure wearing a top hat. My heart leaps. But I must have been imagining things. Why and how would JJ possibly be here? Chapter 8. Yassi weaves easily through the maze of round tables. I end up bumping into a girl with one eye, a fae with crystalline wings, and a boy with golden hair and eyes. Sorry, excuse me, pardon, I say in turn as I make my way across the dining hall. Finally, when I move to sit down at an empty chair, Yassi whispers, no, not there. She signals a different empty seat. I rescued you from being bored to death by Quince. She gestures to the boy on the other side of her. He requires a buffer. We were in class together last year. Trust me, you don't want to hear him talk about his polymorphous theories. Bore ing. She mocks, falling asleep. Well, unless you're a changeling interested in hacking your biochemical makeup. Quince takes a bite of slop, sneezes, and pushes his glasses higher on his nose. A girl sits down on his other side and as if on cue, he asks her, have you heard the relevant theory on? So, Riptivik Magic Academy 101, Yassi says, taking a delicate bite of the slop. Riptivik reform, she corrects. And this tastes like gurg loaf. She makes a gagging face. That's maggot bread. I stick out my tongue. Gross. Okay, back to RIP, that's what we call it for short. More like rest in peace to my freedom, I mutter, pushing my plate away. A heavy sigh settles over her. Yeah, magic jail, Yassi says. Though not as bad as the Iron Tower. At least we can still meet up in the dining hall and to study. Not that everyone does. Let's see. You have the geeks, bookworms, and perfect students. That sounds like me. Yassi laughs. And me. There are the athletes. She points to a few tables that overflow with larger than average students. They might be actual giants. Yes. They're giants. Used to go to Lebridge School. Wait. There are other magical schools? Of course, there are, were, including Amsterdam Island. It became a reform school as well and then was destroyed. If you're wondering, Hogwarts isn't one of them. Some things really are fantasy. I scan the room for Hagrid, just in case she's wrong. My attention lands on a table full of guys dressed all in black, reminding me of the guy by the bonfire. Who are they? I ask. The rebels. Looks like the shifters joined them. She tilts her head to the left. And the vamps. As in vampires? You got it. They're magical? Not all vampires, some of them are blood-sucking idiots, but a select few who were sent here, yup, lots of magic. I observe the table with quiet fascination. Chelsea and I went through an intense twilight phase. Yassi continues, the girls with the colorful hair are the changelings. You can tell because they have different colored hair, skin, facial arrangements, you name it, practically every day. I want to ask about Jin, but she goes on, when this was still an academy, there was the gold class, the elite and popular, practically royalty. And the red class, the rest of us ordinary folk. I nod, having seen enough of the social hierarchy to understand what she means. There are primary and secondary students as well as mastery level, postgrads. Or rather, now, I should say our release rather than graduation. This is like a university, not high school. I guess I'll be here forever since my magic feels about as far away as home. Yassi says, also the pixies, elves, and, she trails off, turning toward the door. When I turn, I'm face to face with a mane of chestnut hair. Hi, Wyatt, Yassi says in a cheerful yet shaky voice. Elf extraordinaire, at your service, says a guy with curved ears. Have you ever seen hair like that? Yassi says softly to me, twirling a finger through her own. I'm so jealous. Gone is the radiant girl and in comes the giggling flirt. Wyatt appears and suddenly she's goo. I have to admit, he is handsome, tan, muscular, well-defined arms, and a strong jawline. His hair is a long, dark mane of silky, shiny perfection. Everything about him is handsome, by anyone's standards. But given how strange my life just became, guys are the last thing on my mind. We met at summer camp 2 years ago. Some people in the magical world believe all magical beings should have access to the same opportunities. Others disagree because of long-standing feuds, prejudices, and dislikes. Never thought we'd end up here together. The look they exchange is the kind you get when struck by Cupid's bow, and I wouldn't doubt it, at least not at this school. 2 girls scoot Quince over as he drones on about his theories. Yassi introduces me to her roommate, Audra. She has the same smooth features as Yassi. She introduces us to her socium, Winnie Tarbell, a dwarf. Audra says, so, what did I miss? I instantly missed Chelsea. I was giving Maya the Riptivik overview, Yassi says. Good luck, Audra says. It's not just the food that's changed. There are magical reinforcements on the dorm windows. I've noticed the shimmer of magic, it's not like golden fairy dust, but grim and threatening. Barbed wire along the fences, Yassi says. New curriculum, Audra adds. New punishments, Wyatt says. New administration. Yassi's brow furrows. Yeah, I met Miss Storch, I say, recalling the woman with the crimson outfit and stern command. I think she's someone to watch out for, Yassi says. And Darrington. Audra flares her nostrils. For sure. They're probably in cahoots. I hear Storch is part dragon shifter, Yassi whispers. Oh, great, Audra says. Is that a bad thing? Winnie asks. Dragons don't have the best reputation among magicals, Audra says. They tend to aspire to gain power and possessions at all costs. Wyatt shrugs. Not all of them. A grim curse corrupted some. Yassi shivers and then says. So about those changes. New pie flavors? I can tell she's trying to infuse her voice with cheer. Yum, tell me more, Winnie Tarbell says, then turns. For instance, who's that? A guy with golden hair and golden eyes enters the dining hall. Almost everyone stops and stares as he waits in line for dinner. However, another, more familiar figure in front of him in line draws my attention. JJ wears his jaunty hat atop his head, an old-fashioned suit, and has the kind of confidence you can't buy, the kind that you can't wear, and the kind that knew my name without being told. What is going on? Yassi glances at me and JJ, then tilts her head. I've never seen him before. Her eyes close about halfway. Interestingly cute. Is that a thing? He must be a transfer student. I get up from the table and hurry toward him. He wears a guarded expression. The kind that warns everyone to stay away. Are you JJ? I ask as if I need to. There's no mistaking him. He blinks slowly but doesn't smile. If you know what's good for you, you won't ask questions. I tuck my head back. Well, hello to you too. Seriously, Maya, you have no idea what you've gotten into. He glances around suspiciously. Maybe he's a few eggs short a dozen, that's one of my mother's expressions. Then again, I am at a magical reform school. Yassi gestures at me to come back over. I hesitate, wanting answers. But certain JJ's not going to give me any. He bites into a green apple. I watch as he crunches, mesmerized by his unyielding lips. Drawn to his mysterious gray eyes. Maybe you won't give me answers, but that won't stop me from asking questions, I say before storming off. At my back, I hear him mutter, that's what I'm afraid of. Yassi says, he doesn't seem too friendly. Then she gestures toward the golden boy. Him on the other hand. Who? I ask. She points. That is Bobby Gold. Everyone has a crush on him. Especially her. A girl, also with golden hair, sits imperiously at a nearby table as if she were the reigning queen supreme. Audra rolls her eyes. That's Honey. Yes, her name is Honey. And yes, her parents named her that. All you need to know is she's the alpha queen bee, has a girl posse, is rich, and is not above using her family's money and influence to get what she wants. She's also manipulative and a liar, Audra mumbles. Consider yourself warned, Yassi says. If her parents are influential, then what is she doing here if this is now a reform school? I ask. By law, we all have to register our magical abilities. Now, instead of being special, we're criminals, Audra says. Likely, parents don't know. Yassi sighs as though the social hierarchy is a more important topic at the moment. Where do I fit in? Oh, I don't. Yassi puts her hands up. Sorry. I did it again. I'll get out of your head now. I shrug. It's like we're having a one-sided conversation without talking, but what do you mean? I'm a wood nymph and do my best not to fit in anyone's box. Not labeling ourselves, or more accurately not pigeonholing ourselves, you know? I think about this a moment. Everyone here has one thing in common, magic, and sometimes it seems like that's what divides us the most, Yassi says. Wyatt shakes his head and his hair ripples like a silky sheet. Yassi blinks slowly, watching him. A muscle in Wyatt's jaw ticks. Yeah. I've already heard people making fun of my kind. For the record, I don't frolic in meadows. I'm an elf. A warrior. And proud of it. More like prisoner. Audra's tone is low, serious. Food aside, everything here seems about the same as it ever did, but this is a reform school now. We're criminals. We have to be careful. After what Chancellor West said, maybe things will go back to normal, I say, trying to be hopeful. Wishful thinking, Audra replies. Bobby sits down at our table. Winnie Tarbell chokes on her pile of slop and Audra's cheeks tint pink. His attention floats over to me. Hello. Haven't seen you here before. Yassi fights, rolling her eyes. I think she read his mind. This is Maya. It's lovely to meet you, Maya. He takes my hand and then closes his eyes. Which? I draw my hand away, feeling like he saw all of me, like he saw me naked. But when I look at his square jaw, full lips, and golden eyes, I suddenly don't mind so much. A little sound like a purr accidentally escapes. I take a long sip of cold water. Bobby snorts. I overheard what you all were saying. They're going to try to reform us? It's bound to backfire. We're too different. Werewolves running all over campus. Vampires creeping around. Dwarves, mermaids. It spells disaster. Wait, mermaids are real? I ask, eager to change the subject. Mere people, Yassi corrects. My question is, how is the administration going to accommodate them? If they think I'm taking my classes down in the pond, they're vastly mistaken. Bobby shrugs like this isn't his problem. Better than being at the Iron Tower, Audra mutters. Yassi rounds on Bobby. If you'd pay attention in class, you'd know that mere people can come on land. There are ways. He scoffs and leans closer to her. Whatever. If you paid attention, you'd see that this is all pointless. Wyatt stiffens and clenches his fists. Bobby pauses. An interesting time to be a criminal. Bobby casts a smolder in my direction and then gets up to clear his tray. I watch him and then catch JJ across the room, a black and white image as though plucked from an old photograph, gazing in my direction. No, glaring. Chapter 9. After dessert, a sliver of peach pie, I couldn't resist. Wyatt walks with Yassi and me to the dorm. The twilight shadows, the mild late summer air, and the low murmur of them talking remind me of where I am. It feels magical. High school magical. Then again, there's the glowing barbed wire in the distance along the boundary walls. Reform school gloom. I don't know which. I don't quite believe that I'm a witch. Yassi's words echo in recent memory. She said she tries not to fit in. Maybe that's the point after all. Maybe by being myself, a witch, finding my way at Riptivik won't be too difficult. Even though I'm starting at the beginning here, maybe I can just be me. First, I have to figure out who that is. Second, I have to figure out a way to get out of here because if nothing else, I do not like the look of the barbed wire or the sound of reform school. I'm not a criminal, and I'm certain that none of the people I've met so far have done anything wrong. Lanterns illuminate the path back toward the ivy-covered dorms, and I feel a surge of warmth, like the sun passing overhead, or a star brightening, even though night has fallen. Yassi and Wyatt walk a few steps ahead. Despite everything, they're laughing and falling in love. It's so obvious and so sweet I can't help but smile. When we reach the wooden porch in front of the dormitory, Wyatt says goodnight to Yassi and trots off. Yassi's laugh turns into a long sigh. Isn't he handsome? The hearts in her eyes tell me she's definitely not talking about Quince. When we enter the dorm, Yassi spreads her arms wide and says, "Welcome to Penny House." An irritated, and irritatingly high-pitched, voice says, "Fiona Penny Legion Oaks House, actually." Yassi rolls her eyes. Correction, Honey Oaks is great, great, how many was it again? She waves her hand dismissively and not waiting for Honey's response says, "Never mind. We call it Penny House." Honey cuts her eyes at Yassi. By the end of this year, you'll learn to be respectful. Yassi's eyes lower halfway and she says, Honey, respect is something earned and you know the exact moment you lost mine. Honey grits her teeth. Get out of my head or I'll report you. Defensive use is not prohibited, Yassi counters. Honey shakes her head. You better watch out. Things are different now. Then her eyes flash, noticing me for the first time. She hesitates as though we've met and she can't remember my name, but of course, we haven't. She must come to some unpleasant conclusion because next, she glowers at me, full on narrowed eyes and pinched lips. Yassi mutters, Don't mind her, she's bitter. Long story about a boy we both had a crush on. It turns out he asked me to the sweetheart dance last year. As we shuffle out of the entryway, she goes on. She thought I'd told Dane yes. I didn't because our friendship meant more to me than a boy, but she went ahead and gave me a tummy trouble brew. Before I realized what hit me, I was in the infirmary and she took my place and went to the sweetheart dance with Dane. Not that it matters. I'd be surprised if there is one this year. That's awful, I say, suddenly missing Chelsea and our homecoming plans a ton. As we continue down the hall, Yassi gives me a tour of the old house, converted into a communal living space. The library and kitchenette are small and have an enchanted quality with cubbies and nooks and lots of low lighting. I smell chocolate and butter and sugar. Lace curtains cover small tables and framed needlepoint decorates the walls. Yassi stops abruptly, gazing at the window. She holds out her hand and then shakes her head. Magical enchantments, to keep us in. Her eyes widen. I'm afraid this is just the beginning. No way they'd have gotten us all back here if they made the changes right away. There would have been protests. No, they'll make the changes slowly, sinisterly. Soon we'll be no better off than if we were locked in the Iron Tower. I was going to say that I almost feel like I'm in a dollhouse or a fabled grandmother's cottage, I start. Jail is more like it, Yassi says, pushing open the door to the common room. About that, they brought me there first. A djinn disguised as a worker from the Office of Magical Management came to my house. I hesitate, not sure how to explain or who to trust. Whatever she's about to say is swallowed up by about 20 girls gathered and chattering. Little balls of light hover along the ceiling like twinkle lights, but without a cord. The girls fill the spaces on the couches draped with knit blankets and patchwork quilts. The room practically glows with welcoming smiles. It's all very quaint and cozy. I instantly love everything about it, but worry tugs on my mind and sours my stomach. Except for Honey. The words I hear from her mouth are bitter criticisms, her comment about smelling wet dog blatantly aimed at the two girls, and her expression is sour, directed at everyone except her closest accomplices, two girls who look terrified of her. There's always one rotten apple in the bunch. I do my best to ignore her negativity when a radiant woman with shiny, curly hair enters through the two French doors. Everyone hushes. Girls, I'm Miss Mayweather. Welcome home. Well, her brow wrinkles as though about to give her usual spiel to begin the year. Things are different now, but we're still a family here even though we have new rules and guidelines. She reviews the new rules for dorm life and is met with groans. We break off into groups and Miss Mayweather brings us each cookies and milk, yes, for real. SHH, don't tell the administration, she says. Reese and Sadie, the two girls, talk to us in hushed tones. Sadie says, if Storch found out about this, Mayweather would get fired and be replaced with a correctional officer. Like the regular jails in the human world? Reese asks. That's what I heard. My lips are sealed, I say. Yassi leads the way up to the third floor and down the hall. Primary students have to walk the extra flight, she says as though relieved her room is downstairs. We pass doors bedecked in banners and decorations, welcoming all the new residents. We stop in front of a door with my name on one side in sparkly gold letters and Bree on the other. I'm relieved it doesn't say, Honey. Primary year, you're assigned to room with another new student. Next year, you can pick your roomie, Yassi explains. Though if what Sadie and Reese said was true, we might be in cells next year. I don't think I'll get used to her reading my thoughts. I turn the doorknob, not knowing what to expect. I'd had the same bedroom my entire life. Inside, all I find are 2 beds on opposite sides of the room, along with a pair of dressers, desks, and windows. 2 of everything, split right down the middle. However, in the center of the room, only my luggage waits. So what do you think? I turn in a circle and shrug. Simple, clean. Yassi bites her lip, peers out the door, and pulls a wand from the deep pocket of her dress. She waves it a couple of times and the bare walls glitter. I blink. She's transformed my side. Gauzy fabric drapes from the ceiling, creating a canopy. Little balls of light like in the common room appear, twinkling. Fluffed blankets make my bed look inviting after this long day. My bags are empty and stowed in the closet, and photos of my family rest atop the dresser. How's that for a magical makeover in less than a minute? She asks. I love it. Do you also do hair and makeup? I ask. Also fashion, I could certainly use some new clothes. She laughs. We're not really supposed to do this kind of thing, especially now, but with so many sisters back home, I'd sometimes get carried away. Now it's kind of my specialty. You'll be able to do your hair and makeup in no time. As for clothes, we have required uniforms. At her words, a drawer on the dresser opens and a plaid skirt, knee socks, white button-down, and a sweater vest, with the school emblem on the chest, shake themselves out. For real? I ask, holding up the red plaid skirt. She shrugs. You get used to it. No, I like it. A lot. Better than prison jumpsuits. Anyway, the good thing is the pockets are deep. She slides her wand back in and adds, you can wear casual dress on the weekends, well, as far as I know. Where do I get a wand? Yassi takes hers out again and balances it on her delicate fingers to show me. This one was custom made for yours truly, but for now you'll get a school-issued wand. You need to know your magic first and then a joiner can customize one for you. That is, if they let us keep them. A joiner? I ask. A wand maker. They join your magic with a piece of wood, metal, or stone. It has to be an element. The school wands are made of wood and only perform the basics. I tilt my head with curiosity. So what exactly does a wand do? A wand amplifies and directs your magic. Don't worry, your teachers will cover all of this. Some people like Chancellor West can perform magic without a wand, but that's a really advanced technique. Or rather, they'll probably teach us how not to use it. But what about things like reading people's minds? That's a different kind of magic. Interior. Whereas wand use is exterior. I have a lot to learn. Thank you for everything today. Of course. I want to say that I hope you like it here, but she cups her head in her hands. Sorry to sound all doom and gloom, but I heard Miss Mayweather's thoughts and she clamps her palm over her mouth. Never mind, I shouldn't say. Just that it's going to get worse and there's nothing we can do. She moves toward the door. Wait. I feel torn between my old life and new. The fact that the academy is transitioning into a reform school. What I knew and what I don't yet understand. So far, Yassi seems like the only one I can tell, if she doesn't know already, given her skill. Dina, the officer from OMM, seemed nice then transformed into a djinn after we landed in front of what I know now is the Iron Tower. The guard said something about a bounty and prisoner, I blurt. I couldn't hold it in any longer. Yassi's eyes go wide. Now, I'm here and this is no longer Riptivik Academy but a reform school. I shake my head. I'm not a delinquent. I didn't commit any crimes. Yassi meets my gaze. Apparently, our crime is our magic. She frowns slightly and then brings her hand to her mouth. It's happening. I thought it was hearsay and conspiracy theories. I knew something fishy was going on. It happened at Amsterdam Island Academy too. They became a reform school, RIP Junior now us. After the brightening, it can't be another shadow army, but something bad is going on. This is the last stop before prison. If they were going to send us there, they'd have done it already. There's something else. They must want to change us in some way and send us back out into the world. But what? Why? She shakes her head. It must be something awful. But can't the magical community put a stop to it? She grabs my arms. We are the magical community. Our parents have no idea. We arrived here to all of these sudden changes. Since we had the commencement ceremony, it seems like some of the professors and the chancellor are fighting against it, but for how long? How long until we're no better off than the inmates in the Iron Tower? Yassi starts pacing. So everyone was tricked. By who? Who has that amount of power? The gates around campus look the same, but you notice the barbed wire and magic, right? I nod. So everything looks normal from the outside. Exactly. Then in here, they'll slowly take away our freedoms, suppress our abilities, and... But why? They probably want to strip us of our power so we're no longer a threat to the non-magicals. Well, I don't have any powers, so why was I brought to the Iron Tower by a rogue djinn? Why am I here? The sensation of anger when I faced the djinn wells and resurfaces, reminding me of that surge of energy. My magic? Yassi lifts and lowers a shoulder. I don't know. As she exits, I remember I have a roommate, Bree. Any idea where my roommate is? I didn't meet her downstairs. But Yassi is already gone, leaving me with her comment about how things are going to get worse. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Chapter 10. I wake up to a tinkling sound and a flash of light as I open my eyes, and the door closes. Bree, I call softly to my roommate. I pat across the room. There's no sign that she was here, except when I pull the heavy curtains open, the center of her mattress shimmers. I brush my hand over it and come away with a light dusting of sparkle on my fingers. After dressing in my school-issued uniform, the socks are itchy. I check my schedule and reference the campus map on the back. Several girls, including Yassi, chat in the entryway downstairs. Good morning, they chime. Yassi links her arm in mine and asks, ready for your first day? I nod. And I'm ready for breakfast. Good, because I want waffles, and I'm hoping Wyatt is in the dining hall, she says with a smile. After we do not eat waffles because they're only serving porridge and with no sign of the elf or Bobby Gold, Yassi walks me to the biggest building on campus, Hawthorne Hall. It's 5 floors, complete with spires and turrets. It reminds me of a castle. Ivy clings to the stone walls and the windows reflect the morning sunshine. You have period 1 with Popperwell. Lucky you. Last year, I had Darrington first thing in the morning. She makes a sour expression. For Popperwell, sit on the eastern side of the classroom because he has a hard time hearing out of his left ear. Good to know. I glance around at the other first-year students, filtering up the stone steps and under the pillared archway. From atop a hill, bells chime from a stone chapel. Gotta run. See you at lunch. Good luck, Yassi calls as she races toward her class. From across the lawn, a group of elves troop. As the bells continue to chime, I square my shoulders and take a deep breath, ready to begin my magical education. The busy first day brings me swiftly to the end of the week. There are increased restrictions with each day, tighter rules, and the guards started to patrol the perimeter rather than relying on the barbed wire to do the work of deterring anyone from trying to leave. My bonus class, the Seminole Seminar, seems to be bogus because every day when I show up to the appointed room in Nightingale Hall, no one is there. My roommate still hasn't made an appearance either. More than anything, I want to tell Chelsea everything and maybe get a hug from my mom. I can't call her. Apparently, the campus is a technology-free zone, meaning students had to do everything the old-fashioned way, or the magical way as the case may be. My wand is little more than a lousy stick with a crack in the handle. The only upsides are Yassi, because she's awesome, and Dewey Dunkle, because he's hilarious. He's a dwarf and has the same schedule as me minus Seminole Seminar. Through this crazy chaos, he somehow manages to make me laugh even though sometimes I want to cry. Not because I see JJ wherever I go and he glowers at me like I'm actually a criminal, but because day by day, we're treated more and more like inmates. Because we are. I search my mind, trying to figure out a way to notify my parents, but the gates are locked. The walls fortified. No phones or technology to be seen. I contemplate going to the administration office, but if I never see Storch again, I might just stay alive. That woman is wicked. There was the chancellor who seemed nice enough. Maybe if I explain my situation, someone will understand. I march toward the administration building when a shadowy figure appears down the path, looking like a storm on a perpetually dreary day. The misty morning doesn't help. I turn and start walking the other way, only to hear JJ's footfalls pounding closer. "West wants to see you," he says. Funny, I was just going to look for him. The note I received from Filbert telling me I'm in danger and that I should run comes to mind. Should I run from JJ? I hesitate on the path as he starts walking. He looks at me expectantly. West won't want to be kept waiting. The comment stands in contrast to his strong jawline, dark lashes, and the particular set of his lips that bring to mind one word. Kiss. If this were another life where we were on the streets of Paris or some romantic place, I'd swish my fancy skirt, loop my arm in his, and we'd eat chocolate and stroll along the Seine, listening to the street musicians. Yes, I've read way too many period romance novels. I needed a break from the pressure of constant scholastic achievement. Instead, I stomp after JJ, cursing my bad luck and the stubborn and confusing attraction I seem to have in his presence. JJ leads me to an office in a formidable brick building. Candles burn in scones on the wall, and the wooden floor is well worn. Yassi could come in and spruce things up. Dust and cobwebs fill the corners of the room, filled to the brim with books, parchment, and odd devices that gleam in the low light. Deep in thought, the chancellor sits behind a broad oak desk with his fingers steepled. "Sir," JJ says. "You wanted to see us?" "Us?" West looks up and smiles slightly. "It's worse than I thought," West says. JJ folds his arms across his chest and leans against the wall as if to say duh. "Hope, JJ." "Don't lose hope," West replies. I cap my head between them, trying to make sense of what they're talking about. It's not gibberish, but I don't follow. As if sensing this, West says, "Maya, you're not just any witch. You are the witch." His gaze holds mine as though this should mean something. That's news to me. You are the one they've been waiting for. The Wish Witch. The who? The what? I tilt my head in question. Your wish is the power they desire. Not a stone or a crown as in the past. No, they want you. With your wish, you can give them anything they desire. In case my teachers haven't reported to you, I'm not all that, powerful or proficient. If you give grades here at Riptivik, I'm probably failing. Not something I'm proud of since I got a perfect score on my ACT, I trail off as West continues to gaze intently at me. You are new to the magical world, I understand. This must all seem very strange to you. You can say that again. Deep down, I want to ask more questions, but I'm afraid if I do, I'll seem even more stupid than I already am when it comes to the magical world. West presses his lips together as though concentrating on something outside this room. Trust me, you are in danger. This is going to sound strange, but someone gave my cat a note saying that very same thing. JJ shifts from foot to foot. It was you? I ask. It's true, West says. You're only lucky that JJ was able to locate you first. We have to be careful. Do not tell anyone that you're a wish witch. But you need to know so you don't give up your wish. I recall my birthday wish and wonder if I already did. Now is not the time to ask. In that case, shall I keep looking after Maya? JJ asks. West nods. Absolutely. I do a double take. More questions flood fast and furiously at me. You've been looking after me? Of course. I almost think his eyes sparkle, but it must be a trick of the dim light. West leans in. I'm going to ask a lot from both of you. Maya, I need you to get close to two people. Find out everything you can, but don't give yourself away. He speaks authoritatively. I let out a long breath. Do I have a choice? He slides his head from side to side. I shrug and surrender. Okay. Who? Agnes Storch and Bobby Gold. I balk. My first question is, isn't that illegal? It's not a crime if you don't get caught, West says simply. My brow ripples. That sounds sketchy. My second question is, why? They're somehow connected to the enemy. The ripple deepens. You want me to spy on the head of administration at Riptivik? I'm pretty sure the chancellor isn't supposed to ask that of a student. You're not just any student. No, that's right. This is a reform school. I'm an inmate. Irritation about how my life has turned so sharply in an unknown direction makes me fume. Heat and tension build under my skin. That's just it. Forces are at play that are unclear even to me. The OMM has bound my hands, removing my influence on the board of trustees. He shakes his head in dismay. But I think that is part of the design. This is something that I'm not meant to solve on my own. He looks pointedly at JJ. I let out a long breath. Does this mean turning this place back into an academy? And more importantly, being free. Will you do it? I nod slowly. Just don't give yourself away. West levels me with his gaze. And keep your particular talent a secret. I stagger backward. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make sure Storch doesn't banish pie from the dining hall. West almost smiles. Is he serious? I ask JJ as the door closes. About the assignment or the pie? When JJ speaks, he somehow steals the air from the room. I shake the fuzz out of my head and then cock it to one side. Did he make a joke? JJ's gaze drifts over me. His eyes dim like he's not pleased with what he sees. Story of my life. I've always had to prove myself. I've never just been accepted, strive harder, achieve more. The bar for perfection has always been impossible for me to reach. I'm a witch who can hardly use her magic, and it would seem to JJ that I'm not good enough for him either, except he has to look after me. I gaze down at my purple Converse sneakers, the only reminder I have of my life before. Would I wish myself back if I could? Maybe. Would I wish myself to be the most popular, smartest, coolest girl? It's tempting. JJ's cold hand lands on my chin and he lifts it, so we're eye to eye again. Whatever you're thinking? No. He must read my thoughts, but does he mean the use of my power or the other thing, how I've never quite measured up? Probably not that. Come on, he says in his accented voice that never fails to give me those stupid flutters inside. Even right now. They go into overdrive as his hand lands on the small of my back and he guides me out of the cottage. I tell myself it's because this new world I'm now a part of just got even more strange and dangerous. It's Friday evening and I have so much homework, I declare. I'm locking myself in my room all weekend to catch up. My futurism teacher received notification during class that if we fail, there are dire consequences of losing what little freedom we have. I hear the library has a dungeon if you're serious about that, Dewey says. His brown eyes sparkle with mirth. Huh, I say dryly but smile at the same time. Yassi says, I was going to say you'll get used to the load just before graduation, that's what the mastery students always said anyway. But we now have school-instituted weekend lockdown and there are no longer mastery students. We're here indefinitely, so it's not like you have much of a choice. Dewey Dunkle's eyes widen. Yassi nods. Yep, I heard. I'm sure they'll figure out a way to restrict my abilities before long, but that's what Miss Mayweather was fretting about this morning. What am I supposed to do if I have a teacher that's a no-show? Who? Can I see your schedule? I pull the card out of my bag and point at Professor Aerosmith's name. I'm sorry, I didn't notice this before. See this asterisk, she says. That means it's a celestial class. At night when the stars are out. I feel my face blanch. Does that mean I've been missing a week of classes? I assumed it was right after 6th period. Around a mouthful of starchy slop, Dewey says, the good news is it's been cloudy the last few nights, so maybe you didn't miss much. I've never had a night class, but he's probably right, Yassi says. From what I've heard, Aerosmith is an, interesting character. She's choosing her words carefully and being polite, Dewey says. I raise an eyebrow. I swear by Great Gregor's mighty axe, she lives in the attic in my dorm. A voice with a deep register says, I'd say she's unique. Yassi brightens at the sight of Wyatt, lowering to the table. I've never had Aerosmith as a teacher, but she led a stargazing workshop at camp and she's all of those things, interesting, weird, unique, Yassi says, counting off on her fingers. She's never in her classroom, I say. No, probably preoccupied with all the clouds lately. It is almost autumn. Well, whatever. You'll know her when you see her. She wears a shawl. And beads. Yassi clears her throat. Also, she paints her face, but only during celestial events. As I said, she's weird, Dewey says. And she'd probably tell you that remind her of Imogen Hawks. Imogen who? I ask. I was assigned her for my historical figure study, a witch famous for her knowledge of the stars. And a megastar. Practically everyone in the magical world has heard of her. How could you not? Yassi says, tapping her chin and examining my face. Dewey digs through his bag and pulls out a thick book. He flips to a glossy page with a sepia-toned image of a woman wearing an old-fashioned gown with a plunging V-neck. Her cheekbones are strong, she holds her head high, and her almond eyes lift as though staring at the heavens. Yassi's roommate, Audra, along with Philomena, a she-elf, joins us at the table. Audra follows Yassi's gaze from the woman on the page to me and back again. Is that Imogen Hawks? She asks. Dewey nods vaguely, staring starry-eyed at Audra, nods absently, having forgotten about the book and me. She was the subject of the last great prophecy, Wyatt says thoughtfully. And there's something about her that reminds me of you, Maya, Yassi says. Something about the eyes. I shrug. Isn't there a saying in the human world about them being a window or something? Dewey says while staring deeply into Audra's. Just then, the book slips from Dewey's grasp and clatters to the floor. Pink-cheeked, he quickly recovers by taking a bite of his slop. Conversation shifts away from Imogen Hawks and my worries about my homework load to a debate between Yassi, Wyatt, Dewey, and the others about what's better. Crystals are better than amulets, Yassi says. Tarot is better than palm reading, Audra asserts. Dewey shakes his head as though they have it all wrong. Donuts are superior to bagels. You're always thinking about food, I say, joking. I won't argue with that. In case you were wondering, cupcakes are better than muffins, he adds, nodding. And everything is better than this. He drops his fork on the plate. We all agree on this and debate fries and onion rings, ice cream flavors, and so on until we run out of food combinations. Then Dewey says, I've got one, video games are superior to books. That's where we differ, I say, and we erupt into laughter and the merits of books. Dewey is alone in his love for video games. I glance at his old textbook on the table between us with the image of Imogen Hawks. Our features differ, her lips turn down slightly, and I'm all bright smiles. My cheekbones are slightly more defined and her brow is pronounced, however, I'm a bit unsettled about how Yassi was right. The glint in her piercing matches mine. What's almost stranger is it gave the year she was born, which was hundreds of years ago, but not when she died. Chapter 11. During the second week, a box arrives from my parents. It's a care package filled with snacks and treats, the Spocket Chelsea gave me for my birthday, my favorite fuzzy socks, and a pack of colorful pens and paper. However, the letter they wrote is crossed out with a thick black marker in places. I get the gist though, they want to know how I'm enjoying boarding school. They did not get the reform school memo. How could they? Before my first class on Monday, I march across campus with a mission. I'm resolved. I'm going to get answers. The administration building is intimidating on a regular day, but its stone exterior burns as the sun rises and doesn't give me the faintest sense of hope that a new day otherwise might. Nonetheless, I forge ahead. Inside, it's quiet except for the ticking of a clock. No one sits at the desk, and I wait a few polite minutes, expecting someone to come out from the washroom or another office. Nothing stirs. I clear my throat. Hello? I call, uncertain. There's what I could only describe as a roar from somewhere deep in the building. A basement? A door slams. Feet stop. Storch appears through a door. Her eyes meet mine with anger as if I interrupted her morning routine. What are you doing here? My anger rises to meet hers. This is an office. I'm a student at Riptivik. I've been patient. I've been waiting for an explanation. Since none has come, I'd like to contact my parents. She growls a laugh. No, it's a roar. Magicals gave up their rights the moment they walked through those gates. You are no different. You aren't important or special. My mother's voice about how I am special whispers in my mind. So does her reminder to use my manners. She says you catch more flies with honey, but what about dragons? The bells toll. Don't you have a class to get to? Storch glares. I huff off. She calls, Maya, be careful. I whirl because it sounds like a threat. My manners go out the window. Why's that? You don't know who you're dealing with or what's coming. Her eyes flare. My anger gutters like a candle and goes out. Definitely a threat. Definitely getting out of here. Assignments consume me, leaving little time to think about how much I miss my family and to wonder what senior year would have been like at Hamilton High, or what Storch said. On Friday, I make my way to Nightingale Hall. The shadows of twilight stretch long and fog rolls in from the mountains. The lanterns flame to life, casting halos of light along the path. While waiting outside Professor Aerosmith's classroom door for the 10th time in a row, ruminating on how she should have at least let me know if she was canceling the class, footsteps echo from the stairwell. Finally, I mutter. I linger in the alcove next to the doorway, preparing a polite but meaningful statement about communicating the schedule better. I could have been spending this valuable time in the library. However, instead of a stout teacher wearing a shawl and beads like Yassi and Dewey described, a familiar, dark figure fills the hall. He's wearing a top hat. JJ strides toward me, but his face is set like stone as though he's deep in thought. He reaches the door and turns the handle before startling. What are you doing lurking in the shadows? He asks in an accusatory tone. I'm not lurking, I reply. I'm waiting. For who? Professor Aerosmith. Seminole seminar. I'd argue she doesn't exist and that this class is a joke, but other people claim to have seen her. It says on my schedule that I'm supposed to be here. He grunts. So here we are. He pushes the door open and enters a dim, dusty classroom. I never thought to go right in, I mumble, following him. The door closes behind me. At the bang, this time, I startle. The air feels cooler, almost like we're outside. JJ turns on a low lamp. It illuminates the angular planes of his face. I imagine he spends more time in the moonlight than in the sun. Being in this classroom, I almost feel like we're on the moon. The space is sparse with several tables on the side near the door. On the opposite wall, shelves contain numerous instruments, mostly made of glinting metal and glass. In the center of the room are cushions set up haphazardly atop a rough stone floor. I lean against a table, clutching my textbook to my chest. He's staring up at the ceiling. When I look up, puffy clouds float above us. Instead of plaster or tin, like most of the other ceilings in these old buildings, this one is made of glass. Wow, I whisper. When I glance back down, JJ stares at me. The memory of meeting him at the bonfire, and how he knew my name, flares in my memory. I was going to say the same thing, he says in a voice so low and thin I'm afraid I imagined it. That night when we met at the bonfire, how'd you know my name? I ask. He eyes the door, but doesn't answer. Instead, he looks up at the ceiling again. I wonder what his smile would look like. He swallows hard when I repeat the question. I don't think she's going to show up, he says, evading my inquiry again. I step closer to him. Did you hear me? After a long pause, he says, yes. How'd you know my name? I repeat. I told you already, the stars. Explain, I say. Irritation prickles my skin. He gets to his feet and crosses the room to the door, but it won't open. He tries again, but it's locked. He whirls around. The hem of the old-fashioned jacket he wears over the boys' version of the school uniform, slate gray slacks, white button-down, and coordinating sweater vest, widens like a cape. Fists form at his sides and his expression turns harder. It's the only door, I say, having already scanned the room, part afraid of being locked in here with him and part eager to get back to my dorm since Aerosmith is a no-show. We'll use the window, he says gruffly. That's dangerous. Dangerous, he retorts with a cold laugh. I inspect the singular window at the front of the classroom. It's a vertical drop 5 stories down, at least. We'll call for help, I say. That's deadly, he says darkly. His eyes float over mine and I push away a shiver. Our gazes meet. His lips quirk like he senses my consternation and it amuses him. His lips are what's dangerous. The shiver returns. This time I push both the thought and sensation away. JJ, I've come here 10 nights in a row, waiting for this stupid class to start. I have loads of homework. I don't want to be here either. But the fact that you are, and I have a question you refuse to answer is frustrating. You're maddening and confusing and cute, in an odd kind of way, but I leave that part out. He folds his hands in front of his chest and leans against the wall. Most people say I'm moody and mean. I prefer to think I'm misunderstood, he says dryly. I exhale sharply. Proud of that, are you? He shrugs. Just then, my eyes land on something shiny and metal across the room. I'll tell you how to get out of here if you tell me the truth. The quirk of his lips returns. They're dangerous and deadly. Which truth, he asks. Why are you so mysterious? I say. Frustration strains my voice. Moody, mean, misunderstood, and mysterious. I like it. He chuckles and pushes to his feet. Insufferable, I hiss, quickly coming up with a plan to make him as annoyed as I am. It might be juvenile, but I don't care. He's so intolerable, I'm willing to take desperate action. He crosses the room, and I follow him like a shadow. When he reaches his arm up to check the door again, I do the same. When he clears his throat, I copy. When he scuffs his boot on the wood floor, I mimic him. What are you doing? He asks. What are you doing? I repeat. The corner of his lip curls up. Mine follows. Oh, I see. Oh, I see, I repeat. I meet his eyes. Those gray pools almost make me forget that I'd rather get out of this room than play this game. Almost. Our eyes stay locked like that for what feels like forever. Forever until he leans closer. This time I don't copy him. I can feel his cool breath on my neck when he whispers, "You did say you knew a way to get out of here," he says. Slowly, ever so slowly, reason comes back and the swoony spell lifts. My eyes land on the ladder I saw before. He spots it and says, "Ha." I want an answer, I say, as he checks the ladder's stability before climbing. He pushes open the glass hatch to the roof. The night air relieves me from that strange and intense moment as our eyes swam together. My answer is, let's get out of here. I follow him up the ladder and onto the portion of the roof that isn't glass. The wind blows my hair back and he grips his hat as we both scramble along the edge toward what appears to be a second roof, lower down. He slides down a drainpipe and lands on an outdoor patio, still 3 stories up. I hesitate. Heights aren't my thing. Neither is being locked in a classroom. Neither is JJ. I grip the drainpipe, willing my feet to leave the relative safety of the roof. JJ tries the glass doors and thankfully, they open. Coming? He gazes up at me and clicks his tongue before coming back. I'm frozen. Extending both his hands he says, "If you fall, I'll catch you." Why should I trust you? You shouldn't. Then he adds, "But of everyone here, I'm just about the only person that you can trust," he says. I think. A gust of wind blew at that exact moment, gusting away the words. It's this or get caught by the ever-increasing number of guards patrolling campus and be accused of trying to escape or something. I carefully shimmy onto the drainpipe, holding on for dear life. JJ steps closer and as I slide down, I feel his arms gather around me. My stomach does a weird thing that has nothing to do with my already present nerves. I turn as he lets go and we're nearly eye to eye again. You okay? JJ asks. No, I croak out. Come on, he says, gesturing to the door. We're in an atrium with numerous potted plants, some bigger and taller than him. The light is dim and the air earthy. I'm going to answer my questions myself. You didn't use magic to unlock the door, so your skills are at least as poor as mine are. You didn't tell me why you knew my name, so you have secrets. He closes the space between us in 3 strides and puts his hand over my mouth, silencing me. Footsteps echo from the interior of the building. JJ pulls me into the shadows behind the door we exited. I try to wriggle away, but his grip tightens. The figure, with golden hair and the glint of golden eyes, slowly passes. It's Bobby Gold. It's as though he's looking for something or someone. I'm about to call hello to him, but JJ grips me against his hard chest, still holding his cold hand over my mouth. I fight the urge to bite his fingers. We remain silent until a door down the hall opens and closes. You shouldn't ask or try to answer questions, Meh, JJ says, gliding as quietly as a ghost toward the stairs. When we reach the bottom, a shadow grows on the wall and Bobby comes around the corner. Well, hello. I was looking for you, Maya. Me? I ask. Bobby glares at JJ, who returns the obvious contempt. JJ ignores him. Bobby says, it's late. You should be back in your dorm. Don't you have homework? What about class? JJ asks me as though we didn't already establish our teacher is absent at best, a flake at worst. With Aerosmith? Bobby scoffs. Cancelled. Indefinitely. Something unfortunate happened. She won't be able to make it. That's why I'm here. He beams a smile at me. JJ shifts so he's standing close to me, almost like a shield. He stiffens. His lips part as though choosing careful words to direct at Bobby. Instead, he turns to me and says, let's go. I'll walk you back if you'd prefer, Bobby says sweetly. My attention volleys between the two. I've tried not to think about how West ordered me to spy on Bobby. Will I get class credit for it? JJ says, my dorm is next to Fiona Penny Legion House. I'm going in that direction anyway. I give him a look, a reminder that I'm supposed to spy. Bobby's golden eyes smolder. It's chilly. I'll make sure you stay warm, Maya. How about we all walk back together, I suggest, not sure how to handle the demand from JJ or the sudden appearance, interest, and overture from Bobby. I'd rather rot, JJ says. You would, wouldn't you? Bobby says and then turns his golden smile to me. Ignoring them, I start toward the door. Bobby catches up and JJ trails behind. Once we're outside, I take a deep breath of the cool night air, eager to get back to my dorm. Bobby asks me questions about myself. Ones I'm all too happy to answer like a normal person, unlike JJ and his pride at being moody, mean, and mysterious. We talk about my life back home, my parents, and how I had no idea magic was real. I leave out the part about being a wish witch, because I don't even know if that's true. By the time we reach the glowing lights of Penny House, he's practically heard my life story, and we're both smiling. The problem is I'm supposed to be getting inside info on him. Spy fail. So what about you? I ask. Well, it is getting late, save that for next time. But let's meet up again soon. Maybe this weekend? I'd like that. I turn into my dorm and the electric shock of my time locked in a room with JJ gives way to the golden warmth of the walk with Bobby, even though I'm a double agent. I hurry up to my room to start my homework, buzzed and unable to concentrate as I replay the moments bringing me back to my dorm and everything that happened before it. The next morning at breakfast, I tell Yassi about being locked in the classroom in Nightingale Hall with JJ Thorne. As if on cue, he appears. When our eyes meet, something like relief washes over his face, but his expression quickly turns stony again. He glides past, hardly even mumbling a hello. He seems angry or preoccupied, but his eyes say something else. Concern? Relief? Curiosity? When he's out of earshot, Yassi says, I think half the school has a crush on Bobby Gold and the other half on him. She eyes JJ. The girls in choir won't stop talking about him. This is only the second time I've seen him and what, we've been here for 2 weeks already? He's like a ghost. 3 weeks, I correct. And I see him every day. If we weren't stuck on this campus, crossing paths all the time, I'd fear he's following me. There's something forbidden about him. Maybe that's why I find myself strangely and frustratingly attracted to him, or maybe I'm just as mixed up in my non-love life as I am in my witch life. He's got swagger. I'll give him that. Like Harry Styles in a top hat and waistcoat. I wonder if he has tattoos and can sing. You know about Harry Styles? I ask. Yassi gives me a side eye. I don't live in a cave. My grandmother did though. Besides, my sister has a major crush on him. Justin Bieber too. JJ settles at a vacant table. I think of our staring contest last night and how he leaned in. Not like he was going to kiss me. No, like he was testing me, to see how far I would take the game. Yassi goes on, he's like some kind of Edwardian throwback. Maybe he's a time jumper. Her eyes soften. Then she shakes her head. No. He's not that. Something else though. What do you mean? He doesn't smile. Something about him is a little crooked. Be careful, Maya. Chapter 12. It's been 3 weeks since I found out that I'm a witch and left home with a djinn disguised as an OMM official for an uncertain future. I'm homesick and write my parents a letter. I have tons of questions, but mostly do the reverse of the conversation I had with Bobby Gold, telling them everything about my new life like I told him all about my old one. I explain exactly what happened with the djinn and how now I'm basically in jail. But like their letters, these parts will probably be crossed out with thick black ink or magic. Still, I'll do whatever I have to in order to get out of here. I've seen Bobby in the dining hall a couple of times since the night we walked back to my dorm together. His smile somehow stays with me like sunshine, following me wherever I go, even on these dreary, cloudy, almost autumn days. I can't take my mind off him or his golden eyes. I have no idea why West wanted me to spy. JJ seems more suspicious, skulking around. Maybe I should spy on him? What do spies do anyway? Remain unseen or at least unnoticed and collect information. No doubt there are nefarious goings-on at this academy turned reform school. But the usual questions remain: why, what, and why? When I write to my parents about my non-class seminal seminar, another pair of eyes replace those. They're steely and powerful. I try to flash back to Bobby, but my brain won't budge. I have to write a futurism paper and quote my father. It's our differences that make us unique, and figuring out what we share in common brings us together. Apparently, that doesn't apply to my roommate Bree because I have yet to see her. I wander downstairs to see if Miss Mayweather can mail the letter for me. She's in her office and asks me how my classes are going. Fine. But Professor Aerosmith never showed up. Oh yes, tragic accident. Turned to stone. Transfixed, we suspect. It's been all over the news. Not the regular news, mind you. We have the Daily Vine. They say print is dying, but not in our world. The papers from the trees are actually still alive. It's a magical form of recycling. So my class is cancelled then? Best to see someone in the administration office to answer that. They'll have to find a replacement. It's vital you cultivate your witch abilities. Her cheeks turn rosy and she shifts as though suddenly uncomfortable. I scoff. I can hardly cast a levitating spell. Popperwell isn't pleased with me. I have to go in for extra help next week. She fixes me with a sympathetic gaze. You have to be the first to believe. Anyway, I'd bet my life on it. She glances around. Don't tell anyone I said that. Things are changing, and that's not just from what I read in the Daily Vine. The Chancellor is doing what he can, but... At her words, bumps creep over my arms. As the next week passes on campus, the heat of the summer sun gives way to cooler, dewy nights. The leaves begin to turn color, and at last, the cinnamon-scented rumor of the famous apple pie Yassi promised wafts from the dining hall. However, it takes a few days to make so many pies, so we have to wait. Gossip spreads that they're going to ban pie, on top of free time in the afternoon. We have study hall now. Yassi's choir group and other student activities were cancelled, and prohibiting mail. No more care packages. What's worse is my trip to the administration building to get my bonus class sorted. Miss Storch wears a grimace and a maroon suit. I wait for ages until she addresses me. Precious time I could be using in the library to research an essay on wand lore. She opens my file and shuffles numerous papers before finding what she's looking for. Replacements for Professor Aerosmith are being sought. In the meantime, she pauses, reading something silently. In the meantime, you'll have Chancellor West for instruction. Her tone suggests this is a surprise to her. She looks at me from over her glasses and then says, interesting. She lifts her chin and seems to sniff the air. I shift uncomfortably, covertly sniffing in case I smell bad. Where do I find Chancellor West? I ask, eager to get out of here, despite what he asked me to do. She scares me. Storch takes off her glasses as though they'd been obscuring her vision and continues to study me. Her eyes are amber and piercing, penetrating. Instead of round pupils, she has slits. She must be part dragon like Yassi, and the other said. He'll find you. She tsks. Don't get any ideas, Maya, I'm watching you. A shiver ripples through me. So much for obtaining top-secret, confidential intel. I hurry to the exit, eager to get out of here now. As I grip the door handle, Storch calls, Maya. I stop and slowly turn. A muscle under her eye twitches. We'll be showcasing the students' special talents soon. What special witchery skills do you possess? I shake my head slowly. None, Miss Storch. I'm a hopeless case. Can't successfully cast a spell to save my life. She snorts. But someone else's life? You'll be working with West. Like I said, I'll be watching. I don't know what she means, and then it dawns on me. She thinks West is out to use my witchcraft for what? To turn this academy back into a school? You betcha, and I'll help him too. I bite my lip. Miss Dorch, what kind of special skills do you have? I hardly believe I asked such a bold question. Again, her eye twitches. Her cheeks burn red. That, young lady, is none of your business. I straighten. My magic is none of yours. She gets to her feet and strides over to me. Steam practically pours out of her ears. I will make it my business. I'll soon see to it you go to the Iron Tower. I know there's something different about you, and I will get to the bottom of it. She growls. I swallow hard. Good luck, I say and exit. That evening, arguably the best apple pie I've eaten follows the usual dinner. It was the perfect blend of sweet and tart, cinnamon and butter, and the crust was flaky perfection. With full bellies, Yassie, Wyatt, Dewey, and I walk back to Penny House, chatting about pie. Everyone loves the apple, but the merits of pumpkin, chocolate cream, and key lime, my mother's specialty, are also discussed. When we round a corner, shouting and commotion come from the other side of the hedge. At the opening, a giant, a fae, and an elf crouch in fighting stances. A female elf pounds the ground on the edge of the fray. Honey and her group crowd together nearby, surveying, observing, and not doing anything other than watching with eager interest. The giant reaches his meaty fist back to pound the elf, but she's too fast. A vampire lunges at the fae, misses, and crashes into the hedge. There's yelling, although I can't quite get the full story about why they're fighting. However, it's clear that it's over their differences, something about space on the sidewalk, taking up too much room, and going back to where they came from. I rush forward without thinking, urging them to talk about it when a pair of cold hands grip my shoulders. It's JJ. My chest heaves and I shout, why fight over it? Why not just, but I don't know what. I don't have a solution other than the obvious, sharing the space. Seems simple enough. Honey hisses, because we're all too different. That's why. We all shouldn't be here together. It should go back to the way it was. Maybe this is why we're now deemed criminals. Magicals don't know how to get along. Yassie turns to me. Her expression is far away and her eyes sad. Yes, in our world, unicorns are real, rainbows are magical, but there are also problems. Honey shakes her head at me, which? It sounds like an insult. However, maybe I misheard her and the word she used starts with the letter B, rhymes with witch, and is unmistakably an insult. Before the fight can get worse, there's blood, flame, and bruises already. Several guards appear. When the scene clears, JJ storms away, dark and brooding. His turns over his shoulder and his eyes land on me. Relief softens his sharp features. Yassie says something, pulling my attention away. Before I get a second glimpse, he's gone. Uncertainty colors the days following the fight. The various groups of magical beings eye each other carefully, either giving each other plenty of room when passing or casting intimidating glares and shoving into personal space. Guards patrol the dining hall and the pathways between buildings. From what I've gathered, Chancellor West has fought for Riptivik to go back to being an academy, but the powers that be, mainly the Office of Magical Management together with the non-magical authorities, have mandated the crackdown on magicals. Our crime? Who we are. Like Yassie, I try to be friendly to everyone, but there's a chill in the air and something dense and boiling simmers below the surface. On my way back from my last period, I get lost in the corridors of Hawthorne Hall. I was supposed to see Professor Popperwell about my extra credit assignment. I'm not failing, even though the system used here is a little different than I'm used to. However, at this point, if there were an equivalent to Hamilton High report cards, I don't think I'd qualify to go to Princeton like my sister. I cannot get the hang of using my wand or magic at all. If the professor had hair, I would have caught it on fire. I reach a dead end in an unfamiliar corridor with a massive stained glass window casting patches of colorful light on the statue of a witch, immortalized in marble, and reminding me of the rumors about Professor Aerosmith having been turned to stone. The nameplate reads Imogen Hawks. I gaze at her from top to bottom. There isn't a physical likeness, but something in the eyes, I guess. One of her hands is firmly on her hip and the other is open, with her fingers curled slightly inward, like perhaps she was once holding a wand. Instead, there's a small piece of paper, rolled up. I pull it out from her stone grip. Like the note I received the morning I was sent here, a ribbon encircles it. I unroll it to find it's for me. I glance around, but there's no one down here. October. Chapter 13. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and for one foggy moment forget where I am. However, when my eyes pop open in the morning, today and every other day since I arrived at Riptivik aka RIP, I vividly recall where I am. But not why. It's shocking not only because I thought witches, wizards, unicorns, and other magical beings were the stuff of fairy tales, but because I have yet to display even the slightest magical ability. Okay, that's not entirely true. In spellcasting, I did manage to levitate a book about an inch off the desk and promptly incinerated it. I also seem to be talented at roasting things, socks, wads of tissues, and other items that don't react well to heat. A bag of marshmallows would come in handy. Instead, I just set things on fire that shouldn't be set aflame. They place more and more restrictions each day. Yassi tried to magic her room clean before dorm inspections and couldn't access the spells, so it's not only me. I sit up and gaze out the window at the sprawling campus bound by razor wire and magic. In the morning sunlight, the leaves of the maple sparkle golden with dew like earthbound stars. This reminds me of the fateful night I saw my name in the sky, bringing to mind J.J. Thorne, the maddening guy who's as mysterious as he is cute. But don't tell anyone I said that. We're kind of enemies at this point. I flop onto my pillow and drape my arm over my eyes. It's not that I want any of this magic to go away. Actually, after the initial confusion, anger, and nervousness, it's pretty cool being a witch. Sure, I miss my friends and my family, but everyone here is great. Well, except JJ. In 2 words, he's moody and mean. He says he's misunderstood. I say he's a big jerk. And mysterious. And handsome. Ugh. I wish he'd get out of my head. Maybe there's a spell for that. I'll have to ask Yassi. Then Bobby Gold drifts into my thoughts. He's dreamy and golden. Kind of literally. I mean, not like painted gold, but there's this golden aura surrounding him. His smile. His eyes. Sigh. Also, he's not a jerk like JJ. Maybe that's what his initials stand for. Jerky jerk. Bells chime, breaking my trance and the early morning quiet. Alright, I'm getting up. No, Filbert, my cat isn't here. I miss talking to him. No, my roommate isn't on her side of the room either. Yes, I'm talking to myself. That's beside the point. My roommate Bree, a pixie, is never here. She's elusive, secretive, tiny. I glance over at her empty desk, vacant bed, and dresser. Compared to the magical makeover Yassi gave my side of the room, it's lonely town over there. I wonder if Bree misses home or her family and friends. I do, but we're all stuck here together. Fact, magically talented beings are now required to get a magical education to learn how to manage aka suppress our magic. If I'd arrived here 2 years ago, I'd be educated instead. I cross the room to Bree's side and sit down on her bed. Weeks ago, I discovered a faint dusting of sparkles on the mattress. It's all but faded. I tap my finger on my chin, gazing at my side from what would be her perspective. What she needs is to feel welcome. I dig my wand out of my school uniform and skim my notes from spellcasting. I know it won't compare to the transformation Yassi gave my side, but anything is better than empty. I get to my feet, take a deep breath, lift my wand, and ink out the transformative spell. I hold my breath and look away. When I open my eyes, it's still a blank canvas, begging for at least a poster, some blankets, and pillows, anything to make it look more inviting. Trying again, I visualize glitter, sparkles, happy colors, and confetti. I picture fluffy pillows, a cozy blanket, a desk lamp, and all the things that make a room cozy. I lift my wand and try again. Nothing. I pace back and forth, summoning what my spellcasting professor insisted I need to work on presence. She said it's vital to be rooted to a place and not think about other things. Apple pie, delicious, hot cocoa, yum, and boys, also delicious, in that golden aura, I could gaze at Bobby all day and never need to eat again kind of way. Yassi gets that look in her eyes when Wyatt comes to the dining hall, so she'd understand. I try the spell again to no avail. Presence. I'm in my dorm room, I smell the smells, crisp air, the windows are drafty, hear the sounds, a dozen girls getting ready for the day, see the seas, this isn't hard since I'm right here, taste. I'm so not licking the wall. And feel the feels. How do I want Bree to feel when she comes in here? Warm, welcome, and like this is her home, despite it being a classed-up penitentiary. I try the spell again and her mattress catches fire. Oh my goodness, what do I do? There's a knock on the door. I scramble around. Do I try to smother it with a blanket? The knock sounds again. Do I stop, drop, and roll? The knocking becomes more insistent. There must be a spell. Just then, the door flies open. Yassi's light brown eyes meet mine. Her mouth forms a little O, but then she raises her wand and incants. The fire goes out, and I exhale. Should I ask, she says. I fan my hands nervously. Bree is never here, and I thought I'd give her side a little makeover to give her a warm welcome. Warm? By lighting her mattress on fire? It was an accident. Yeah, but Yassi's mouth widens into a much larger O. I turn. Bree, red-faced and fuming, glitter puffing from her tiny body, flitters from the doorway. I rush after her, calling, it was an accident. She's gone before I can explain. And boy, do I need to explain. Chapter 14. I drag myself through the day, torn between trepidation about running into Bree, pixies are scary, and seeking her out because I want to apologize. As ever, I don't see her. She has the opposite schedule as me and never goes to the dining hall. I wonder where the pixies eat. I wonder what they eat. The cinnamon-scented apple pie lures me across campus after rumpus, that's the official sport of the magical world. It's like rugby, but magic is involved. Wands are allowed. No brooms though. There's running, jumping, throwing, and spells. Certain spells are allowed on the field, none of which I can do. At least the administration hasn't cancelled that. It's all action, and everyone rotates teams. I used to be the soccer team captain at my old school, as a sophomore if that says anything. None of my speed, skills, or snappy moves matter in rumpus since I'm lousy with a wand. I take a seat at the usual table with Yassi, Audra, and Dewey Dunkle. I snap my fingers for his attention when I catch him gazing at Audra, all moony-eyed. What were we talking about? He asks, surfacing. Yassi wags her finger between herself and her roommate. We were talking about Family Fest. It was supposed to be tomorrow. Dewey hangs his head. My dad wouldn't have been able to make it anyway. Work. What does your dad do? I ask. He's a miner and helps keep Snow White company, he says around a bite of an egg sandwich. Wow, really? I ask. Dewey smiles and slaps the table in an I gotcha way. Gregor's axe, he's an accountant. I guess one of his clients had trouble with the IAS. Couldn't step away. IRS. I ask. No, the Intermagical Accounting Service, non-magical currency gets tricky when it comes to business, exchange rates, tax schemes, and that kind of thing. Audra's chin rests on her hand, staring quite unabashedly at Dewey. Usually, it's the other way around. Yassi leans into me. She has a thing for numbers, numerology mostly. If he continues to go on like that, Dewey Dunkle might find himself with a date to the sweetheart dance, after all. She winks at me. I understand the numbers thing, and for the first time ever, miscalculus. Gregor's axe? I belatedly ask, having heard the expression a few times. Great Gregor's mighty axe, Dewey corrects. It's a collect-all term in the magical world to refer to anything outrageous or outstanding and can be used emphatically. I think there are words like that in the non-magical world called swears, Yassi says. I repeat the term. I hope they still host the Sweetheart Dance in February since they cancelled Family Fest, Yassi says. I couldn't go last year. Gregor's axe, I hope they don't cancel. Sounds fun, I say. Dewey smiles approvingly. Perfect usage. Outside, elves, dwarves, nymphs, all of us gather as a gang of grizzly guys are brought in through the gate. They're all in shackles. Next, comes a group of vampires, werewolves, and then elves. Several official and intimidating men and women gather at the tail of the group. They wear fitted brown uniforms under thick, leather overcoats. They each grip a sturdy wand and carefully survey the crowd. Yassi comes up beside me and says, "That's the Coven Constabulary." "The Magic Police?" I ask. Dewey tucks his hands in his pockets. "My father follows all the IAS laws. I'd swear to it." "They're probably here to keep the peace," I say. The vampires staring gimlet-eyed at us confirm that's the case. "Come on," Yassi says. "We don't want to be late for class." As we enter Hawthorne Hall, a new stone statue sits fixed by the entrance to the staircase leading to the second floor, disrupting the flow of traffic. That woman looks petrified. Dewey squints. "Wait. That's Professor Aerosmith. Wasn't she supposed to be your seminal seminar teacher?" I nod slowly. "She was turned to stone, petrifaction. It's a Gorgon spell." "Who did it? Why? How'd she get here?" Yassi asks rapid fire. We pass the slightly more familiar statue of Imogen Hawks. Dewey cats his head from the statue to me and back again. "She reminds me of you. Do you see how her outstretched hand is curled? The story goes that she used to be holding her actual wand. It was made of a rare stone said to have come from a comet that crashed into the earth. A smooth, reddish crystal that almost looked like it contained fire. It was lost or stolen years ago. No one knows what happened to it. Is it dangerous for another witch or wizard to have someone's wand?" I ask. In most cases, since a wand is joined with a specific witch or wizard's power, mostly it would be useless to anyone else, but who knows? The bells chime. We hurry to the classroom. Later, we meet up and discuss how frustrating it is not to have serious magic lessons. For one thing, with all the fights breaking out, we'd all like to know how to better defend ourselves. "We should form a club," I suggest offhandedly. Storch outlawed those. Yassi scowls. She loved choir. "A secret club." Dewey lowers his voice. "Not a bad idea," Audra says. He beams. My thoughts flash to Bobby and his friends meeting in the room. That didn't seem secret, but he did joke that they're plotting, and asked me to help him. I understand how Dewey feels getting that stamp of approval from someone he likes. But do I like Bobby, or is it something else? Something otherworldly? I don't know. As everyone discusses ideas for our secret practice club, I think about the mysterious note I found recently in Imogen's wandless marble hand. Chapter 15. 3 giants join my language arts class. Partway through, glass shatters. 2 of them clobber the other. I gasp and shift away as they fight. Dewey whispers, "The constabulary will be on them in 5, 4, 3. Sure enough, the intimidating figures in their leather coats swoop in, literally. They don't ride brooms so much as glide through the air. No one can tear their eyes from the spectacle. The professor requests, and then demands, our attention. Now that our little diversion is over, let's have a student volunteer come up and demonstrate some of our recent lessons. No one makes a peep. No one offers to go up. So of course, she calls on me. I remain in my seat. "Professor, my wand, I've been hesitant to tell her it's broken, mostly because I'm afraid she'll think I misused it or wasn't careful. Miss Wessels, she says. If you please, you're going to lift this piece of paper from my desk and deliver it to someone in the back row. I extend my arm and speak the incantation. Nothing happens. The professor's laugh is dry. Try again. Nope. With intention, presence, she says. I obey. The paper bursts into flames. I didn't mean it. I promise. With a stern lift of her eyebrow, she sends me back to my seat. I consider going to Miss Storch and telling her about the djinn, how the OMMs made a mistake. I don't think I have these so-called magical talents. I have yet to do anything other than set stuff on fire. But then her comment about how she's watching me and my last visit keeps me in my seat. Later, the dining hall is chaos. A bunch of Cyclops occupies the usual spot where I sit with Yassi, Dewey, Wyatt, Audra, and the others. Bobby waves me over to join his table with his big group of friends. My cheeks warm and go rosy. I blink a few times, feeling like a marshmallow on fire. Just then, I spot a dark-clad figure across the room also staring at me. However, my cheeks don't flare. I go icy inside. My brain doesn't turn soft. I think of all the reasons I do not like J.J. Thorne. A glare, as sharp as a knife, cuts across my features. Then I notice he's not sitting with anyone. Maya? Bobby says, appearing in front of me. Come on. You belong over here. He doesn't have to drag me to his table, but I glance back at JJ, a black and white snapshot of loneliness. At least I would be if I always had to sit alone. She reminds me so much of Imogen, Bobby says, pointing at me and addressing his friends who all have the same golden glow he does. I assume they're all mages, alchemists whose specialty is tempering gold and other fine metals. Another says, it's not so much her face more in her expression. Bobby smirks. The set of her lips. Determination. Strength. Confidence. Bobby beams at me as though that settles something. The greatest witch in history and the subject of the last great prophecy. Yassi tugs me away and whispers, I know he's hot, but it's best not to bother yourself with him. She gives me a look like she read into their thoughts. I'm supposed to be spying and gleaning information but get swept into Bobby's smile. I scold myself. Nonetheless, I smile and laugh it off, giving Bobby an apologetic smile of my own, then settle with my friends. I want to ask what kind of magic they have, but I feel dumb for not knowing and it seems rude to ask the other students questions like that, so I keep my mouth shut. A high-pitched shout comes from across the room. A girl with dark curly hair spins wildly with her limbs flailing before smacking into the ceiling. I look around for someone with a wand, holding her there. A crowd gathers below. Get her down, someone shouts. Don't let her fall, another yells. But no one is doing anything. Without thinking, I draw my wand, managing to hold the spell to slowly lower her. Then I have a frightful thought. Given my record, I might incinerate her like a marshmallow. I panic, breaking my concentration. She bumps to the floor. It's a girl from my futurism class. I stow my wand, extend my hand, and help her to her feet. Are you okay? She glares across the room. Thanks for helping me, but your friends are wicked. She brushes herself off and storms away. I glance over my shoulder to my table, watching innocently and then to Bobby and his crew. They were the subject of her glare. They're so golden and glowy it's hard to tell if they're concerned or upset. I take a deep breath, not having realized I was holding it. Yassi comes over and bumps me with her hip. At least you didn't set her on fire. How did you know it was me that helped? Yassi shrugs. Magic leaves messages. Some magicals can see it, like mist in the air. Even if you had set her on fire, witches don't burn if she's a witch. Her expression is grim. That's news to me. I wonder what else I don't know, namely if Bobby and his friends actually did that and if so, why? We return to our table and the mood is boisterous, bombastic, and chaotic. 3 conversations happen at once: the giants fighting, there's talk of a lawsuit, 5 vamps that went missing, apparently, a transportate spell went wrong. Then someone asks about the girl on the ceiling. I'm pretty sure that's Bobby's little sister, Dewey says. He's never mentioned a sister, Winnie counters. This is news to me too. Do you talk to him a lot? Audra questions with a wink. Winnie's cheeks turn rosy. No, I just listen. She doesn't have that glow though. Thinking of the way Bobby looked at me earlier warms me through right up to my cheeks, just like Winnie. He and his friends couldn't have been behind that awful prank. Why would they do such a thing anyway, especially if she's his sister? I glance at the window and the glass reflects my image. Over my shoulder, my gaze falls onto a pair of gray eyes that smolder like ashes after a fire. JJ doesn't look away. An icy jolt works through me and I swallow hard, but I can't break my gaze away either. Why does he seem to hate me? The talk around my table turns back to the giants and the vamps that went missing. I'm not sure what's worse, getting lost in a labyrinthine realm after a wonky transportate spell or being the subject of JJ's hatred. Chapter 16. The weekend consists of piles of homework and spellwork. But the bell rings me into Monday with the certainty that the new week won't delay for anyone. The only highlight is the promise of apple pie at dinner. The line is long and a giant and Cyclops elbow each other out of the way, vying for a spot. Ahead of me in line, Honey's silky sheet of hair ripples while she talks in hushed tones with one of her minions. I don't mean one of those cute little yellow guys from the movies. Honey has 2 student minions, as Yassi likes to call them. Their real names are Alicia and Polly. Alicia keeps glancing over her shoulder at the girl who was magicked up to the ceiling, behind me in line, also waiting for pie. Honey and Alicia laugh, not in a mirthful "we just told a hilarious joke" chuckle, but a "we're trying to make someone uncomfortable" titter. Could they be any more annoying? Could this line move any slower? I shouldn't even ask those questions. The girl with dark curly hair hunches into her shoulders as if she knows she's the subject of their whispering and staring. Hi, I say, turning so my back isn't to her. In reply, her smile bunches onto her lips and then vanishes. Waiting for pie? I ask as if this isn't obvious. This will be my 3rd piece in as many days. I can't get enough. It's the only thing edible here. The laughter from the girls are like little darts aimed right at the girl. I catch one and I say, isn't waiting in a ridiculously slow-moving line hilarious? Doesn't it make you want to laugh and stare at people, prompting them to feel uncomfortable and ask themselves questions like, do I have something on my face? Do I have bedhead, a pimple, or a horrible mutation caused by a spell that went wrong that wasn't there last time I looked in the mirror? Honey and Alicia look at me down their noses with smug smiles on their lips. Or are you trying to make yourselves feel superior? I ask and fold my arms in front of my chest. I take a deep breath, looking from the girl to Honey and Alicia. They turn away from us. The girl stifles a laugh. I introduce myself to her. I'm Maya. What's your name, and do you have any idea what their problem is? Sunshine dawns on her face and she smiles widely. I'm Sage, and they're probably laughing because I'm not like my brother. My sister and I are complete opposites, I say as the line moves forward. Is Bobby your brother? Unfortunately. She gives me a careful look as though assessing whether I'm talking to her because I like him. I'm not sure how I feel, only that I know how he makes me feel. I bite my lip. We've hung out a few times. I saw you guys in a room with candles. She waggles her eyebrows, but her eyes beneath are dim. Oh, yeah. That. I quickly play it off. Not mentioning what he asked me to do because I don't quite understand it myself. She leans in. Be careful, Maya. Not everyone is what they seem. At least that's what I think she says, because Honey and her friends' laughter drowns her words as they strut past with pie in hand. I'm about to invite Sage to sit with me, but she's disappeared into the crowd. I pass Honey and Alicia, seated at the table where Bobby Gold and a few of his buddies linger over dinner. I flash him a smile and get one in return. Honey's scowl deepens. After I sit down, a twinkle flashes and I blink my eyes a few times. Bree, my roommate, stands over the table in front of me with her arms crossed. She taps one foot impatiently. A few other pixies flank her as though ready to do battle. I didn't realize they change size. If I were standing, we'd be eye to eye. I can't get my apology out before she says, "What were you thinking? You almost set the room on fire. Why would you do that? You have your space. I have mine. I didn't ask to be your roommate or even be here," and, as she talks, her voice gets higher and higher and her pixie shimmer darker and darker. Wyatt clears his throat loudly, which would get anyone's attention because of the command in it. Everyone turns their attention to him. Calm down. Let's talk this out. Bree fumes. Talk this out? She cast her awful magic all over my side of the room. She started a fire. I was trying to make it more inviting, so you'd want to stay, to hang out, I tried to explain. I'm sorry, I didn't ask you what you'd like your side of the room to be like. But how could I? You're never there. She blanches. Don't tell West. Where has he been? Bobby Gold asks, tilting back on his chair and joining our conversation. He winks at me. Seems like he doesn't care too much about the school anymore. Left us in Storch's hands, Wyatt says. She's the one we should worry about, I mutter. Everyone starts talking at once, going back and forth about the faculty, administration, and the state of the reform school. The chatter turns into an argument. Then a plate smashes. A vampire and an elf face off. A gray, shadowy figure comes into focus next to the table. He removes his top hat and smooths his fingers along the brim. Wyatt looks at JJ curiously. Their eyes meet and for one moment, I almost think I see a flash of recognition pass between them. Despite Wyatt's elven warrior status, he's a peacemaker and whistles and everyone falls silent. JJ, in his gruff British accent, says, "How much should we complain before we do something? What's the threshold between working out our differences and pointing fingers, blaming someone else?" At my old boarding school. A vamp interrupts, calling, "When, in 1882? JJ scoffs and ignores him. We're practically prisoners. It's like they've thrown us all in here together and hope we don't kill each other. Or maybe that's what they want." He inclines his head. I say we don't let them have their way. A few people start clapping and then a few more. I feel Bobby Gold's eyes on me. He says, "Or not. We don't have to get along." I laugh at his sense of humor and add, "We may have disagreements and we're different, but we're also alike. Stuck at this place. We all have talents. That's something in common. Let's try to get along." A few people laugh, others clap softly, but mostly my words settle quietly over the dining hall. Bobby's eyes hold mine and then his hand lands on my shoulder, sending a delightful warmth through me. "Whatever you say, babe." My smile only falters when JJ storms off, slamming the great wooden door behind him. Is he ticked off or is he, a word flies into my head. Is JJ jealous? No, I tell myself. That can't possibly be. Chapter 17. The conversation about the administration and Riptivik status as a reform school carries into the next day. There are rumors and dangerous ideas about how they didn't plan carefully enough and threw so many different magicals together without thought of the consequences. Others blame the OMM for not creating policies. I overhear talk about dissent and protests. And others seem nonplussed. I'm deep in thought when I arrive at arithmetic class and don't notice I bump into someone until my books fall from my hands and my notes scatter to the floor. Crouching, I hurry through an apology, cleaning up because if I'm not in my seat at the bell, Professor Frickman will most certainly give me a detention. When I get to my feet, Bobby Gold passes me a tidy stack of papers. "Thank you, I say, backing toward my desk. He sits beside me in a vacant spot. From across the room, Winnie Tarbell's eyebrows lift and her eyes widen. I shrug and grin before taking my seat. Bobby says, math isn't my thing, so I was sent to this class to catch up. I'm about to respond, but the bell chimes. Without preamble, Frickman launches into the lesson. Like a moth to a lantern, I want to turn toward Bobby. I steal a glance. His tiger eyes meet mine, and he smirks. Every few minutes I sense his gaze on me, and I fight the urge to smooth my hair and fidget. Spying is proving easier than I thought, but there's nothing to report other than how hot he is. Halfway through class, Frickman gives us 10 minutes to complete a problem using a new equation. Do you have an extra piece of paper? Bobby asks. I pass him one and our hands brush. I check my skin as though his gilded gorgeousness will rub off on me like pigment. I try to focus on the equation, but my thoughts repeatedly travel back to my birthday when I made a wish and somehow knew I'd soon fall in love. I can feel the warmth of Bobby beside me. Could it be him? I'm so giddy, I practically squeak. He whispers, maybe you can tutor me. I'm terrible with numbers. Dewey would probably be better suited since this kind of math is new to me, but I won't pass up the opportunity. Of course. When Professor Frickman resumes his lesson, Bobby's hand grips mine for a split second as he discreetly tucks a piece of paper in my palm. Before I open it, I realize he must be the one who left me the note at Imogen Hawk's statue last month. He was in Hawthorne Hall. It had to be him. Bobby Gold is my secret admirer. He's looking after my heart because he wants it for himself. My leg jitters and excitement bubbles inside. I can't wait to tell Yassi. As quietly as possible, I unfold the paper. In scratchy block letters, it says, "Come watch me play rumpus after classes are over today." He flashes me what I've come to recognize as the classic Bobby Gold smolder. My pulse quickens, and I give a little nod. After the bell, I spot Yassi along the path on my way to futurism. As I pick up the pace to catch up with her, I overhear people talking about the incident at dinner. Like the game of telephone played in kindergarten, the stories have already changed. One person says a pixie got into a fistfight with a witch. Others say magic was cast. Not even close. Bree and I ended things on good terms with a promise to have a private talk about being better roommates. I'm outside Popperwell's classroom where he's talking to a group. The bell chimes. No one moves. Without pause, Popperwell comments on a law passed less than 50 years ago, giving all magical beings the same rights under magical law. Under Chancellor West's direction, we were making progress at the academic level and opening our doors to magicals beyond witches, warlocks, and the like. It's a delight getting to know all of you, your backgrounds, and interests. Did you know my great-great-great-uncle was a Cyclops? This was long before any intermingling was acceptable. Each time a baby has been born into the family, we anticipate the gene. He points to his face. 2 eyes. 1 working year. Everyone laughs. He continues to talk, poised halfway in his classroom for the benefit of his students and halfway in the hall for those of us gathered. I've never been one to do things the traditional way. When I was your age, I was in love with an elf. It didn't work out. Back then, things were much different. Her family didn't approve. Mine couldn't imagine grandkids that were part elf and potentially only with 1 eye. Fuzzles. Yassi shrugs like it's no big deal. At the question in my expression, she says, fuzzle means foolishly old-fashioned. Darrington's stern voice commands from down the hall. Professor Popperwell, if you'd please relieve my students from your fascinating discourse, it would be appreciated. They're missing their final period lessons. Popperwell pats his ample belly again. Of course, my apologies, Professor. The students have raised an important inquiry. Best to employ the 3 CS, am I right? Not on my time. Of course. He shoos us away. Lovely chat, let's do it again sometime soon. And if any of you need late notices for your teachers, see me. As Yassi and I go in opposite directions, I call to her, I'm going to watch Bobby Gold play rumpus after class. You should meet me. Everyone late for language arts gets a stern warning, but I'm relieved I missed the practical part of the lesson to avoid starting anything on fire. When the bell rings, indicating the end of the day, I'm giddy all over again, remembering the note from Bobby and how he might be the one. I picture us together at the sweetheart dance and feel the heady warmth of a swoon coming on. However, the feeling promptly fizzles when JJ approaches from the other end of the hall. He's like a rain cloud, showering everyone he passes with misery. Some duck and take cover. Others, the brave girls, watch him with cat eyes as he passes, curious about the mysterious JJ Thorne. As I said, he's handsome, in his way. However, the sureness in his step as he angles for me makes me want an umbrella. Chapter 18. JJ pauses in front of me. We look each other over as though assessing what weapons the other brought to the duel. He extends his hand and instead of a pistol, he passes me a small envelope. I don't get the same flutter of hope I did when Bobby gave me a note in arithmetic. Like when our hands have brushed in the past, a cold zing shoots through my stomach. Showers with a chance of icy rain are more like it. I should probably take shelter. I turn the envelope over. What is this? I ask. Printed on the front in swirly calligraphy is my name. No way did someone as grim and colorless as JJ write it. Bobby nears us like a beam of sunshine, warming me from down the hall. JJ nods at the envelope and says, it's from Chancellor West. I tear it open, reading that seminal seminar resumes tonight and that my attendance is required. I groan. Bobby casts JJ into shadow, smirks, and then takes my hand. He says, ready to rumpus? I smile, despite the clouds across from me. Bobby turns to JJ. Funny, I never see you on the field. JJ grunts. It's been a long time since I played. I'll say. Afraid you're out of shape? Bobby titters. With a snort, JJ dismisses him and to me says, don't forget the note. What note? Bobby asks. Something from the administration about a class, I say, brushing it off and not wanting Bobby to get the wrong idea given his note passing earlier. When we exit into the late afternoon, passing a few students on the footpath down to the lower fields, I realize I'm holding hands with Bobby Gold. The Bobby Gold for real. My palm starts to sweat, so my small talk turns into rambling questions about classes and second year. Nothing that I couldn't find out from Yassi or any of the others, but I don't know what else to say. Bobby has me tongue-tied and stumbling, literally. I trip over a road as he hustles us down to the field. Thankfully, I don't fall. I hardly hear his answers as we parade across campus. As we pass groups of girls, their eyes land on him. Smitten, they giggle. When we reach the stands, he leaves me with a wink and a smile that I'm pretty sure everyone nearby saw, including Honey and her minions. Instead of giggles like from the other girls, I get a glare from them. And from JJ. After the game, I trail behind Mr. Moody Top Hat until we both reach Professor Aerosmith's classroom. Being back in here, I'm almost dizzy with déjà vu, but I don't let the door close behind me and lock us in this time. What are you doing here? I ask. He looks smug like in another life he was a prince or someone important and knew it. His gray eyes are especially dangerous tonight. It's on my schedule. It's like you're always around, I mutter, crossing my arms in front of my chest. The top of his lip lifts, almost in a sneer. I think you'll find you want me around. The sound I make is less like a laugh and more like a squawk. That's ridiculous. I start to argue with him when a man clears his throat. Hello, Chancellor West says. Please, take a seat. He gestures at the cushion set up haphazardly atop crushed rock. The first time I was in this classroom, I thought of the cold, crunchy surface of the moon. West goes on, I'd apologize for being late, but you'll soon find that time is a rather fluid thing, not moving from one end of an hour to another, but in an altogether different motion. And I thought rumpus was confusing. He already lost me. Chancellor West paces in front of the cushions with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazes up at the ceiling and smiles privately. It's been a while since I held the title professor. I suppose once a teacher, always a teacher. Given the unfortunate circumstances with Professor Aerosmith, I'll temporarily be taking her place. Before continuing, he crosses the floor again. His silvery robes shimmer in the low light. Given the familiarity the two of you seem to have had when I arrived, I trust you've gotten to know each other. I force myself not to grunt. Let's make introductions anyway and remember our manners. As you know, I'm Winslow West and became Chancellor here at Riptivik Magic Academy because I believe that our future starts with you. But it's a reform school now, I say, eager for answers. Finally. Yes. That's a little matter to take up with the administration. West folds his hands together. There have been recent changes at the Office of Magical Management. It seems the non-magical community has had a thing or two to say about our kind, mostly that we're unnatural. Criminals. All of us. JJ's glare deepens. So we're being punished for who we are? You might think of it that way. West leans in and lowers his voice. Or maybe you're being prepared. Have you found out anything? I glance at JJ, who gives nothing away in his expression. Not really. Storch is mean. She told me that, and I quote, magicals gave up their rights the moment they walked through those gates, and that I should be careful. When I asked why, she said, you don't know who you're dealing with or what's coming. The lines around West's eyes suggest he's seen both laughter and sadness in equal measure. But this information seems to harden them. He's fit and not feeble, but if I had to guess, I'd say he's at least 462 years old. He carries that much knowledge in his steady stride, the stripes of silver in his hair, and the depth of his eyes, which land abruptly on me. If he didn't have a genuinely kind smile, I'd flinch. That's concerning. Let's talk about witchery. JJ winces with what looks like the peculiar discomfort I feel when Yassi reads my thoughts. He quickly masks it with a scowl. Let's begin. The first rule of magic. You must believe. You must believe in yourself, in each other, in whatever cause you find yourself behind. You must believe in your magic. We don't accomplish great things by doubting. I shift uncomfortably. Easier said than done. Magic works in contrasts. We have creation and conservation, as taught by Professors Popperwell and Darrington. I shrug. It's like good and evil, right? That's an oversimplification, but you're on the right track. It's more nuanced. Very little in this world is clear-cut, black and white. Even though some would have you believe otherwise. Magical concepts are most often complex forms of paradox, when two seemingly incongruent elements or ideas fit together. JJ grunts. West goes on, to take it further, for there to be creation, there must be conservation and vice versa. It's coexistence and interdependence. It's a delicate balance. Light and shadow. Without evil, there could be no good, for example. Do you follow me so far? West said in a few sentences what Popperwell has taken weeks to cover. Perhaps I won't flunk the next test after all. He paces. So if granting a wish is one form of magic, the balanced opposite is? I stutter, trying to answer, but fail. JJ says, the opposite of a wish is a curse. West nods. Yes, I see you're familiar with that as well, JJ. He mutters, unfortunately. Okay, now, define a wish. I've got this. A wish is a hope that something will happen. Like when you see the first star appear in the night sky, toss a penny in a fountain, or blow out your birthday candles. I remember my last wish well. JJ's eyes drift over to me, and I detect amusement on his lips. He says, a wish is manifesting the heart's deepest desire. It's focusing all of one's energy on creating something beautiful. Then action is taken in the form of transferring energy from abstract to actual. It is bold because the person wants it no matter the consequences. Yes. That's a great start. Now, define curse. JJ slouches deeper into his seat. A curse is the worst. I bite my lip. Darrington said a curse is intending to inflict harm on another. JJ adds, if a wish answers a person's deepest desire, then a curse is the inverse, it can take it away. Good, West says. These are broad explanations, but we're moving in the right direction. Let's first talk about what a wish witch can do. They aren't necessarily limited to a number of wishes. Rather, the wishes they grant are proportionate to their power. Where does power, or magical energy, come from? I try to remember some of Quince's explanations, but JJ beats me to the answer. Belief. Confidence. The energy in the universe. He gazes skyward through the glass ceiling. West nods in approval, all the while pacing. Right. Channeling the energies available. Define what a witch or wizard with the talent to curse might be capable of. There isn't a clock in this classroom, but as West goes on to talk about the art of magic, special talents, and channeling energy, the night sky through the ceiling above us grows brighter with the rising moon. We can direct energy toward others, and some can draw it away. It's of utmost importance to protect oneself against someone tapping into your magic. I want to ask him if I was channeling my name in the stars, or if that was someone else, him even, but he goes on. For our first lesson, you will learn how to master your thoughts and the magical energy you're channeling. JJ, you're first. I'm going to attempt to seize your energy, you're going to try to deflect and conserve your energy. The two stare at each other for several intense moments. West breaks eye contact and says, you're very skilled at this already. Rare, unless you're born with the talent. I can see how that might be useful and troublesome. Maya, your turn. I have no idea what I'm doing, how to deflect or conserve my thoughts or whatever. I won't lie, I have apple pie with whipped cream on my mind. After a moment, West chuckles. When presented with a slice of pie, never pass it up. He claps his hands together. Okay, why might learning this be of utmost importance? JJ doesn't hesitate. So someone doesn't try to steal a wish. I didn't know that was possible. Or a curse, West adds. That would be disastrous. I start to argue that I'm probably not a wish witch. How do I know when to grant a wish? I can hardly use a wand. West gazes into my eyes and then to the ceiling. He nods. You are a wish witch, Maya. How do I grant a wish then? We'll get to that, but for now, understand that when someone opens their heart to you and asks you for a wish or when you desire to grant theirs, your energy will be summoned. You won't be able to resist it. When you have the who and the why, the how will come to you. I start to argue again, but he lifts a hand. Right now, it's most important for you to learn not to allow anyone access to your thoughts or energy. His voice lowers, you have a gift, but that's not to say you can't give it away or perhaps, given an unfortunate set of circumstances, have someone take it from you. The lesson continues for another hour, at least. West involves us both in the conversation. However, unlike JJ, when I ask Chancellor West questions, at least he answers. But I don't have the chance to ask him about my name in the stars. I glance over at JJ. His expression is as still and ageless as stone. His eyes are dark and deep, like he's soaking up the lesson, or trying not to let West know he'd rather be asleep. He's a cold figure next to me, not letting anyone in. I'd much rather be seated next to Bobby, tutoring him in arithmetic. However, when JJ glances over at me, the sadness in his face makes me wish I could take the thought back. Chapter 19. As the next weeks pass, pie is on everyone's minds. It comes in the form of apple pie variations, crisps, crumbles, tarts, and buckles, all menu items for the special meal on Hallows Eve aka Halloween. Second to pie ranking high in conversation topic popularity are the ongoing arguments, debates, and brawls. The staff has had to break up 3 fights, one between a couple of giants, they get hangry easily. The second was between a changeling and a cyclops. There was some teasing about 4 eyes versus 1. Then one of Bobby's friends clashed with an elf. Sage gave me the details. For once, the vamps allied with the elves. Rumor is if this gets worse, the coven will be called to intervene. Tension on campus builds, and I yearn for home, but remain in my room, doing homework almost the entire time. I want to visit Chelsea and my friends. They're probably busy with homecoming while I finish writing my essay on Salem in the new century. When I'm done, I find Yassi in the common room. She fills me in on all the gossip going around. Lately there has been a lot. Audra and Winnie come in, followed by a hesitant Dewey. Hey guys, I say, glad to see friends, a consolation since I couldn't go to homecoming like I'd been planning all summer with Chelsea. Dewey lingers on the threshold. Yassi says, it's okay. You can come in the common room. Only upstairs is off limits to boys. Cozy, he says, looking around, but not taking a step closer. We don't bite, Yassi says. Speak for yourself, Ree says as she opens a bag of beef jerky. Dewey turns pale. I'm kidding. I mean, be careful around the full moon. That's why we're here, right? To learn how to use and control our magic. More like not use it, Audra mutters. Did you guys hear that the OMM task force found the vamps that went missing? Yassi nods. Where were they again? Audra answers, Holland. Isn't that crazy? My mom works for the OMM. She said they've never had such a large number of people go missing for so long and across so much distance. How exactly did they manage to get to Holland? I ask. That's probably what they're trying to figure out. Transport aid spells only work with strong intention and a lot of power. I'm guessing the only person capable of that on campus would be Chancellor West, Audra says. Plus runes are outlawed and portals are closed. And why would he send vamps away? Exactly. He wouldn't. Yassi says, however, if enough people get together and incant certain spells, they can perform powerful magic. If people here could do that, wouldn't they just break out? I ask. I've been hearing rumors, Dewey says. The other night I went down to the basement in my dorm to get a snack from the vending machine. He holds out his hands as though we criticized him. Have you ever eaten a Butterfinger? Everyone but me shakes their heads. I like a little midnight snack, and that vending machine is stocked. Anyway, a few guys were talking in hushed tones behind a closed door, one of the study rooms. It was late, I was half asleep and having a chocolate craving. Who knows, maybe they had an exam the next day, but I heard the word secret society. Yassi narrows her eyes. That's all I know. But it's common knowledge that over the years there have been numerous secret societies and groups even on campus. He goes on to talk to us, his captive audience, about conspiracy theories, dinosaurs helped build the pyramids, and spies, aliens are plotting our every move, and schemes. My favorite was how the school pie contains a secret ingredient to keep us coming back for more. I won't argue with this. Before I completely lose myself in a fit of laughter, Bree appears. We were just hearing about Dewey's crazy spy and secret society theories, I say. They're not crazy, Bree starts. The dinosaur one definitely is, Audra counters. But about the secret society. I've heard things, her voice is a low tinkle. Everyone hushes. She shrugs and nudges the napkin on the table. Being small has its advantages. What did you hear? I ask. A group of students connected with an old group tied to the Skirkin. They call themselves the Golden Hive. Skirkin? Dewey asks. Aren't they the ones who were trying to keep magicals apart? Yassi says, present tense. The Golden Hive are trying to make things go back to the way they believed they were in the beginning. They rally to keep bloodlines pure. According to them, there are true magicals with unadulterated blood, mixed magicals, and non-magicals. They don't believe in any of us cross-partnering or mating with other kinds. She shakes her head. Fuzzle nonsense. They just want power over us. To rule. Yes, but apparently, the student group is upset because the hive rejected them, Bree says. Yassi shakes her head. If the hive said the students can't be in their secret club, then we don't have anything to worry about. Not unless they form their own group here on campus. Guys, this combo is wacky, Winnie says, getting to her feet. What's important is what everyone is wearing to the Hallows Eve party. Maybe this is what West wants me to learn and report back. But why me? Bree is a better candidate with her advantage of being small when she wants to be. Conversations break off as everyone chatters about the upcoming and covert celebration. I have the perfect costume idea for you, Yassi says to me excitedly. She glances at the clock. We have an hour before check-in. Come on, I'll show you. I follow her into the cool night to Hawthorne Hall. We pass through several winding corridors. I mutter, I'm convinced this building expands, shrinks, and reconfigures itself, because I get lost every time I'm in here. Yet somehow, I often end up near the statue of Imogen Hawks. As we pass, Yassi says, "What's that?" Sure enough, there's a roll of paper in her outstretched wand hand. Yassi reaches for it. Looks like a note. Ooh, maybe it's a secret love letter or a secret society communication. My stomach finds its way to my throat. She unrolls it. Wait, it's for you, she says, reading my name at the top. I recognize the same handwriting from the other letters. Chapter 20. Yassi grabs the note from my hands and reads, Maya, your sunshine. You are my moonbeam. You're this world's greatest treasure. I don't stand a chance. She makes kissy noises and prances around. It is a love note. Oh my goodness, you have a secret admirer. I sigh, nod, and tuck the note in my pocket. She stops short. Hold on. This isn't the first note, is it? I sigh, nod, and recite from memory, you're still in danger. Do not give up your wish. What should you do? Watch your back, and your heart. What does that mean, and more importantly, why didn't you show me? Yassi asks, bunching up the sleeve of my coat in her hand. I couldn't. It incinerated. You mean you tried to do spell work on your warning/love note and blew it up? Destroyed the evidence style? Why? No, I was standing almost right here, and it suddenly turned to ash in my pocket. I have no idea why. And no idea who left it for you. She turns in a slow circle as though the answer will appear. I'm not sure. I did get that note from Bobby about going to the rumpus game. I leave out the part about the handwriting being different because the content of these mysterious notes worries me. Her right eyebrow shoots up. Bobby Gold doesn't seem like he'd do something so subtle since he already sent you that one. She taps her chin. 2 notes, but from whom? She narrows her eyes, and I almost feel her energy searching the space around us, as though seeking residue left by magic. She turns back to me. Well, it's pretty sweet that you're someone's sunshine, a treasure. She bounces on her toes. It would be nice if I knew whose moonbeam. I'm not big on surprises and mystery. I wasn't thrilled on my 13th birthday when everyone jumped out and shouted happy birthday. Give me the choice between mystery and romance novels, I pick the latter. Maybe he'll reveal himself at the costume party and sweep you off your feet, Yassi says. I've been meaning to ask you, what are you going to dress up as? I say, changing the subject. I'll be going as a unicorn, of course, she answers. How about you? Wait, non-magicals dress up for Hallows Eve, right? Yes. Let's see, last year I went to a Halloween party dressed as a Hershey's Kiss. My friends and I were all different types of candy. The year before that, a tooth fairy. It seems fitting in retrospect. Oh, when I was 11 I dressed up as a witch. Pointy hat and all. She honks a laugh. You thought witches wore pointy hats? Yeah, a pointy black hat, a wart on my nose, long black fingernails. Oh, and I carried around a black cat stuffed animal. That's a lot of black. I've never seen a witch like that. Then you've never seen a Disney movie. I laugh. I've only ever seen 2 movies. One was about pirates. Nymphs, fairies, elves, many of the woodland magical beings avoid technology. My mom says it interferes with our intuition. For me, that's the gateway to my magic. She shrugs. The other movie I saw was at a drive-in. My sister was dating a human boy and we all snuck out. Don't even ask how much trouble we got in. Anyway, I fell asleep for the second feature, but the first movie was about these little blue creatures, and no, they weren't long-tailed croops. Croops? Yeah, those little lizard messengers. They curl around your finger, but then if you throw them they sort of like lasso around an object. Every kid had one when I was little. I've never heard of them, but do you mean you saw the Smurfs movie? Yes. That's the one. Have you seen it? She asks. I nod, then get an idea. I know, I say, fluttering my hands. Maybe I should go to the Hallows Eve party as a Smurf. Ooh, you'd be adorable. She leans close, smoothing my hair from my face, and examining me closely. Do you trust me to try a Tansacetum annum potion on you? I could temporarily make you blue. Don't worry, it's mostly composed of Moroccan tansy flowers and isn't permanent. Yassi is a pro at redoing rooms. I'm sure she could make a wall blue with no problem, but I'm not so sure about my skin. I was thinking of face paint. But didn't you have an idea for a costume? Isn't that why you dragged me out here? She looks over my shoulder and points at the statue. You're right. I was thinking you go as Imogen Hawks. Before I can argue, she pulls me down the dim hallway, down another I never noticed, and up several flights of stairs. Couldn't you have told me that in the dorm? I ask, catching my breath. She shakes her head. No, you have to see this. There's a small collection of historical artifacts, including, she stops in front of a glass case, a dress once worn by the lovely Miss Hawks herself. It's the one from Dewey's textbook, I say, recognizing it from the image he showed us when he declared the historical figure resemble each other. It's magnificent. Embroidered in sheer fabric, golden thread adorns blue, almost black like the night sky. Small gold embellishments, like moons and stars, form a celestial pattern. It's stunning, she says. Beautiful, I whisper. But I can't wear it. We can't just take it. No, but we can replicate it. In a few days? How? Magic, of course. From somewhere in the building, a door opens and voices rise and fall. I have a sinking sensation in my stomach. No, I can't go as Imogen Hawks. It isn't right. People say I remind them of her, but I shake my head. I like the Smurf idea better. She sighs. If you wore a gown like that, whoever wrote you those notes wouldn't be able to resist revealing themselves and professing their love. Yassi sing-songs. Let's not get carried away. I scrunch up my face uncomfortably. It seems odd how everyone comments about her and me. Didn't she live, like, over 100 years ago? Yassi answers, you don't look alike, but there's a gleam in your eye and something about your magical aura, your message, that reminds people of her. The talk of her being a legendary witch and the so-called prophecy makes me want to keep my distance. What if people expect me to live up to her standard? I already tried that with my parents. I can't even patch the burn hole I made in my sock using magic. Also, dressing up as a dead person gives me the creeps. I don't do well with ghosts. I shake off a shiver. We should get back to Penny House. You can experiment with the Smurf spell, just for fun. Our voices echo in the empty corridor as we debate my costume options. Yassi continues to try to convince me to go as Imogen Hawks. When we pass Professor Frickman's classroom, he dismisses a group of my classmates who needed extra help. They're glassy-eyed as they stump down the hall. I probably should have been in there for tutoring. I wonder if Bobby is inside, but Yassi hurries me along. In the distance, the bells chime. Miss Mayweather won't be happy if we're late for check-in. Once outside, fog rolls in a smooth wave down from the mountains and creeps across campus. Its fingers wind through the trees, leaving us under the blanket of a quiet, peaceful night. The air is the kind of crisp I remember from when I used to go trick-or-treating. Little puffs of our breath dissolve as we hurry toward Penny House. We're near to the dorms when from the opposite direction, shadows slink along the brick wall of a building. I guess we're not the only ones almost late for check-in. Low voices chatter, followed by joking laughter. Then a groan and a grunt. Yassi grips my arm. What was that? I tilt my chin in the direction of the shadows. We sneak toward the sound, but as we get closer, the shadows disappear, the laughter fades, and the side door to a boys' dorm closes. Maybe it was a secret society initiation, Yassi whispers. Do you think what Dewey was saying about conspiracy theories could be true? I ask with disbelief. There's only one way to find out, she says, drawing me toward the boys' dorm. We can't spy. What about getting back to Miss Mayweather? I stop on the path. Wait a minute, that's Wyatt's dorm. She smiles mischievously. Don't you wonder what he's going to wear for the costume party? You'll find out next weekend. Now come on, before we get in trouble. Once back in the dorm, Yassi flops onto her bed and flings her arm over her face. Have you ever been in love? Crushes, yes. Love, no. You? I ask. I know the answer before she replies. We talk about Wyatt well past midnight. Bobby has his eye on you, and so does a certain fellow in a top hat. I squawk a laugh. But Honey has her eyes on both of them. Greedy daughter of, Yassi breaks off. I don't know much about JJ, but he doesn't seem like the type to hang around with a girl like her. She's pretty, I trail off. She's not nice, Yassi says. That doesn't seem to be high on JJ's criteria. He's not nice. And there's no way I'd ever like him. Yassi laughs like that's the most hilarious thing she's ever heard. Anyway, you're pretty too, and pretty fierce. You just don't realize it or how you feel about JJ Thorne yet. Chapter 21. In the next days, everyone gears up for Hallows Eve, leaving homework as an afterthought as we perfect our costumes to prepare for the party, doing our best to fly under the professor's radar. There's a secret committee for refreshments, decor, activities, and some that are super specialized. Rumor has it that the decoration committee has something huge in store for us. I'm on cleanup duty the next day. Not too glamorous. When Friday finally arrives, everyone is eager and excited as we meet before classes to practice magic. Me? Not so much. Not because I'm still a failure with my wand, and not because it's Friday the 13th and Rish just told a story about how her roommate's older brother was at Riptivik last time Hallows Eve fell on a Friday the 13th. A student, an apple tree, and a ghost went missing, never to be seen again. I set aside my apple. Did they check Holland? I ask, thinking of the recent vamps. They did. I'm staying out of the orchard, I say with a shiver. I saw Sage, Bobby's sister, sneaking around down there the other day. She seems nice, but there's something, I don't know, different about her. Yeah, she lives in the golden shadow of her big brother, Dewey says. I know the feeling, but I live in the golden glow of my parents' Olympic wins. Sage is nice. But that's not my concern. I'm stuck on a feeling of uneasiness. Could it be what Bobby asked of me? He hasn't said a thing. Maybe it was all a joke. Are you okay? Yassi asks. You realize, we have to pass through the orchard to get to the bells chime, indicating we'd better get to class. Chairs slide across the floor, students shuffle their bags and bust their plates. I take a deep breath, focusing on the fact that I'm going to dress up as a Smurf, not Imogen Hawks, and there's no such thing as ghosts. Audra, Winnie, and the others talk about their costumes on the way to class, but I can't shake the tingles along my spine from the mention of all things eerie. The overcast sky, the fog hanging over the mountains in the distance, and the crows scattering from the dark pockets of the woods bordering one side of the campus don't help. However, Popperwell puts me in a pleasant mood with a distracting story about a trip he took to the Amazon several years ago. He describes the sunshine, the organisms, and a long conversation he had with an ancient tree. Whether or not it's true, it's funny to imagine my plump professor talking to a wimba tree in the jungle. In arithmetic, Bobby is absent, but that prompts me to imagine him on the rumpus field where I last saw him. A test in alchemy provides a focused distraction, mostly because I'm afraid to fail. Darrington doesn't scowl when I arrive in her class, which is a first. She practically flits around the room, lowering the screen she uses to project images from her wand, not a machine. While we settle in, she makes a sound, almost like a laugh, but sharper and a little like something dense being hit with a wooden club. At least she isn't yelling at someone because they forgot their homework or slicing us to ribbons with her glare, typical Darrington behavior on a Friday. She dims the lights and says, "Today is very important." For those of you not familiar with Hallows Eve traditions, particularly insofar as they relate to conservation, this will be a treat. A student mutters something about her relatively pleasant mood being a trick, given it's Halloween. By the tapping of fingers on desks, darting eye movements, and the general uneasy tension in the room, we're all suspicious of Darrington's good humor until her "dare me to give you a detention" look silences the laughter after the trick-or-treat joke. As she explains the significance of Hallows Eve, my body gets colder and colder, like my blood slowly chills in my veins. Her voice cuts through the quiet in the class. "On this auspicious night, the veil between the two realms thins," she says. When she starts to highlight the difference between ghosts, ghouls, and spirits, I stop listening. When I was 6, my dad's mother came to stay with us. She was super old, stooped shoulders, cane, wrinkly, crotchety. Not a cuddly grandma like on my mom's side. Though, finding out that grandma's a witch stirs up all kinds of questions. Anyway, looking back, I imagine my grandmother came to stay with us so she wasn't alone in her senior years and so my parents could look after her. She rarely came out of her room, yelling for my dad to bring her more Epsom salts to soak her feet. She rarely ate, and if she did, complained my mom's cooking was too spicy. My dad's hair rapidly went gray, my mom had to keep shushing me, and her singing stopped. It was a dark, silent time in the Wessels household. I don't think my grandmother was there for a full month before she died. Then the noises started. Raspy howling like wind rushing through the winter woods. Clanking and a 3-part stomp, stomp, stomp. The sound of my grandmother crossing the floor and leaning heavily on her cane. I was terrified to go upstairs and especially to pass the guest room. One night, I woke to a rattling, breathing sound. I sat up in bed and she was sitting on the edge, watching me, a gray figure, exactly like herself in the old black and white photographs my dad displayed at her funeral. I tilted my head, realizing something. It was shortly after my grandmother passed away that Grandma visited from Jamaica. Sure enough, the sound stopped, my mother started singing again, and my dad finally looked like he'd had a good night's sleep. Maybe she performed some kind of ghost-banishing magic. I snap back to reality as Darrington goes on to say that we'll all meet in the old cemetery for the ceremony to welcome the traveling spirits as the veil thins. She says something about how it's our job to encourage their journey forward to the other realm where they'll travel onward to the Sea of Dreams. She adds, when Hallows Eve falls on an auspicious day, the moon is full, and the energy is powerful, sometimes the veil doesn't just thin, it lifts. The bells chime and everyone quickly gets to their feet and rushes from the classroom. However, JJ lingers by his desk. With a backward glance, I hurry out as though my grandmother is back there too. Chapter 22. After dinner and a sampling of all the apple pie variations, the cinnamon crisp was my favorite. We returned to our dorms to prepare for the covert costume party followed by the Hallows Eve ritual. I wasn't listening during Darrington's explanation of what that entails, and quite honestly, after she said the stuff about ghosts, I don't want to know. I go down to Yassi and Audra's room, dressed in a little white dress and smurf hat. Audra looks up from applying swoops of dark eyeliner. "You look adorable, but something is missing." Yassi exclaims, "I haven't made her blue yet." Audra goes to her closet while Yassi stirs a blue concoction in a cauldron. No joke. Am I supposed to take a bath in that? I ask. This? No, this is for the ceremony tonight. It's one of my alchemy assignments. Phew. For a minute there, I thought I was going to paint it on my face or something. She laughs. Of course, it's the Tanacetum annum potion. Don't worry, Professor Collini supervised. Now, drink up. What? I ask, slapping my hand over my mouth. We argue back and forth, but in the end, I swallow mouthfuls of the earthly, floral liquid that has the consistency of milk. I gag a few times. Yassi pats me on the back, and before our eyes, I turn grayish, then blue, bluer, and bluest. Yassi exclaims, "Smuffy." Audra emerges from the closet, jumps back, and says, "Wow. That was fast. Oh, and I found what you were missing. White shoes to go with your Smurfette costume. White high-heeled boots, to be exact." I slide them on and totter out of the room like a very tall and wobbly Smurf. The penny house girls gather in the common room. Yassi is a gorgeous, ethereal unicorn. There's a scarecrow, a giraffe, several creatures I've never seen before, a rainbow, and others in dark robes. We sneak out of the dorm along the lantern-lit paths and toward an old mansard-style house, named after Chancellor von Freak, who initiated the Hallows Eve ceremony hundreds of years ago. The place looks haunted during the day, so I don't imagine the decorating committee had to do much, except put a spell of concealment over it so the teachers don't see. When we reach the house, cobwebs spread wide and sticky along the walkway leading up to the porch. A click, click, click like high heels echoes. Oh, that's probably me. Then a large, hairy leg stretches from one of the webs. Mine is blue and not hairy. This leg belongs to a huge, lifelike spider. I gasp and grip Yassi's arm. From a window above, bats pour into the night, their wings sharp against the sky. Candles flicker on nearly every surface as we enter the house. Organ music plays a chilling tune even though a fire crackles in the large stone hearth. I don't see many costumes from regular Halloween except for multiple zombies. Others are variations of magical creatures, some with horns, others with fangs, scales, and a few elves and pixies, though not like the elves and pixies that actually attend Riptivik. These are dead versions of students, a cyclops with an arrow through his eye, gory fae, a headless elf, and mangy werewolves. Reese and Sadie, each wearing ballerina costumes, glare at them. The changelings look like your average humans, which is surprising because I assumed they'd go all out, considering their abilities. Wow, I say. It's all startlingly realistic. Yassi asks, isn't it cool? Some use metamorph spells, potions, and of course, regular costumes. We wander over to the refreshments table, laden with bowls of colorful candy, never-melt ice cream, and s'mores magic bars. At least they look like the ones my mom makes. It's warm in here, so I dip the ladle into the punch bowl. Yassi grips my hand. No, not that one. Her face is grave. It's for the vamps. Blood? Yup. Something smells like the mud from the bottom of a lake. A scaly, slimy creature sidles up beside me while I try to decide if I should have a brownie or a cupcake and make sure they're safe for eating. I hold my breath, but the stench is so strong I back away. I don't let Yassi's unicorn horn out of my sight as I weave through the crowd of costumed students. She's standing beside Wyatt, whose hair is in a man bun, along with a pair of twin baby dragons, Dewey and Winnie, and a mummy, not sure who that is. Dewey says, the beast trainer apprentices bring actual spiders, bats, swamp monsters, ghouls. Cool, huh? I think I smelled the swamp monster, but ghouls? A lump forms in my throat. Wait until you see the ghosts later, Yassi says. Trust me, I can wait. Despite the overall spookiness of the party, the organ music eventually goes quiet and dance music comes on. Yassi and Audra sing along to songs I've never heard before and pull me onto the dance floor. As one song turns into another, I'm having fun. The swamp monster stinks, but still, it's pretty rare to see. I let my blue limbs loose and dance along with my friends, losing track of time. A boy dressed up as a golden angel slides between Yassi and me, Bobby Gold. He draws me from the middle of the dance floor into a circle of his friends, also dancing. I can't tell who's who disguised as undead elves, vampires, and a mangy werewolf. We dance and dance, the vague recollection of fey court dances springs to mind and just as quickly spins away. I never want to stop. Bobby grips my hand, twirling me around. My thoughts fade. I feel a golden glow inside. I linger there, in a lovely buoyant place of forgetting. I dance in Bobby's arms as students circle around. I'm dizzy with delight. The room spins and spins until I see stars as brilliant and bright as the night sky. Then the twinkle fades and flashes of my classmates fleeing campus enter my vision. Masked figures in capes drive dwarves, elves, and the others off campus. One of the masks slips and it's me. I'm one of the cloak-wearing creeps. No. The pleasant warmth turns into fire. I'm burning up inside, slamming back to reality, feeling scared, violated, and confused. Bobby grips my hand and his brow wrinkles with concern, but his lips tilt toward a smile. Maya, are you okay? You looked far away for a moment. I brush my hand over my forehead. I'm fine, I lie. I need some fresh air. I excuse myself as he calls me back, but our hands slip apart. I lose him in the crowd. I don't know what just happened, only that I was watching the room whirl before my eyes then saw a horrific scene. I spot Yassi's unicorn horn by the refreshment table. She and Wyatt lean close in deep conversation. The others are leaving the dance floor. Dewey asks, thirsty? I'd say that you look like you've had a fright or seen a ghost, but that's not for another hour. The fright or the ghosts? My voice quavers. He laughs. Eyeing the vampire drink I warn, avoid the punch bowl. Dewey disappears to the other end of the table. Everyone knows to avoid the punch bowl, a sing-song voice says as if this is common knowledge. It's Honey, dressed like an angel, complete with wings and a halo, the female version of Bobby Gold's costume. You know what else you should avoid tonight? Who? Bobby? I ask brazenly, knowingly. Likely, she saw us dancing and is staking her claim. Her eyes narrow and she titters. If it was up to me, yes, but I'm talking about these friends of yours. Why do you say that? I ask, feeling the flush of irritation building inside me. My fingers flex. Things are changing at Riptivik. You've been warned. Her words are sticky. She swiftly looks me up and down and then pushes her way through the crowd. I move to follow her and find out what she's talking about, but Yassi rushes over. Are you okay? She asks. Everyone keeps asking me that. Just tired. Tired of all this uncertainty, these warnings, and hardly knowing a thing about the world I entered. Oh. I hope the Tanacedamanum potion isn't blocking your sweat glands. It is hot in here. That sounds gross. No, it's just. Her eyes narrow, and like in the past, I feel her thoughts enter mine. She snaps back and her face pales. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I turn away, afraid she saw the disturbing vision I had. Honey's warning rings in my ears when Dewey returns with 2 cookies balanced on top of 2 cups. Yassi, there you are. As a second year, maybe you can answer this question: is it unusual for students to dress up as dead members of the school community? What? She asks, popping a piece of candy corn in her mouth. Haven't you noticed the group of students dressed up as other students afflicted, impaled, or otherwise? He drags his finger across his throat. Yeah, I say. I thought it was a Hallows Eve thing. Zombies are really popular Halloween costumes. Yassi shakes her head and her face falls as though realizing the meaning behind the costumes. Even though Hallows Eve is a night to celebrate the dead, it's also a time to respect life. So the person dressed up as a vampire with a stake through his heart is unusual? Yeah, she breathes. Standard Halloween fare in the human world, I counter. Her eyes meet mine, and I'm sure she saw my vision. Her jaw tightens. No. Something isn't right. I think it's the secret society, Dewey says. Trying to scare us or make a point. It's not every day I see a dead dwarf walking around. I don't like it. It's wrong, Audra says, helping herself to Dewey's second cookie. I need some fresh air. I hurry outside, avoiding the massive spider's web, and sit on a bench. In the shadows, a familiar guy with a top hat confers closely with the boy wearing a vampire costume with a stake jutting from the chest. If Dewey is right and there's a secret society, aspiring to divide magicals, does JJ want to join? Is he already a member? He is moody, mean, and mysterious after all. Before I can speculate further, the bells chime 11 times, indicating it's time for us to go to the cemetery for the ritual. I'd rather return to the safety of the dorm, but don't dare walk back by myself. I wait for my friends, despite Honey's warning and my trepidation. Von Freak House clears out, and we follow torches lighting the way through the orchard, the pumpkin patch, and to the iron gates of an old graveyard. Yassi says, this is where all the chancellors are buried, some of their family members, and others associated with Riptivik. It also used to be a portal to the other realm. She leaves out the part about how it's creepy. Mist hangs low around the tall stones as we form a wide circle around the perimeter. Lit candles make their way around the ring until we all hold one. I recall the spell Bobby told me when he and his buddies held candles in the classroom when I ran into him on my way to get help from Popperwell. My stomach swims with so much anxiety I can hardly think straight. Darrington tends a fire in front of a tomb and everyone is so quiet I can hear the crackle and snap of the wood, along with the wind whispering through the trees in the nearby forest. I think of the beach bonfire the night before I found out that I'm a witch and ended up at Riptivik. She welcomes us, invokes the cardinal directions, honors the ancestors, and asks that the dark mysteries guide the spirits to their final resting places. Sparks blaze from the fire, lifting toward the sky and warming me, despite being in a cemetery on Friday the 13th. Let us not extinguish our light tonight as we guide the spirits to pass to the next realm. We repeat several chants we learned in conservation class and then fall silent and still as a hazy figure rises from behind the tomb. Is this what Bobby meant? Am I supposed to do something to stop this? I swallow hard. The warmth leaves me. Witch or not, this feels wrong. Darrington raises her arms and speaks stridently. Those gathered are here to protect and light the way so you may safely travel onwards. Go, be free of this mortal life, now and forevermore. The ghost of a man wearing a winter jacket and snow boots shambles along a worn track in the grass. His eyes gaze straight ahead as though he doesn't see us. When he reaches the edge of the ring, it's as if an invisible hand snatches him up, and he disappears into the night. I stare up at the sky. Clouds shift past the full moon, stars spark to life, and I wouldn't be surprised if I see witches up there on brooms. But I don't. Instead, we stand guard as several other ghosts make their journey to the other realm, wherever that is. My legs tremble. I brush cold sweat from my brow. The spell Bobby told me to grant our freedom is on my tongue. I try to find him in the flickering light, but don't. Another ghost appears. Around the circle, several candles suddenly snuff out. The circle of light breaks. Fear keeps me from speaking the spell or making a wish. Instead of the ghost moving smoothly forward like the others, he flickers like a flame in the breeze. When he nears the edge of the circle, instead of vanishing to the other realm, his figure darkens into a ghastly vision of death and decay. From the gravestones, more spirits appear, and over the shrieks of students, Darrington shouts for us to relight the candles and return to the circle. I scramble, scanning for Bobby. Did I do something wrong? Or keep things from going right? Everyone scatters. I trip over a mossy rock. Spirits, ghosts, and ghouls rise from the graves. Cold seeps into my skin. A piercing feeling, like Yassi reading my mind, but amplified, penetrates the deepest parts of me. I get to my feet as everyone stampedes from the cemetery. I shout for Yassi, Dewey, and Wyatt, any of my friends. The fire smolders, and I can't tell which direction leads back to campus. Several of the grim, creepy figures surround me, chilling me further. They drain me, suffocate me, and I need fresh air more than I did when I had the vision on the dance floor. I spin in a circle, but they close in. My head aches and my vision blurs. I feel weak, like I'm slipping underwater. I struggle to breathe as the air is leaving me, and I move away from this life. Then someone sweeps me off my feet and pulls me tight against them. The figure is a blur, or maybe I'm losing consciousness. I squeeze my eyes closed as air moves swiftly across my skin. Silence surrounds me. Fear grips me. I open my eyes. The bushy rows of the apple trees in the orchard take shape. The stars twinkle high above. A single cricket chirps a lonely tune. I look up into a pair of gray eyes. JJ's brow furrows as he concentrates on the path ahead, carrying me. He smells like the fresh air I longed for moments ago. We stop under a gnarled tree. I blink a few times. JJ, without his hat, gazes into the darkness at my back. He brightens slightly when our eyes meet. "Are you okay?" he asks. I'm not sure. The vision while dancing, the ghosts in the cemetery, and our flight left me feeling cold and shaky, lost and confused. He looks at me a moment longer and says, "You're okay." I feel sudden warmth, like the stars above light me up within. Something like relief or amusement flashes across his face. Then it slides away as quickly as he lowers me to the ground. I smooth my costume. "What happened?" I ask. He shakes his head. "JJ, you owe me an explanation," I demand. "You have to answer me this time. What matters is that you're okay." His voice is low. Grave. His eyes hold mine. Intense. Then he hurries away. I call after him, but he fades into the darkness like a ghost. December. Chapter 23. The night feels like a forbidden thing. In the distance, the bells chime, indicating it's midnight. JJ walks in front of me. His gaze travels ever upward as though seeking something beyond. I grip his arm, stopping him, and shiver. "I didn't do it," I say. The moon lifts higher in the sky as though trying to get farther away from everything that happened in the last hour. I'd like to do the same. We're still in the orchard. Now, he paces, gazes skyward, and every once in a while steals a glance, or rather casts a glare, at me. As if this mess is my fault. Is it? To his back, I say, for the record, I had no interest in the Hallows Eve ritual. I am not a fan of cemeteries. My candle stayed lit as instructed. I didn't say the spell. JJ looked sharply at me. I have no interest in answering the question. He's sure to ask what spell. I was the one who was swarmed by those ghastly ghouls, or whatever. I stalk toward him as my voice rises. And just so we're clear, I hate ghosts. I grind out the words. If I didn't know better, I'd think the stoic, the cold, literally, his skin is icy, and moody JJ Thorne flinches. Maybe I'm finally getting through to him. Explain what happened, I say. My finger, poking him in the chest, it's surprisingly hard, punctuates each word. I can't explain. His voice is as thin as the air. Because you don't know, or because don't want to? I fire back. He steps away from me. Come on. You should go back to your dorm. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have right now. In place of his usual irritability, he sounds slightly strained. I huff, but he walks on. I follow, because I refuse to be left in the orchard alone. Not on this night, and given what happened, not on any night. We walk back to my dorm in silence. Despite wanting nothing to do with him, I keep close by JJ's side as shadows loom bigger and spookier at this late hour. My body aches with exhaustion as the events of the night rush back to me, the circle of students in the cemetery led by Professor Darrington, ushering spirits to the next realm. Then the candles flickering, the figures fading and transforming into creepy ghouls. They surrounded me, and I felt as though I too was leading this life. Chills worked their way across my skin, right down to my bones. I'm too shaken to ask JJ more questions and slow down a beat. In the distance, a coyote howls. He stops and grabs my hand. I fight the urge to yank it away because somehow it fits there. I huff. I hasten to keep up with him, he's practically dragging me. The lanterns guide us along the path as we near Fiona Penny Legion House, my dorm. JJ's hand tightens around mine. Before we get there, he pulls me into an alcove. We're so close I can see the stars reflected in his eyes. His breath is cool on my cheek. Maya, I'm here to protect you. Don't make my job more difficult. Gregor's axe, don't make my life difficult, I retort. I'm the one who has to spy on Storch and Bobby. I'm the one who was attacked and needed rescuing or whatever. A flicker of a smile crosses his features. I snort. Figures you'd relish my misfortune. He growls in frustration. Tonight was, he stops himself. Watch your, he shakes his head. I want him to say that he doesn't relish my misfortune. I want him to say 100 sweet nothings. But he doesn't. He can't. They would be lies. I tear away and race toward the steps of my dorm as annoyed with myself for the stubborn attraction I have for him and his stubborn hatred of me. I'm better off with Bobby. I glance over my shoulder as the door swings open. JJ's eyes dim as he watches from the sidewalk, but he doesn't walk away. Miss Mayweather, head of the dorm, stands beside Chancellor West, the head of school. Ah, there you are, she says, pulling me close. Everyone else returned already, and we were just about to summon a search party. Chancellor West's eyes flit to JJ. He seems to register something and then nods. When I turn to tell him thank you, he's already gone along with West. The warmth of Penny House fills me, but the unanswered questions about the night exhaust me further. Why don't you go up to bed? Miss Mayweather's words are less a question and more of a command that I gladly follow. I catch my reflection in a mirror at the top of the stairs. I startle at my blue skin, but then remember before the chaos in the cemetery. The party seems like ages ago. I only hope that the blue tint, along with everything else about tonight, disappears while I sleep. The following morning, I wake up early for post-party cleanup duty. My limbs and thoughts are gummy as though I'd been running all night, or like I'm still stuck in that strange in-between place when the ghosts in the graveyard surrounded me. I meet a few other first-years downstairs. The blanket of sleep lingers over us as we step into the crisp and foggy morning. The dying grass, the leaves lining the sidewalk, and the stillness in the air keep us close and quiet. Dewey Dunkel and a few others from his dorm wait in front of Von Freak House. Usually, I walk past it on the way to Futurism. Even on the sunniest of days, it looks haunted. I enter a vacant sitting room and discreetly try the cleaning incantation. A paper cup spins around a few times, puffs out a bit of smoke, and incinerates. I stamp it out with my shoe. My shoulders drop. I sweep the room with an old broom I found in a cupboard. I try to puzzle out answers, but my thoughts revolve around the cemetery, the broken circle, ghouls, and JJ. When my bin is almost full, I cross the room to close a closet door. A black cape hangs on the back. I shiver, before rushing to meet the others downstairs in the foyer. With the remains of the party swept away, the house doesn't look any less haunted. The vision I had before the incident in the graveyard is as vivid as ever. I was dancing, having fun when all of a sudden behind my eyes, I saw figures in capes and cloaks. Is there a difference, like the one upstairs, including myself, chasing students off campus? They were threatened, afraid, and running for their lives. Later, when I returned to Penny House, Yassi, Audra, Dewey Dunkel, Winnie Tarbell, and a few others are waiting for me in the entry. Yassi rushes to me and wraps me in a hug. What happened? Are you just getting back now? She asks. No, I got back last night. It must have been late. Miss Mayweather insisted we all go to sleep. They found out about the party. I tried to stay awake, but I'm sorry, Maya. I'm glad you're okay. JJ's words echo. He seemed relieved to see that was indeed true. Not that he cares. All I want to know is what happened. My voice sounds flat, distant, and not at all like my usual cheerful tone. We all want to know what happened, Winnie says. The party was fun, except I didn't like some of the costume selections. Zombie dwarves? No thank you. And did you see the elves with the woodpox? She looks queasy. But everything that came after it was even odder. It wasn't like that last year, Audra adds. The circle was broken this time, Yassi says, as if that explains it. Why? She shrugs. Who? She shakes her head. We don't know that either. I think I have an idea, Dewey says. Just don't tell us it was a dinosaur, Audra says, referring to his conspiracy theories. Chaos. Disruption, perhaps it was the student secret society trying to show the hive what they're capable of. Darrington said that when Hallows Eve falls on Friday the 13th, the moon is full and the energy powerful, the veil between the realms lifts. He echoes the lesson in class earlier that day. Yassi nods. Meaning spirits who were prevented from moving on to the next realm can become trapped here. Dewey whispers, trapped, and then they become demon wraiths. I'm about to ask what that means when Miss Mayweather marches into the common room and announces, required all-school assembly in Lindholm. No one moves. Now, she orders. Chapter 24. Unlike the excitement rippling through Lindholm Auditorium during the commencement ceremony in September, the current mood wavers with uncertainty and worry. Miss Storch, head of administration and dressed in cardinal red, takes to the microphone. Your attention. She pounds her fist on the podium. The dull clamor in the room of hushed conversations quickly falls away. Ordinarily, I'd say good morning. However, this is not a good morning. Last night's party was not authorized and the stunts at the ceremony were forbidden. A murmur passes through the crowd. Miss Storch draws a deep breath. We're investigating this incident. However, if those who orchestrated it, if you come forward now, the punishment will be less severe. No one moves. Miss Storch clicks her tongue. Very well. I expect some of you will be sent to the Iron Tower. From here on out, things are going to be different at Riptivik. You will be organized into two groups, those who behave and follow rules and those who don't. From nearby, Bobby and his buddies smirk. Storch glares. Those who've never had an infraction will be in the gold class. If you break a rule, you're cast to the red class, consider it probation. If you break 3 rules while in the red class, it's directly to the Iron Tower. Is that understood? A few people protest, saying they're underage to go to jail, but Storch hollers above their voices. Let me make this clear. Each one of you is a reform school student. This isn't rainbows and lollipops. You will make the changes and modifications we mandate, or you will be going to prison. She draws a deep breath and her face gets red. I worry she's going to breathe fire. Further, it's clear you cannot be trusted to act like mature individuals. We will be instituting an early curfew at nightfall and organizing chaperones from the Coven Constabulary to bring you to and from the library for studying. From now on, tutoring will take place there, instead of in the classroom buildings. Her voice is clipped. As for the other events last night, the Office of Magical Management will address the issue. A man with greasy black hair and pale skin takes to the stage. A vamp if I've ever seen one, Yassi mutters. As I understand it, you all had quite the fright during your Hallows Eve ritual last night. His voice is low and smooth. In the magical community, Professor Darrington is highly trained and authorized to ferry spirits to the next realm. However, recounts of last night's ritual are unusual. We're conducting an examination. So far, it appears she followed protocol to the letter. Where it seems things went wrong was the circle was broken. As you all should know, a single person breaking the circle or candle going out cannot stop the flow of spirit traffic. Someone in the auditorium makes a honking sound like a car. The vamp's lips form a thin line. However, multiple extinguished candles at once suggests premeditation and results in a troubling situation. This begs the question, was this an accident or was it intentional? You can be sure this incident will be investigated to the fullest extent of the law. Because a law has been broken. He gazes gravely at us. Law enforcement does not take these things lightly. This isn't a game or a joke. Someone, probably the same person who honked, makes a joke about ghosts. Laughter rolls along the rows of those assembled. I don't think you'll be laughing if you come face to face with a demon. They've been released onto campus and will soon infest this realm if we don't act fast. The alarm has been sounded. Because of actions taken by some of you, none of you are safe. He sweeps from the stage and the room falls silent. Perhaps that's because Chancellor West strides down the center aisle like a silver streak of lightning. He climbs the stage but doesn't step behind the microphone. His voice amplifies as he paces. Members of the Riptivik Magic Academy community, I am deeply concerned about what happened last night. I have questions. They will be answered. His voice is as sharp as the glare he casts Storch, but when he speaks again, addressing us, his edges soften slightly. Don't be afraid. You're safe so long as the sun shines. We will take the necessary precautions, but we will not live in fear. We'll continue our studies and resolve this issue. Classes resume as usual tomorrow. Good day. As before, he disappears from the stage. My friends and I walk to the dining hall together. I catch bits of conversation about the demon's race and how the early curfew isn't fair. I sit at our regular table with my usual slop on my plate. When the others join me, they immediately recap the assembly, talking about coven constabulary chaperones. Surely, anyone who's breaking the law would be terrified of them. The demons only come out at night, so we're safe by day, Yassi says. Before the brightening, demons were created by vampires to rob Fae of their light. They could appear during the day, but these seem to be more powerful since they come from the spirits of magicals. The ghosts from the cemetery became demons and now the coven constabulary will chaperone us to the library? I clarify because this is the stuff of nightmares. Dewey nods. As far as I know, the only protection from a demon attack are swords, certain kinds of magic, and talismans. The CCs are the only ones who are authorized to use those. He explains how there is our realm, called Terra, and the Borea realm, which was where the spirits were going. Magicals who were trapped here must go on to the other realm, where we're all originally from in order to be at rest. This is not common knowledge. My mind starts swimming with this information. So there are demons in our realm? Dewey rubs his chin. Not for a long time, since before the brightening. Occasionally someone does an arcane ritual and things go wrong, but usually, it's resolved quickly. What do they want? I ask. Hard to say, Yassi answers. Before the brightening, the demons rend Fae from their shadow. These are demon wraiths who were already dead. How many do you think there are? Winnie asks. According to Darrington, it couldn't have been more than 6. Should we even believe her? I ask. The others shrug. If she's not a suspect, who did it and why? What do they want? Wyatt approaches the table. To raise an army of demons, he asks darkly. Unlikely. To stir up instability in the magical world? Possibly. They feed off and drain vibrant energy, magic, some call it essence, others a soul. Since they were dead, they didn't really have any of their own, so they take it from their victims. It's called snatching. I choke on my sip of cider. You okay, Maya? Yassi asks. Yeah, I'm okay, I say, catching my breath. Last night, when the spirits surrounded me, I felt like I was being drained, my life being snatched away. Then JJ rescued me. I wish last night never happened. I realize I've said this aloud. Have you ever heard the saying, "Be careful what you wish for"? Wyatt asks Riley. Just then, a member of the Coven Constabulary marches over to the table. His gaze lands on me. Maya Wessels? You're required in the administration office. I pale and get to my feet. My thoughts race with questions about what they want with me. All eyes follow me out of the dining hall. The walk across campus is silent, and so is the office when I enter. The CC takes my wand. Storch sits imperiously behind her desk. 2 chairs face her and Sage sits in one. Bobby's sister won't look at me. My stomach swims and slithers with dread, but like waves crashing against rocks, there's anger just beneath the surface. Why am I here? I didn't do anything. Storch's gaze blazes. Maya, seems you've been keeping busy. I have reason to believe you were involved in the events at the ceremony that resulted in the release of demons into our realm, Storch says, getting right to it. I clear my throat. Yes, my classes are rigorous and I was there, like the rest of the students holding a lit candle, but previous to that I had no idea ghosts or demons actually existed. I don't mention that I was also attacked. She narrows her eyes. I learned that you were in the possession of a certain grim spell. I'm not quick enough to hide the drop of my jaw. My eyes dart to Sage. When we were waiting in line for pie, I mentioned Bobby and the candles, but how could she have known about what he'd asked me to do? What I didn't do. I'm a terrible liar and remain quiet. Sage relays neither her intentions nor an apology. You have a choice to make. Storch presses her lips together. With Bobby, I thought I had to choose between being cool and being me. But really, the choice is about being true. It's a no-brainer. Tell me the truth or find yourself with a couple of strikes against you in the red class. Do you remember what I said about that being the last stop before the Iron Tower? You may have evaded its walls once, but don't count on a second chance. Her nostrils flare. The threat in her tone makes me see red. I don't spare Storch or Sage my glare. Why'd she betray me? What did Storch threaten her with? Oh, I won't count on it, I grind out. It's at this moment I realize that I don't have to prove myself to anyone, well, except to myself. Storch's skin pulses and flashes. Her eyes narrow to slits. All at once, she starts to shift. Sage lurches back. My magic suddenly floods me in a wave of rushing energy. If I were in a non-magical setting, I'd know my rights. Here? Like Bobby said that day when he asked me to use that spell, this is law and disorder. Mostly, the latter. If I don't stand my ground, who knows what will happen? But wandless? I'm not sure I stand a chance. Storch flares, all red shimmery magic as she shifts. Smoke fills the room. I eye the door. This might not end well. All at once, she's in dragon form. Deep red scales and a horned crest. The only thing that is the same are her amber eyes. Without warning, she flames, blasting the framed portraits of the heads of school with fire. I duck, but the officials from the OMM bar the door with their wands at the ready. Storch bears down on me. I wish I had a flameproof umbrella or a wand. That would do too. It's a weird, random thought, but one of each appears in my hands. The umbrella is clear with pink polka dots. The wand is the usual broken wooden one. I gasp. Did I just wish those into existence? I scramble to my feet, backing closer to the wall as a smoke alarm blares. Storch is about a foot away, emitting heat and hate. Her snake-like dragon tongue flicks like she's deciding whether to eat me or incinerate me. I hold the umbrella and wand out, not sure which will be more effective. I shrink beneath the dragon's throbbing, heaving, burning mass of scales and fury. My pulse races and terror makes my skin sizzle. Or maybe that's my magic rising to the surface. It's like electric silver running through my veins, lending me confidence and hope that I won't end up like little more than a roasted marshmallow. I press to my feet, holding my hands out as silver and red threads of magic crackle at my fingertips. One of the officials encircles Storch with a shimmering magic lasso. It's Margaret. She gives me a subtle nod. The other extinguishes the flames. As soon as Storch returns to her human state, Margaret releases her. I thought they were keeping me from running out, but perhaps they were meaning to keep Storch in. The head of administration orders them, not a word to anyone. Margaret flicks her gaze to the CC who brought me here. I wonder if she's bad cop after all. To Sage and me, Storch says, you've been warned. Next time you won't have officials to help you. But then she glances at the umbrella hanging loosely in my hand. Keep that up and you can expect to see yourself in the Iron Tower or dead. Last chance, Maya. I swallow hard and breeze past Sage as my heart thunders in my chest. Chapter 25. The next week passes with a pervasive, sluggish kind of dread every time the sun sets. There are vacant chairs in classes as hawk-eyed Miss Storch and the inquisitors from the Office of Magical Management examine other suspected students and divides us further into the two groups. She must know I wasn't involved. Hopefully, she doesn't unleash her inner dragon on anyone else. Or maybe that's the whole point. I'm hanging on loosely in the red class. Yassi and my other friends remain in the gold. The precautions, namely the nightly curfew at dusk, remind us that demons remain at large. The administration claims these changes are for our own good. Fortunately, the library at Penny House is extensive enough I don't have to go to the actual library all week. Darrington also returns after not enough days away, at least in my opinion. Her sharp stride slices the air and any notion that the investigation humbled her. With a flick of her wand, she clears yesterday's lesson from the slate on the wall from our substitute about dangerous magical marine life. New topic. The subject on everyone's lips. On everyone's minds. Demons. In place of a chalkboard, she scrawls it with poison green magic in the air. Demons are an umbrella classification and race fall underneath. For our purposes, we'll simply call them demons. At their core, that's what they are. Unnatural creatures bent on evil. We learn about the spectrum of fiends and the forms they can take in the realms. She also goes into grave detail about the story of the Shadow Army, rending faith from their light and into shadow. Yassi had mentioned it once before. It's a chilling tale. When a modern demon snatches someone, they're strengthened by the victim's essence and can then transform them into a demon, growing their number and falling under control of whoever set them loose. I'm suddenly too hot in my uniform and cold at the same time. Nervous and terrified. How can we fight back or defend ourselves? A student behind me asks. You mean conserve your energy, she quips. You can't. We are here to teach you to reform your magic. Not use it defensively. I like the substitute, we had better. Then what do we do? Another student asks. Darrington doesn't answer. At the sound of the bell, a note flutters through the door and then lands on my desk. I recognize the handwriting spelling my name on the front of the envelope. I peel it open. It's from Chancellor West. The note informs me that seminal seminar resumes next week. I audibly sigh and trudge to my next class. Not because I don't find the head of school to be an exceptional teacher. It isn't that the subject matter is boring. No, I kind of despise my singular classmate, JJ. Although, I haven't seen him since he came to my rescue. Other than the continued unease surrounding the events on Hallows Eve, life on campus soon returns to a relatively normal state. Well, minus someone replacing the milk in the dining hall with glue and a case of Belgrave blisters that afflicts one of the boys' dorms, vampires mostly. Apparently it's exchanged from kissing and they're known for getting around. The weekend also brings the kind of restlessness that bubbles up before vacation. Thanksgiving is coming and not soon enough. I hope I'll be able to go home. On my way to my seminal seminar class, I reach the bottom of the stairs and realize with the curfew I can't go outside at night without a chaperone. I follow voices to the common room, hoping someone knows where Miss Mayweather is. A tall, dark figure glides around the corner. We collide. JJ is as cold as I remember from the night in the orchard after he came to my aid. His gray eyes meet mine. He saved me. I probably owe him more than my typical disdain. Instead of asking, "What are you doing here?" I wouldn't be surprised if he was dating someone in the dorm. He's attractive in that mysterious, brooding kind of way some girls go for. I simply say, "Hi." "Hi," he asks. "Hi," I repeat. His expression shifts from confusion back to his usual grimace. "I'm here to escort you to class." I fight a frown. "You? Do you question my ability to bring us there safely?" A muscle ripples along his jaw as though my hesitation is a dare. Once more, the scene in the cemetery and orchard rushes back. He carried me away from demons, without either one of us being snatched. Maybe that's his talent. He's a knight in Riptivik Academy armor. "No," I say, but the sound is more of a croak than a word. He opens the door for me, and I set foot into the night for the first time since he accompanied me back to my dorm. However, I don't follow him down the steps. A breeze sweeps over the remaining autumn leaves on the ground. I clutch my arms across my chest. Knowing the demons are out there doesn't embolden me forward. JJ clears his throat and then his cold hand is in mine. I snatch it back. "I have to," he growls. "What?" His gray eyes spark with amusement. "You haven't left the dorm all week, have you?" he asks knowingly. "No," I repeat, clearer this time. Our energy is stronger together. When it comes to demons, that's how it works. If you'd gone to the library, you and everyone else would have held hands. He clasps mine. "It's not," he doesn't finish, but I know he would have said, "It's not because I want to hold your hand." I give in. JJ doesn't rush across campus, but rather saunters as though he's willing the demons lurking around to notice us. When Nightingale Hall comes into view, relief washes through me. I find my voice again. "Is it just outside that we're at risk?" I ask. Protections are built into the architecture of the buildings on campus. I didn't know that was possible. That kind of magic, I mean. Since Hallows Eve, the OMM is working overtime to protect every dwelling, business, and structure in the world. But Riptivik had them in place long ago. Are non-magicals at risk because of what happened on Hallows Eve? Demons don't discriminate. In recent years, there haven't been this many loose. If they get their hands on. A shiver of silence passes between us until I say, "My dad is an architect." A non-magical one. Is he at risk? What about your family? Do they live on Scary Street too? Hearing our voices is like a flashlight in the night, and I ramble on. He grunts in response. Atop the stone steps of Nightingale, JJ opens the door, gesturing me forward. The warmth from inside softens me. I say, "Thank you for doing this." "No need to thank me. Just doing my duty," he snaps. I stiffen with irritation. He's impossible, giving me nothing but anti-answers. "No need to be rude," I counter. I wasn't being rude. I was being honest. Right. I get it. You hate me. My voice echoes off the marble stairwell. He stops me on the landing. The pools of his gray eyes chill me. He leans so close, I can smell his fresh air scent. "I don't hate you, Maya." His voice is low, like he's telling a secret. My heart flips, but I shake him off. "Yeah, but I know you don't like me enough to be polite and have a normal conversation like a normal person." "I'm not normal," he hisses. "If I'm being honest, I don't like you either." My words crash to the floor, taking anything good about his expression with them. I storm away and take the lie with me. When we settle in the classroom, West pauses his pacing and gazes at us a moment longer than is comfortable. His eyebrows lift. He waits an agonizingly long time before he speaks. I suspect the demons won't be a problem much longer, but in the meantime, the two of you will be working closely together. This is close enough, I mutter. West shakes his head. It's important you learn how to block your energy, Maya. The easiest access point to learn this skill is through blocking memories, because they're imprinted most solidly in us. Later, we'll work with original thoughts and information in the present. JJ shifts a fraction away from me. Don't let personal matters interfere with developing your magic. JJ, you of all people, should know this, West says sternly. The Chancellor briefly instructs me how to block my memories by creating an energetic wall around pockets in my mind, the ones that store embarrassing moments, sweet ones, sad times, and celebrations. You're in charge of your mind and what flows through it. However, you also have access to the thoughts and memories of others if you know the skill using mind windows. Unless, of course, they're preventing you from doing so by forming a mind wall. He turns to JJ. Please allow Maya access. He levels West with his gaze. West arches an eyebrow. Maya, we're going to practice mind windows and mind walls. JJ is going to share a memory with you. Keep your eyes fixed on his and then move past them. You'll feel currents of energy. Tap into them, like tugging on a thread to see which one is loose. While you're there, become aware of the fullness of the experience. In other words, discover how he's allowing you to see the memory and reverse engineer how you'd be able to prevent him from looking into your mind. JJ huffs, but our eyes lock. His eyes are the ones that I had the silly thought about getting lost in that first time we met. They're not just gray, but flecked with shades of silver and sadness. Eyes that have seen more than most people. I see him, but not his memories. My thoughts fill with the night we first met. I couldn't sleep because I was up thinking about him and his eyes. I know I'm supposed to be reading his thoughts, but can't and realize he can read mine. My cheeks burn. His expression is a pale slate mask, not betraying any emotion or acknowledgement. I sense that he sees into the corners of my mind, even the shadowed ones, with my grandmother's ghost and my fright in the cemetery. The bells toll in the distance. That's probably enough for tonight, West says. He strokes his beard. Perhaps he too saw. I slouch onto the cushions in the center of the room, feeling exhausted and exposed. Please practice together for an hour each night. I'll inform Miss Mayweather that JJ has permission to go into your dorm room. Boys aren't allowed in the dorm rooms, I protest. It's better to do these things in private. Plus you'll feel more comfortable, perhaps stronger, in a place that's familiar to you, Maya. West speaks with finality. I pout a little. I don't want JJ in my room. He looks even less pleased with the notion. When we leave Nightingale, I reluctantly let JJ take my hand again. His palm is cold and stiff, but my cheeks refuse to turn back to their normal shade. From across the field, Yassi returns from the library with a group of students and the chaperone from the coven. Questions form on her lips at the sight of us hand in hand and without a chaperone. In the entryway to Penny House, I beat her to it with an answer. Seminole seminar. I focus on this and save questions of my own for later by adding, and now he and I have to study together. In my room. I huff upstairs, ready for this night to be over. When I glance over my shoulder, JJ exits. If I didn't know better, I'd say he looks crestfallen. Chapter 26. The only upside to life post Ghost Gate, that's what students have taken to calling it, is the pumpkin pie. Spicy and sweet, with a buttery crust and a dollop of fresh cream. Well, I'm anticipating it anyway, in the dining hall and at home for Thanksgiving, if they let us leave. When life throws homework, impossibly frustrating boys, and demons at you, keep calm and eat pie. That's my motto anyway. I think about pie and only pie because the rest of life post Ghost Gate only has downsides. Namely, how another week passes with no word that the OMM caught the demons and no developments on who could have broken the circle in the cemetery. Rumors of a secret society infiltrating campus and nightly lessons in my room with JJ crowd my days and nights. In the background, I have worries and doubts about the spell Bobby asked me to say, but I have no idea if he was serious nor have I seen much of him. Yassi, Audra, Dewey, Winnie, and the others have been covertly meeting up to practice defensive magic. I listen intently and soak it up, but don't dare try. I don't trust myself. It's unlikely anyone will leave since they cancelled Family Fest, which is our autumn event, and they'll probably nix the Sweetheart Dance, which is our winter fun, but if they do allow the gold and red games in the spring, we should be well versed in this kind of magic, Yassi says. She and Audra banter back and forth about last year's games. I'm hardly listening, wrapped up in my thoughts about the fights routinely breaking out on campus. I'd wanted Bree to hang around our dorm room more often, but now I'm grateful she makes herself scarce. Although there aren't any recent quarrels, though that could be because a couple of Coven constabulary are posted throughout campus, JJ and I are like Feralians and night owls, a magical way of saying like cats and dogs. He thinks I'm not trying hard enough. I didn't know blocking someone from my memories was going to be a required skill. I think he's too stubborn, rude, and jerky. One night when the moon is a sliver in the corner of my window, after I try, and fail, to block him from a dream I had about my vision during the Hallows Eve party, a wave of fatigue comes over me. My breath comes in short gasps as though I've been running. I ask, how long do we have to do this? His eyes seize mine. Forever. His voice is low. His features sharp. His eyes are bright in their own gray way. We're facing each other, and he takes a step closer to me. We're less than a foot apart. It's your turn, he says. I look away, afraid of what I may or may not see if I glimpse his thoughts. Nonetheless, I bark a laugh when I belatedly realize something absurd. Did you, J.J. Thorne, just tell a joke? I guffaw. I think you just made a joke. My laughter takes on a hysterical quality. Did West fail to caution me of the side effects of having someone probe my brain? Forever? Did you say we'll have to do this forever? He doesn't smile or chuckle or disagree. My laughter dies between us. Maybe he's not kidding. I pace in front of him, undeterred. I won't let him get the best of me. I fold my arms across my chest, and when I reach the window, an idea sparks. Go ahead. Have another look. I stalk back toward him, resuming our face-off. He closes the space further. I lift my chin defiantly. Oh, I'll show him. He gazes into my eyes, beyond my thoughts, and into the past. I let him see a montage of me slipping on a banana peel. Yes, actually, the time I found Filbert, my cat, wearing lipstick, not kidding, and when Chelsea and I were at a sushi restaurant and an old lady started singing karaoke to a heavy metal song. She was good, headbanging, air guitar, and all. He doesn't crack a smile. Instead, he says, "You're learning to control your memories." That's a start. Oh yes, this is only just a start, J.J. Thorne. Forever? I laugh, throwing more funny memories at him, daring him to at least chuckle if the plan is to do this forever, or even another minute. I'm done with the grave seriousness. I want to crack that stony exterior and see him smile. Ha! He doesn't waver. Doesn't flinch, not even when all of my friends back home ambushed me with a tickle attack on National Tickle Day. The only thing that breaks his grim expression is when he sees my memory of blowing out all my candles, making my birthday wish to fall in love this year. Oops. Didn't mean for him to see that. He steps toward the door. His eyes are everywhere but on me. No way. I wasn't done with him. I quickly slip between him and the door. He looks down at me. And looks as though he's fathoming the stars. You don't get to leave until you at least smile or answer my questions. Questions plural? We're a breath apart and it's like he's stolen all the air in the room. I almost detect amusement this time. How about one, he suggests. The way his accent curls over the words makes each one uttered a temptation all its own. I draw a deep breath. Which one? Countless unanswered questions float between us. The one closest to the top in the long list of questions I have for J.J. Thorne bursts from my lips. Why'd you do it? Why'd you rescue me from the demons? His eyes hold mine. I see the hint of freckles from summers long past on his nose. Silver filament sparks in his eyes. Up close, his lips are, I swallow hard. Why did I save you from the demons? He repeats. I had to. His voice lacks warmth, but I shouldn't have expected anything more. He whirls and leaves. I listen as his footfalls fade and only exhale when the wooden front door to the dorm slams closed. Moments later, Yassi fills the entrance to my room. Did you know that as your socium you can talk to me about anything, classes, homework, boys? I throw my hands into the air. He's insufferable. He drives me nuts. He's... she says, folding her arms in front of her chest. How can he just blow around, have free will to go outside unattended while the rest of us have to be escorted by chaperones from the Coven Constabulary, and see into my memories? I bluster. You guys are the opposite. You're sweet, funny, spunky. He's moody, mysterious, and mean. Yassi clicks her tongue. I was going to say complicated. What do you suppose his magic is? I ask rhetorically. Making me crazy or... Something like that, Yassi says with a sigh. West said I have to practice with him every night. I prefer arithmetic with Bobby. Riptivik's golden boy fills my thoughts, but a gloomy figure with magnetic gray eyes is there too, and I can't stop thinking about him. He's in my mind and he's in my dreams. That night, I dream that we're in the orchard, but then keep walking past the trees to the pumpkin patch. The knotted vines crawl along the ground, coming closer. I call out to warn him and try to run away, but my voice is muted. The vines creep closer and closer with each step I take. One wraps around my ankle. I shout and JJ rushes to me, bringing me back to the orchard and safety. I gaze into his dreamy gray eyes and instead of a glare and anger, I see warmth and want. He inclines his head. I lean in. The dream dissolves. I wake up, out of breath. Pale dawn light filters through the window. I lay there, tangled up in the sheets, and trying to make sense of what happened. Does it mean anything that I wish it were true? Chapter 27. Back home, it's Thanksgiving Day. With an ache in my chest and a hole in my heart roughly the size of a plate filled with stuffing, turkey, mashed potatoes, and gravy, I miss my family and friends terribly, and food. After my classes, but before dusk, I wander to the woods on the edge of campus. I assume the boundary wall and magical enchantments keeping us in won't let me stray too far, but I need to be alone. Quiet. I have to admit I'm shell-shocked, dizzy from all the changes in my life, and my complicated and confusing feelings for JJ. I spot a path amidst the evergreen trees stretching proudly skyward. As I walk through the forest, I slowly ground myself in the earthen, pine scent of a place that's been around for a long time, yet constantly renewing with each season. I feel connected and alive. A house made of wood and stone, blanketed with moss, comes into view. A brook babbles nearby. Colorful leaves carpet the forest floor and the air is fresh, reminding me of JJ. I could do without that thought. A doormat welcomes me with the message "Home is where you hang your broom." I laugh and forget all about that cool, brooding guy. Then the door opens and West fills the entry, slamming me right back to the last time I saw him, with JJ. "Hello, Maya. Care for some chamomile tea?" I hesitate and then step inside, leaving my bag on a bench by the door. As before, the house is a combination of rustic and elegant. There are a lot of wooden, stone, and natural elements, but also gauzy fabrics and dashes of magic everywhere. The throw pillows fluff themselves, a watering can sprinkles water over herbs growing on the windowsill, and dishes shuffle themselves back into place on the shelves. And JJ sits at the kitchen table. His top hat is beside him, his hair is stylishly messy, and a scowl lifts onto his lips when I enter. West puts a kettle on to boil over a fire. "I take it you have questions, Maya." "Yeah. What is JJ doing here?" "Instead, I say, now that you mention it, I do." JJ has already seen countless memories, so I throw caution to the wind and start at the beginning. I tell the Chancellor about growing up, not knowing about my magic, the visit from Dina, who turned into a djinn, and then going to the Iron Tower. West's expression sharpens. That's worrisome. Then I tell him about the vision I had at the party before the Hallows Eve ritual. I'm not like Yassi with her abilities, but can people travel into other people's dreams? I subtly eye JJ. West nods. Yes, there are Fey dreamweavers. It's a rare kind of magic, though it is a talent distantly related to the kind of sight many nymphs can have. I don't think that's at play here. Do dreams actually have meaning? I sense JJ's gaze land on me. That's always up to the dreamer. They can mean something if you want them to. Yet sometimes they can be misinterpreted. Same as visions. You mean visions aren't always right? I ask, surprised and relieved in equal measure. I don't want to be a danger to my friends. Nymphs like Yassi can see thoughts in real time or memories imprinted in time. Seers, in the traditional sense, can portend prophecies, but can certainly be wrong. Sometimes dreams are just dreams and not dramas. Visions can be the mind working something through and not have greater meaning. And of course, choices shift the direction of the future all the time. The scene of students fleeing for their lives rushes back. I shiver. We must work on your blocking abilities. Take out your wand, West orders. I hesitantly pull out my wand, wanting to warn him, but I am afraid if he knows, I'll fail Seminole Seminar because I'm an incapable witch. Please send the teacups to the sink. We need some space for this, West says. I cringe, worried I might do it wrong, but say the spell. The teacups rattle in their saucers. A newspaper sitting nearby rises and falls, and the pages of numerous books flutter. I focus on the teacup, but then JJ's hat bursts into flame. West quickly extinguishes it. My cheeks burn hotter than the hat as ash flutters to the table. Everything moves painfully slow as JJ's eyes fall on me with accusation. I didn't do it on purpose. West takes my broken, wooden wand and inspects it closely. Then he grasps my chin and turns my head from side to side, looking behind each of my ears. All the while, he makes a uh-huh sound. Finally, he tests my forehead like my mother used to when I wasn't feeling well. He looks deeply into my eyes while in my head I chant, please don't tell me I'm a useless witch, a hopeless case. Finally, he speaks. Witches like you can't have wooden wands. Where'd you get it? Ms. Storch. I tell him about what happened in her office and how she shifted into a dragon. West's nostrils flare and gets to his feet. We'll fix this. JJ, you can come too. He leads us from the cottage and along a path away from campus. Eventually, we reach a cluster of rocks as big a two-story building. There's a mark in the stone that shimmers with magic and West traces it before pressing his palms to it and grabbing my arm. JJ clasps my hand and it's as cold and familiar as ever. Somehow it fits perfectly around mine, but before I can think about it further, there's a suctioning feeling like a vacuum. Then we're on the other side of the rock formation. At least I think so. West holds his finger to his lips and whispers, rune of passage. Our little secret. There are a few perks that come with being me. An enclave of wooden buildings are built into the stone walls of a mountain on one side of a wide cobblestone lane. Shops and buildings edge a ravine on the other side. My jaw drops. Are we officially off campus? JJ's shoulders relax. Hope wells inside. Chapter 28. Welcome to Tippleton, West says. We pass shops with sweets, a caramel-covered apple looks especially delicious, woolens, I sure could use a new sweater, and eventually stop in front of a small store that's only slightly wider than its door frame with a hand-painted sign above that simply says Joiner. West enters first. We follow into the dimly lit store lined with shelves, displaying unusual pieces of wood, precious stones, and other, less identifiable objects. Welcome, Winslow, says a jolly voice, belonging to a slender man. They exchange pleasantries. Are these students from Riptivik Academy? His white hair is a bit wild, standing on end, and his tufty eyebrows stick straight up, giving the impression that he's perpetually surprised. Either that, or all the energy he works with, joining the magic of magicals to their wands, went to his head, literally. Riptivik reform, for now, West corrects. Shame. The wand joiner hangs his head. Like I said, for now, the Chancellor repeats. We need a wand for a new student. Maya. He gestures to me. The joiner looks me over and then does the same series of inspections, including behind my ears that West did in the cottage. The joiner says, well, we should get underway then. Stone for sure. I haven't made a wand for this kind of witch in quite some time. He disappears to rummage in the back. I look around at the various items in the cubbies until he summons me over. A wish witch, he says softly. Very interesting. Very rare. Not been having much success casting spells, have you? I shake my head. He grunts. Glad to be of help. I suppose you're getting along at Riptivik well enough even without a wand. West is an old friend and top-notch, but not everyone agrees with what he's doing, and there's bound to be opposition. From across the room, West grunts. JJ stands by his side with his arms crossed. I cut my eyes in his direction, and then he exits to the tinkle of bells on the door. I harumph. We'll leave you to it. West follows onto the lane, leaving me with the joiner. He brings me to a brass and glass machine with tubes and cogs inside. I prepare myself for an unusual joining experience, but he works at a bench to my side while I wait and wonder. He carves a piece of dark stone, almost black, brown, or red, depending on the light. Okay, he says, at last, passing me the wand. Let's see your grip. I hold the wand as I've been instructed. Then he rotates my hand a degree, closes his eyes, and says something while his hand is still on mine. Now, try a simple spell. Make the gears in that machine turn. He points. Are you sure? I tend to. You can't set it on fire, he says with a wink. I plant my feet on the ground, close my eyes, and get present before speaking the incantation we learned for invoking movement. The wheels turn ever so slowly, and the joiner encourages me to repeat and repeat. When finally they're all turning and vapor moves through the tubes, I get excited, feeling energy surging through me. I think it's working. He nods. Keep at it a little longer. I take a deep breath and get the cogs whirring faster and faster. That's it. He leans close to the machine. Then I hear a pop and a ding. 2 little squares come down a chute. The joiner picks them up and smiles. Ah, apple. My favorite. Apple? I ask. Joining is a very complicated endeavor, but I learned that the kind of candy a witch or wizard produces while undergoing the experience is most indicative of their sort of magic, so I devised this little machine to test things out. He passes me the other piece. Sure enough, the candy tastes like an apple. Now what? I ask. Now, you make more magic. Really? That's it? Well, the more you use your wand, the more you'll form a relationship with it, and the more powerful it will become. Do I owe you? He waves a dismissive hand. West has brought me so much business over the years, I owe him a favor, and it's not every day I get to make a wand for a wish witch. The last wish witch was Imogen Hawkins. He studies me carefully. You're a special witch, Maya. You need a special wand. I don't expect your parents would have brought you by any time soon. I think you'll find that you'll repay me, and all of us, in your time. Bumps work their way up the back of my neck, making the fine hairs stick up like his wild eyebrows. Now, all I require is another piece of candy, and you can be on your way. There's a wonderful bookshop across the lane I think you might enjoy. I use my wand to work the machine again, producing another piece of a delicious apple candy. I thank the joiner profusely and then step back outside, stowing my wand safely in my pocket. Sure enough, there's a wonderfully packed and dusty bookstore across the way, complete with a furry orange cat lying in the window. Never has freedom felt so good. I browse the crammed shelves, looking for books of interest. I find a gently used spellbook, with better notations than the school-issued one. This will come in handy, as I have remedial work to do. I pick out another about prominent witches in history, which will be helpful for a futurism project I have soon, and lastly a book of magical reflections, thoughts and commentary on the energetic world. I was hoping for a novel, but this must be a non-fiction shop. After I pay with some crumbled bills from my bag and using a complicated conversion rate that Dewey probably would have been able to better explain than the sleepy shopkeeper, I step outside to find West and JJ. Magicals bustle by with bags laden with supplies and unusual items. I've seen many street scenes, but this one is quainter and more fantastical than I could have imagined, with shops for robes, an apothecary, a candle store, advertising endlessly lit candles, and a peculiar little market with a pungent odor and a sign out front that says snails, wart removal, and knobby gum, whatever that is. I wandered down the lane. If I had any idea where I was, I could make a run for it. Stow away on a boat or plane and head home. I've learned that there's another realm, and for all I know, I could be there now. I feel conspicuous dressed in my Riptivik uniform. Eyes dart in my direction from passers-by, and others offer friendly smiles. A shop displays crystal globes, some made of gold and silver, gems, and other shiny objects. The salesperson, dressed in shawls and with bangles around her wrists, comes up to me. She hovers her hands over a golden globe with veins of red and amber. "This is a dragon's eye," she says. "Not to be confused with a dragon's tear, which foretells your laments." She gestures to the silver orb. "Both are very rare. Would you care to know what treasures your future holds?" She presents the golden globe. "Oh, actually, before I can say more, my gaze sticks on the shifting veins of red and amber. They're mesmerizing. Inside, I see a dragon sitting upon a hoard of golden chalices, crowns, sculptures, and countless coins. It blinks open its slit eyes. There is something I desire, Maya. Something of great value. It is something you possess." Its voice is a smoky growl. $800 in my savings account won't get you far. No jewels or valuables to speak of. "No, it's something only you possess," the dragon hisses. "A wish." It's then I recognize the eyes. Those amber eyes. It's Storch. She draws me deeper into the depths of the orb like a magpie pulled toward sparkly things. I cannot resist. I am at her mercy. I sense the dragon's claws digging into my mind. She's slicing her way through as I throw up my mind walls, trying to repel her. But she's much stronger, and this magic is unlike anything I've ever experienced. There's a swelling strain like the worst headache imaginable as she cuts deeper. Her eyes flash with determination as I close my own against their glare. It's that brief respite that I find my way to the surface of my own mind and thrust the orb into the shopkeeper's hands. My voice trembles. I thought it was supposed to speak of the treasures my future holds. It surely did, she replies. I shake my head, not sure she can explain without me telling her that I'm a wish witch. Across the street, I spot JJ in the window of the sweet shop. It's nearly dark. His jaw is angular and his eyes are gray, both of which I find myself appreciating more than I should. His posture is the kind of competence I rarely see in non-magical males. I study JJ out of context, wondering if we'd met under different circumstances, we wouldn't hate each other so much. But I can't think of any situation other than learning I'm a witch that I'd encounter someone like him. He once told me he's misunderstood, but he doesn't even try to help me understand, never answers my questions, and seems to exist solely to infuriate me. He shifts position so I see less of his profile and more of his face through the glass. The faintest, most remote smile hints on his face. As a rule, I've noticed JJ doesn't smile. Something flares inside me. I race across the street and burst into the store. I open my mouth to speak, but I lost the spark somewhere on the street. Either that or I'm struck dumb, which is highly unlikely. "I was looking for you," I say, a bit breathless. His face falls. I sense him in my memories as if he can't help it. He parts his lips to say something, but I beat him to it. Get out of my head, I warn. JJ's eyes soften and then widen with alarm. He says, duck. Goose? I ask. He shoves me down, and before I can protest, a jar of sparkly, sugar-dusted dots suddenly explodes in a blast of color. Chapter 29. A blast of glimmering, magical wind issues from JJ's wand. I've never seen him use it. I cover my head and shoot him a glare. Be careful. That was close. You be careful, he fires back as he tugs me to the rear of the magical candy shop. We pass trays of crispy chocolates, they snap and crackle, heaps of gummy candies, they wriggle, and shelves of supplies. The smell is divine. JJ's grip on my hand is confusing. The danger is real. From behind us a blast of magic shoots past, exploding a vat of jelly, sending it all over the floor. JJ is surprisingly fast and agile on his feet, directs us to avoid it, and we dive out a back door. Not wasting any time, we hurry down an alley behind the shops in Tippleton before arriving on the edge of town near the stone wall where West used the rune of passage. JJ surveys behind us, keeping a wary eye on windows, doors, and passers-by in the distance. Is the coast clear? I ask. Don't speak too soon. Who was that attacking us and why? As I say this, I realize I've been asking these two questions a lot since arriving in the magical world. Who and why? He shrugs. Don't know. More importantly, where is West? He followed you out of the joiner's shop. I narrow my eyes accusingly. If you weren't such a, I don't know how to finish the sentence. Stubborn jerk? Obnoxious idiot? Moody brat? Let's see your wand. He holds out his hand. I pull it from my pocket and he admires the smooth stone. In the daylight, it's brighter, redder, and fierier than when I was in the shop. Or maybe I'm just seeing things through a veil of irritation and anger. I fume about how JJ tried to get into my thoughts and bite my tongue because he did just bail me out of a sticky situation. Next time, fire back, JJ says, returning my wand to my hand. How do you know they were after me? Us, Maya. They were after us. As if on cue, magic sizzles in the air and rushes toward us at the same time. Two creatures charge our way. One has scales that ooze dark yellow slime. The other is wrinkled, mangled, and is drooling. I drop to the ground and out of the way, tugging JJ down with me at the same time I send energy surging through my wand, lighting up the descending darkness. It erupts in a blast of red but isn't fire-like with my old wand. It's sharper, hotter, and more dangerous. Magic. There's a low moan and a shriek, then ash floats through the air like snow. I vaporize the scaly beast, while JJ gets the other. What were those? I ask even though I have a pretty good idea already. My breath comes in nervous spurts. Those were demons. His expression is slightly nervous too, but is directed at me. JJ presses to his feet and holds out his hand to help me up. With his wand still lifted, he moves slowly forward toward the spot where the demons were. We're both prepared for retaliation, but there isn't one. He hasn't let go of my hand. A zing rushes through me and turns into a laugh, but it isn't the gleeful kind. You bring out the worst in me. He levels me with his gaze. Is that so? I'd argue that I bring out the best, or at least the most fierce, side of you. He makes this sound like a compliment. I might not be the enemy you think I am. I did save your life. I stole my wand and brush off. Do you want a trophy or a badge of honor? He smirks. It's so close to a smile I almost melt inside, but I'm still on alert and I still hate him. But our hands are also still clasped. You mentioned to West about your vision. He meets my eyes. Do you mind if I try to see it for myself? I huff, but let him into my mind, realizing sometime between last week and now, I figured out how to open little doors and close others. The sensation of him in there is familiar. Whereas before it felt intrusive like someone shoving past in a crowd, now it's welcome, like a breeze coming through the trees on a sunny day. He flinches and lets go of my hand as a shimmer of magic jolts from me. Sorry, he blurts. Sorry, but you didn't have to sting me. He leans away, shaken. The shimmer of the magic I unintentionally emitted dissolves in the air. What are you talking about? I didn't sting you. Though I wouldn't mind pinching him hard like my grandmother on my dad's side sometimes used to do to me. JJ looks me over carefully. I invaded your thoughts and you retaliated. It's advanced magic. I gaze at my hands. They look ordinary, but a fierce energy pulses beneath my palms, then recedes. I almost don't want to believe it. I didn't do anything. I was just standing here. I look around as though hoping for a witness to put my worries at ease, or at least an explanation. You retaliated with magic and without a wand. JJ drops his brows. Not many witches can do that. Maybe West didn't need to get you a wand after all. Oh. I pause, thinking through the last few minutes, leading me to the room with Bobby and the others when he asked me to make a wish and told me that spell. Had I done wandless magic then? Did I in the cemetery? I shake my head. I didn't do it on purpose. There are rules about using magic without wands. JJ starts down the path toward the rock. JJ, honest, I didn't mean it. There's a plea for him to believe me in my voice. I hurry after him and silence laces between us. His voice is a low growl when he finally speaks. That vision happened while you were dancing with Bobby? Just then magic crackles in the air and West appears from the same building where we emerged, blasting a figure in a green cloak with magic. JJ shoves me behind him and holds his wand aloft. Maybe now would be a good time for me to use my wandless magic. The Chancellor and his attacker duel, shooting magical spells back and forth, each of them blocking the other until West whirls his wand a few times and emits a beam of golden magic so pure and so bright I tuck my head behind JJ's back to block my eyes. He lifts his arm to shield his own. In a flash, West grips each of our arms and we pass through the ruined passage and are once more on school grounds. Without stopping, we hustle back to his cottage where he bars the door and paces for a solid minute. JJ and I watch him and our gazes meet a few times. Did anyone see you, Maya? West finally asks. Then he shakes his head. Never mind. If they did, they wouldn't recognize you. At least not your appearance. I take it you vaporized one of the demons. JJ, you eliminated the other? We both nod. They must have recognized your magic signature when you first used it at Castiel's, the joiner. I probably shouldn't have brought you there, but you needed the wand. He grips his chin, tugging at his beard every few paces. Sir, JJ says. Maya performed wandless magic. I shrug, not understanding why that's a big deal. Interesting, West says. Who recognized my magic? Who was after us? I ask. The enemy, but that's the least of our problems, West says dismissively. Enemy? That's vague. West goes on, I figured you'd be safest here, but perhaps the Iron Tower was the better option after all. I'm on my feet. What? Chancellor West, you almost sent me there? He grips my shoulders and holds my gaze. Witchery is a rare kind of magic. It's the ability to influence things that are beyond washing the dishes, watering the garden, and setting a top hat on fire. Those who want power will try to infiltrate your mind, rob your energy, and manipulate you into granting their wish. I flash to Bobby's request. Message received, but back to my question about the djinn bringing me to the Iron Tower. JJ steps forward. That was me. My eyes widen and my grip on my wand tightens. My magic gathers close at hand. I feel it growing, strengthening now that I've used it properly. I stab the air with the wand as I say, someone. Better. Explain. Now. It's complicated, but for now we knew that you'd be in danger when you came of age. JJ found you and I ordered him to protect you. He was supposed to look after you at the high school where you were to be a senior. It was compromised, JJ says. You make it sound like a mission, I say, feeling like I'm suddenly in a spy movie. It is. I tilt my head in disbelief. And you thought reform school was better? West nods. It's important for you to understand your power. You'd be in isolation in the tower. But she'd have been safe. JJ's voice drops. What do you care about my safety, JJ? Then, not wanting to hear his answer, I turn to West. So you took my name off the list at the Iron Tower and brought me here? Better than there. The Chancellor resumes his pacing. Do you take pleasure in tormenting me? I ask JJ. West is across the room and I wait for JJ's response this time. It doesn't come. Thinking back to the night before I arrived here, I narrow my eyes. My magic may be relatively restrained, but my voice is not. I have to say it. Or rather whisper it. I thought we had a moment that night at the beach. A growl sounds from low in JJ's throat. West turns from the window. JJ, don't employ the djinn again. We don't know who we can trust, but it certainly isn't them. I fear someone leaked the information. He raises an eyebrow as though scolding JJ for using the djinn. He shrugs. It was the best I could do to create a convincing cover story and get her here. There. You mean the Iron Tower. So I went from magic jail to magic reform school. Funny thing, I haven't committed any crimes. My free hand flies to my hip. You have. You killed a demon. JJ lifts and lowers his shoulder. That was in defense. Do demons even have rights? Do we? JJ asks. West grunts. Not for long unless we do something. I can't say that I'm pleased Storch stormed in and transformed my pride and joy, the epicenter of magical education, into a reform school, but for the time being, it keeps you all relatively safe. I scoff. Safe from what? Safe how? She practically torched me. From the enemy, West answers. And that is. Still trying to figure that out. I'd say Storch. She's an agent of the enemy. No, this goes deeper. Higher up. What we do know is that they've infiltrated our government, the Office of Magical Management, our educational system, the correctional system, and the homes of ordinary magical folk. Sounds pretty broad, I say. Indeed. And they're using students, demons, and non-magicals to do their dirty work. And ghosts, JJ adds. I shiver. West nods. They manipulated the Hallows Eve ceremony. Darrington could have passed through the veil, never to be seen again. And that's a problem. Why? I mutter. She'd have died. West's tone is flat. I didn't get the sense that you were friends with the professor. Not everything is as it seems, Maya. West wrings his hands repeatedly as though smoothing away the lingering power there. Clearly, I say with a mite of irritation in my voice. Now, I have damage control to attend to at the little candy shop in Tippleton. Maya, keep watching Storch and Bobby, but be careful. They're not to be trusted. Storch wants power. Bobby wants you, and what else, I'm not yet sure. I stiffen. West's gaze sharpens. He's a fallen angel. Deception and falsely leading others to gain advantage are in his nature. But what about the way he makes me feel? That golden glow? I don't even need to say this. The two of them have seen enough of my thoughts and memories to know Bobby Gold has duped me. With a sinking feeling, I know they're right. There's one more thing. I saw Storch as a dragon in a golden orb at a shop in Tippleton. She wanted something from me. West's eyes widen. Your wish, he whispers. This is much, much worse than I thought. Maya, stay away from Storch. Beware of magical objects. They're not always to be trusted. JJ, keep an eye on Maya. West's voice is stern and commanding as he leaves us in his cottage. My question about whether West's order to JJ means that I cannot be trusted goes unanswered, along with whether Storch could actually obtain a wish from me. JJ's eyes float my way. I fill with anger at this entire situation. Whatever happened to chilling at the beach and planning for college? I'd go for either right now. His eyes don't leave mine. It's like he draws the warmth inside to the surface. My skin heats and I forget my worries. I didn't mean for things to be this way. His eyes dip. What way? I ask, even though I know exactly what he means. I'm not a criminal. I don't belong here. I haven't done anything wrong. I mean, between us. Bitter. Hostile. Unfriendly. Is there an alternative? I ask as my pulse quickens. His fingers drift to mine and link. He squeezes once and I turn to mush inside. I may hate him, but there's something else there that I cannot deny. The corner of his lip lifts. Yes, you owe me a hat. I almost giggle. He's being funny, bordering on flirtatious? JJ's mouth quirks. I saw your name in the stars. That can only mean one thing. His eyes lower to my lips. Magnetic energy ricochets between us. We could try to be. I lift onto my toes and our lips collide. I don't want him to say friends. I'm afraid if he does, I might give in to the way he makes me feel, soft, gentle, less on my guard, open to something more. But that will surely lead to complications, and my life is challenging enough. Then again, as I pull away, his eyes flash. It ends as quickly as it began. But I am inside out and upside down inside. JJ scrubs his hand through his hair as though as shocked as me. His eyes hold mine and flicker. Energy crackles between us. I could explode. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. I struggle to pull myself together as electricity jolts and ricochets inside. He runs his hand through his hair again and then grips the back of his neck. His eyes float and hold mine as though ask, what next? For a moment I dive deep into those gray eyes. I could drown, but I surface, remembering why I kissed him in the first place. To save us both from difficulty later. That's the responsible thing to do, right? I shake my head. Forget it. Pretend it didn't happen. I start to hurry away. He grips my hand. His cold skin chills me. Are you sure? His voice is strained. I nod slowly. No, I'm not sure, I whisper. Something shimmers in the space between us like stars. Magic? I blink. Now I see, and it scares me. I have committed a crime. A big one. I've fallen for JJ Thorne. Chapter 30. I sleep well past dawn the next morning, and because I'm on a rule-breaking streak, first sneaking off campus with the head of school, destroying a demon, and then kissing JJ, I may as well skip class too. After the events of yesterday, I hardly have the energy to move. I dig out the books I got while in Tippleton. First, I flip through the Book of Magical Reflections, with thoughts and commentary on the energetic world. It contains a collection of essays in which prominent poets, thinkers, and artists of the magical community discuss topics like our role in the broader world, how love is love no matter our backgrounds, and whether it's our right as individuals or followers of the law to remain in secret. It should be required reading at Riptivik this year, given the tension between the various groups on campus. I'm still myself, Maya, but so many of the things that I used to identify with don't apply anymore, or not as strongly. I'm not a senior at Hamilton High School, rather a primary student at Riptivik Magic Academy / Reform School. I'm no longer soccer team captain, I can't even get the plays and rumpus straight while spectating, never mind while playing. I have no idea what my grades are since they use a different standard here. I haven't been to the beach or swimming in months, nor have I knitted, done any of the crafts I love, or read any of my favorite books lately. Chelsea is still my best friend, but so is Yassi. I no longer have a crush on Carter Miller. He's been replaced by someone else. A lot of things have changed or are just different. However, I'm still me and becoming someone new. I just don't know who, just like I don't know who was after me on Hallows Eve or in the quaint village. I sigh and then open the book on witches in magical history. I wonder if they always knew who they were. It falls open to a map of celestial bodies. I've always been a stargazer, a dreamer, and now, I guess a wishmaker. There's a brief section about Imogen Hawks, but it leaves me with more questions. But of one thing I'm certain. Storch is definitely the enemy like West suggested. As for Sage, I can't trust her. Bobby? I don't want to think about how he may have been involved in the event in the cemetery. But I have to. This is a lot bigger than me waking up one day and finding out I'm a witch. I'm involved and might have to be more than a spy. Even in this short time, I've come to care about the students, this campus, and the magical world. I don't want to see it divided or destroyed. It's lunchtime and I haven't left my room. Bree doesn't make an appearance. All I can do is think. My mind is locked like the Iron Tower with my life as a witch, spy, and being attacked twice by demons. Then the betrayal and Storch's threat plus everything that happened with JJ. I shower and get dressed. I used to do my best thinking in the shower, but it's just water and soap and thoughts on repeat. I go to the dining hall to find something to eat. JJ strides across the lawn. He carries himself with what I've dubbed Royal JJ. Part regal with his chin lifted and shoulders back and part dangerous, giving off a don't mess with me vibe. His eyes flash when he spots me. I bite my lip with uncertainty about where we stand. Apparently, right in front of each other because he doesn't waste time coming over to me, but he stops about 6 feet away. So, are we back to hating each other? He asks. Something like that. His accent is hypnotic, but not like Bobby where my mind goes blank and I feel empty except for a sensation like I'm drowning in King Midas's gold kind of way. With JJ, it's pure like running water, starry skies. I feel a certain kind of fullness and certainty, just about the only in this new life of mine. I'm certain we will go on hating each other. I can rely on it and his rainy day moods. It's quite the opposite of what I'd expect to feel. Good. It's better that way, safer, he says. I can't deny that I'm drawn to him and take a step closer, decreasing the space between us. I tell myself it's because two elves walk past and they're known for their keen hearing. Better? Safer? I repeat as my heart tumbles over this information. Because of who we are. That's not what I expected you to say because we're too different. Not really, he mutters. What are you anyway? I don't expect an answer. A flicker moves across his classically handsome features. Like me or loathe me, I'm bound to you, Maya. He steps closer. There's hardly a whisper keeping us apart. Is this about West ordering you to protect me? If so, he sure knows how to make a girl not feel special. I should be listening for his answer, but my mind, heck my whole body, sticks on how he said my name. The way his lips parted for the letter M and then tripped over the rest like he too fell. Where does this leave us? My voice is a little breathy. Right here, he replies. At least until we figure out who corrupted the OMM, what Storch is after, and why there are demons loose in this realm. So it's just a mission? No, not just a mission. It's freedom. There's a depth to his tone that resonates all the way to my bones. Yeah, this is big. Bigger than both of us, and we just happen to find ourselves smack in the middle of it. He holds my gaze a moment longer and then grips the brim of his hat, tips it, and walks off. As usual, JJ Thorne leaves me wanting more. The thoughts continue to turn loops in my head for the rest of the day until I meet Yassi to go to the rumpus game. Winnie, Audra, and the others march ahead. When I didn't see you this morning, I checked the infirmary. You weren't there or your classes. Yassi starts to remind me about Storch's Red Class 3 strikes rules. Actually, about her. I go on to explain everything that happened in her office. Her eyes widen. Storch? It makes sense, but Sage betraying you surprises me. So you believe me that I had nothing to do with the events on Hallows Eve? Relief washes through me. Yassi stops mid-stride. No offense, Maya, but you're kind of terrible at magic. At least so far. Yeah, about that. It turns out that I can spellcast without a wand. Her eyes grow wider. Was it intentional? I shake my head. I just lost it. Was being attacked. In Tippleton. With JJ, I blurt. Then there's the other stuff with JJ, but I keep that to myself for now. Okay, maybe it's better that I don't ask, but Maya, don't forget, I can see your thoughts and memories. I am certain you had nothing to do with it. I exhale with relief. She's right. Yassi's brilliant skill is my alibi. She snaps her fingers. No, I'm not surprised Sage betrayed you at all. She knew her brother was involved, but that he'd tried to bring you into the plan. You're the scapegoat. Scapegoat, I correct her use of the non-magical term. Yes, that. But why? It didn't seem like she and Bobby got along. Maybe he threatened her. I let out a long exhale. Come on, we have a game to watch, while the admin still lets us have fun. We can talk about all this stuff later. There is nothing more unifying in the world than Rumpus. Most of the girls in my dorm were gold, ready to cheer Bobby on. When we get into the stands, Winnie yells, "Gold team rules." I still don't get it, I say over the cheering. Don't get the rules, or? Yassi asks. Any of it. Story of my life. When Riptivik practices at home, the golds play against the red team, which does rotate, mostly consisting of students hoping to get on the gold team, which travels and plays against rival schools, Winnie explains. Oh. So the gold team is the main team and the red team is made up of hopefuls? I ask. Pretty much. Why? Do you want to play? I'm probably better off in the stands. I've seen you run. You're fast, Winnie says. Rumpus confuses me. I hold my head in my hands, because mostly I'm thinking about everything other than Rumpus. Their laughter stops abruptly when the bell rings for a red team point. The red team never scores, Winnie says in awe. I scan the field, waiting for the ref to call a foul, but it doesn't come. In the next hour, the red team racks up point after point after point, which is highly unusual. My mouth falls open when I recognize the student who repeatedly makes the winning scores. Instead of a top hat, he wears a helmet, but I'd recognize those gray eyes anywhere. JJ is a beast on the field. During halftime, I study him while he talks with the coach. His gaze lazily travels over the stands. I see that look again, the one I saw in the sweet shop, and almost smile, and then I realize it's landed on me. It grows as our eyes meet. On this cloudy day, in this dreary place, JJ's smile is like starshine. It fills me with warmth and light, and hope. Then it's gone as quickly as it had appeared. For a moment, I felt like I wasn't imprisoned in reform school at all. His smile made me feel strangely free. Then I realize I'm smiling too. Maybe that's what freedom is, choosing how I feel. Like smiling, like laughing, or like breaking down the walls of this reform school, one brick at a time if I have to. The end. Thank you for listening. Be sure to continue to book 2 in the series. Please like, subscribe, and comment.